Ready to go? Yes. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay.
We're starting our day with pitches from 7 pre-selected consumer internet and consumer IoT companies. We have great judges. After that, we have number of the keynote speakers from celebrities and successful entrepreneurs and investors. Okay, so thank Anya. So now we starting our pitch. It's a good stuff to start working hard in the morning, and we have number of distinguished judges who will work hardest of everyone. I welcome to the stage Alex Lupachov, Amir Kumar, Daniil Stolarov, David Wu, Finn Ufhan, and Viktor Orlovsky. Welcome our judges. Finn is late a little bit. He not yet arrived. He's sitting in traffic, but he will join us ASAP. Victor, do we have? Oh, Victor coming. Now, everyone with the blue tag of investor, you're invited to work hard for us today. Step forward and take your seat at investor-only tables. You will participate in our discussion and in judging companies. Just for those who first time at SVOD among judges, every one of you have this score sheet. Please don't forget to put your name and name of the company and scores. It's very important for companies and for us to get your feedback to understand how company could improve themselves and how we could improve our conference. So let's start from introducing our jury. Do I have any volunteer? I need volunteer with the microphone. Hello? I need a volunteer with the microphone. Oh, yes, we have already. And I need two more microphones. This one not working. Okay, so please introduce yourself, your fund, and investment focus.
My name is Harsh. I'm from Astor. I'm more interested in brain mapping, blood DNA, and virtual reality.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Sherry Chuang. I'm an investor at Sand Hill Angels as well as Stanford Angels. Sand Hill Angels is a group of 110 investors, and we've been around for 15, 16 years. We invest in enterprise, consumer, and health tech. I personally am interested in SaaS, enterprise, IoT, and my background is from product marketing, and that's what I like to mentor and advise startups on.
Thank you. My name is Andrei. I am founding partner of Ventures Capital, early stage fund. We are interested in the entrepreneurs that can build the global companies and big ones, so across the sectors. Thank you.
We have also Lisa joined us.
I'm Elisa Yaffa. I'm with Step Up Funding. I'm an entrepreneur, and our group invests in startups early stage through, we like to follow our companies through A, B, C, and we invest in anything that we are able to learn about and understand, and will make us a lot of money and have fun doing it.
Volunteer, please. We have. You're not. Anyone with a blue tag? Any more investors? Okay. So, can I have microphones? Yes. Okay. Now, esteemed judges.
Good morning, I'm Alex Lupachev, and I represent Singular Gov, a large group of funds based in New York with over $1 billion in technology exposure. We invest in later stage technology companies such as EPAM, Global Logic, Parallels, with a few investments in earlier stage as well, companies like PixArt, Sinar, and Nginx. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Wu, and I'm an investor at Maveron. And Maveron is a consumer-only venture fund. We have a little over $1 billion under management, and we have offices in Seattle and San Francisco, and we invest in seed and Series A companies that are building really, really large consumer brands leveraging technology.
My name is Daniil Stolerov. I'm an investment director at Almas Capital. We're headquartered in Silicon Valley, but have offices in Moscow and soon Berlin. We like to support international entrepreneurs who combine understanding of global tech market needs and very deep technology knowledge. We invest in Series A and sometimes a little later. Tend to gravitate more towards enterprise stories, but historically have done consumer investments as well.
My name is Amit. I'm a partner at Excel. Excel is a fund that has both an early practice and a growth practice. We invest in all sorts of tech-enabled businesses from the seed stage, Series A, all the way through IPO. We have offices in San Francisco, but we are also more of a global fund. We have offices in Bangalore and London. We've invested in some of the most significant companies in each of those geos, which we're super proud of. So we've been in Facebook and Flipkart and Supercell, and just like to partner with entrepreneurs from the very beginning. And my specific focus is on the consumer side, so I do consumer mobile companies with a specialization in fintech, and been looking a little bit more into esports and VR recently.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Viktor Arlovsky. I represent here a venture fund, which Sberbank, that's the biggest bank in Russia and one of top 25 banks in the world, is an LP in. So we are a standalone fund. We invest in A, B series onwards, AI, predictive analytics, cloud, marketplaces, everything what makes sense to bring into Russia and other 19 countries Sberbank is working in. And we are eventually one of the best, if not the best proxy to these markets for our startup companies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now a few questions just to set the background. Many startups asking, okay, at what moment I have to start approaching venture capitalists around a venture capitalist? What is your criterion when what company have to show revenue, users, technology, whatever, to start consider them as a candidate for round A? Who like to start? David?
So at our core investment is really at the Series A level, and because of the size of the fund, we generally go on the early side of consumer investing. I think it's a little bit of a contrarian view in that conventional wisdom in these really large funds is to go early on enterprise where the pain points are really obvious, and go late on consumer because it's really hard to predict what the end consumer is going to do because people are kind of inherently very emotional and irrational. We kind of go the other way, which is we like to go early on, and because we only do consumer, and we generally will take more product market risk, and we'll take more momentum risk, but we take a lot less people risk. And the way we do that is we look for people that have the right balance of knowing how to build scalable companies, but also really understand how to build brands and understand how to connect with the end consumer. And on top of that, we look really closely at what we have a phrase that we call the cauldron of consumer passion. And what that is early evidence, even beyond momentum and growth, that the customers that are using our product and services are relating to the authenticity of the brand, and beyond that, are so obsessed with the product and services that they almost can't imagine life without it. And when we see that, that's often evident in repeated use and people coming back and a change in their everyday behavior, we know that this company and this product has the opportunity to connect with both the hearts and the minds of the end consumer.
Well, as we invest in A, B rounds, so we definitely want to see the early traction of product market fit and sales. So the idea behind what we do is to basically import the technology and product and business model, and what we definitely may provide our startup companies with is the great go-to-market channel in the geographies we present at. In Russia, Sberbank serves 110 million customers. It's the most recognized brand, not only in financial industry, but overall. So this is sort of a Coca-Cola of Russia. Everybody knows that. This is also the most trusted brand. So what we want to know and to see is whether our customers, I mean Sberbank customers, would buy this. Is it easy to sell? Is it something what is complementary? Can we just leverage our relationship and data? And if so, then we just go and speak to the company in the way, I mean, just wanting to really put money in. So that's basically a very simple way for us to go invest.
Daniil, question. Is it make sense for pre-revenue company to approach you with a round A at all? If they don't have revenue, what else they could show you to get your attention and start kind of investing your time for due diligence?
Frequently, companies that we invest in have no revenues. I mean, our definition of Series A is you have a product and the smoke that comes out of it is not too thick, but you may have some smoke coming out of it. But you have a product. With enterprise, it's easy. As David mentioned, you can actually go and talk to some early adopters, the pilot companies, and see if you're actually solving some need. With consumers, it's tricky. With consumer stories, it's tricky because none of that is usually evident at the onset. So we try to look at things like that are sort of lie beyond what you currently can measure. I think the unique part of consumer stories is that they are usually the winner takes most type situations where category leaders tend to get most of the value that's generated. So we try to look at the size of the market. We try to look at whether you were able to identify a market that maybe is a little kind of corner market, not yet identified by someone else or approached by web services in a major way. But at the end of the day, it comes to whether the team has what it takes to execute, because that's really the only thing you can bet on early on. And we're looking for the expertise. We're looking for experience in really scaling. We're looking for a very strong and robust marketing function, because that's critical to getting to that sort of escape mode. So it's very much a team bet, a person's bet at this point.
Alex, what is your position on this? Pre-revenue round A makes sense, or they have to look for some bridges, seeds, and so on until they're going to get first dollars or whatever from customers?
Well, we have more than 80% of our capital in Series B and C, but try to get in touch with the founders of the companies as early as possible, as early as seed. And we have a few investments in A, in companies generating little or even no revenue. Our goal is to see how close are the business plans to actual results delivered by companies over time. That's the best way to validate future projections. And just as other investors, we are looking at happy customers as a proxy to future revenues and the strengths and experience of the team.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you from well-known fund, kind of the one of the probably few on the top of the Silicon Valley iceberg. As a fund, do you have any kind of the, not standard, but some numbers that you're saying, okay, you don't have revenue, how many customers or monthly growth, you have revenue, how much revenue? So do you have any numeric criterion that as a fund you operate, specifically for consumer market?
I think typically instead of us like putting out numbers, I think a lot of entrepreneurs I meet with have these self-imposed numbers that they feel like they need to hit before they come talk to us, which is a bit silly because, you know, I think like the message we've been saying is we all try to get involved with great companies as early as possible. And I think the answer really is there's no silver bullet. You know, we've definitely invested in companies from 2 people and a deck, and we've passed on companies with lots of revenue, so there really isn't a silver bullet. I think that in terms of guideposts, from a revenue point of view, if you're talking about a SaaS company, a common benchmark is around 100K MRR before you hit a Series A, but it's just a guidepost. I mean, the reality is we do lots of deals below that, and we pass on a lot of deals above that. When it comes to the users for a consumer app, the sad reality is the numbers that you need to hit to be really relevant are skyrocketing. You know, if it's just kind of an app where there's no like obvious monetization, you want to do ads and whatnot. But in terms of just understanding like whether or not something's taking off, I think we use like 50,000 MAU as like a sign that, okay, hey, there's maybe some signs of life. But again, we'll invest in consumer companies before that, and we'll pass on companies above that. So, but it's just a guidepost.
So did I got your message right? Then company feels they could make big, not to hold it and go to you guys and talk, even if they have no revenue and maybe not some specific numbers.
Yeah, I think great companies, great teams working on really interesting ideas in large spaces can raise money, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. And you know, getting traction is just de-risking the business, but so is having a great team. And I think that's a little bit of what David's saying is that, you know, their trade-off is that they trade some of the certainty of the numbers for more of a certainty in the team, and then they get a little bit more of the upside along with that because they take earlier bets on people.
No.
So yes.
I'll add on that. One of my favorite quotes is something Naval over at Angela said, and he says that every round is uninvestable until it's oversubscribed. And we see this time and time again, which is people just can't raise that first check, and then all of a sudden, they can't keep the round size small enough. And I think one of the interesting things right now at this point in time is that there is actually more options for startups than ever to raise capital. I think that used to be there was a small set of funds that you could go to, and now from angels to micro VCs to super angels to Series A funds stretching down to seed funds stretching up to, there are so many different options out there that it's hard to generalize these answers of if you get to this point, you're ready to raise. But I think what's more important is with all this choice out there and all this transparency, that startups need to look at actually who's the right match for them at that point in time, not only in terms of stage, but in terms of sector, and actually in terms of thesis. Some firms are going to go people first, some are very macro theme first, and a lot of times what an investor has done in the past will lay out a roadmap of what they're looking for. So I'd encourage, I see a lot of startups doing a shotgun approach and kind of sending their email to anyone they can get to, and that just never works. What you need to do is figure out who's the right match for you at the stage you're at and figure out how you build that smaller set of relationships.
Okay, thank you. If you didn't introduce yourself, do you have a juror? Do you have a blue tag? Yes, please introduce.
Yes, sorry. Marco Marinucci, MTS Fund, Early Stage Investment, Seed Investment.
Okay. On this side, please. So if you didn't introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, I'm Ilana Golan. I'm investing here in the Silicon Valley, mainly in Israeli companies.
I'm Brad McManus. I'm with Motorola Solutions Venture Capital, and we invest in public safety-related startups.
Okay, thank you. And now let's start with our company. Our first company is Combine, Closing Goes Mobile. Please welcome Combine.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. My name is Philip. I'm co-founder and CEO of Combine. So what we do at Combine is we're taking clothing to the mobile age. And our vision is that everybody will dress on their phones. Let me tell you why. Clothing's been on the internet for the last 20 years, and there are vast offers. But all you can really do as a user is you can shop, because all the offers are shops or aggregators. But in real life, the main use case with clothing is, of course, to wear it. All of us do that every day. But in order to be able to do that, you have to put single pieces together each and every time. And that actually takes a lot of time, most of it super subconsciously. You're not even aware of it. So let's look at this from another perspective and try to bring science and fashion a little bit together. They already got a similar hairstyle. So let's see. If you imagine, for example, a 20-year-old girl having 60 pieces of items in their wardrobe. I know what everybody here is thinking, especially the women, who's got only 60 items, right? Nobody. But only 60 add up to 1 million possible combinations. So even from that perspective, it's really kind of combinatorics going on a daily basis, right? but everybody's just selling the stuff off. So how do we tackle that? We made an application where it's possible for consumers to combine what they have at home with everything from the brands and the stuff of their friends and ask their friends on the way. So to get a better impression of what the product looks like, let me show you a demo. So we developed a technology that makes all the fashion items from all sources dynamic and fitting to each other. Here you can see it's super simple through a multi-layer swipe interface to create outfits within seconds, including your own stuff, which you can upload like that, or you would find it in the database. Right, then very important, the social aspect, because everybody asks somebody, right? For feedback, so especially girls, they ask their friend or their boyfriend, or probably the husband asks his wife. So social interaction is very, very, very heavy. We got some top partners onboarded already, yeah, got some good press. So that's how the product looks like. When it comes to monetizing, we earn money completely on the B2B side, mostly through a SaaS model. So one of it is that we basically give brands a piece of real estate within the app and then rent it away through SaaS, but it actually has some app technology. We already sold that 6 times to retailers. Our biggest goal is, though, to monetize the data. We've got a very unique set of data on how people actually combine their clothing broadly. So, you know, color with color, brand with brand, temperature, geolocation, and so forth. And we want to use that to show how trends are developing in real time and use artificial intelligence and predictive technologies to actually show the enterprises how trends are developing. And a vast amount of money from this $1 trillion market is going in just that, to find that out. So where are we? Right now we are live in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. We are sitting in Munich. Already got on the B2B side 6 paying SaaS clients. Right now got 100,000 users, monthly growth 30%, organic growth at almost 50%. A very high average session duration of 10 minutes. So benchmark in the fashion industry is 30 seconds. Very high engagement of 3.2 outfits configured per session, and then they are shared, commented, and so forth. And very interesting also, I think, the month 1 retention rate, which is currently at 40%, and benchmark in the industry is about 5%. And we won a couple of big prizes at Google in London and Mobile World Congress, and we got Axel Springer as a partner. It's one of Europe's biggest publishing companies. So most importantly, this is the team. On the left side, my co-founder and CTO was previously at Siemens, is just a technical super brain. On the other hand, a very old friend of mine, Christian, he had 2 previous companies. And very importantly here at the bottom, Caro, she worked at Vinted, did marketing and community building. And we also have a fashion expert, Adrian. He worked at LVMH or LVMH. It's one of the world's biggest luxury companies, probably all out from France. We are currently raising 3 million. We previously collected 1.45 million. And our goal is to expand to UK and then the USA as fast as possible and make this the biggest thing that ever came out of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Combine. Thank you, Combine. Now it's time for judges. David, please.
It seems like if you're going to monetize this on the B2B side, you need enormous amount of user usage. And I think congrats out of the gun of having nice session times and retention rates. I think even more important than that, I'm curious about exactly who that target segment is and how frequently they're actually using it.
You mean the users?
Yes.
All right, so segment at the moment are post-millennials between 16 and 25. That's the core usage group. And the second biggest usage group is between 25 and 38. And they're coming back 3 times per week in average. And they have social interactions. I'm sure that's part of your question, about 8 per session. That would be, for example, a share or a comment or a like. Sorry, yet another part of your question. Could you remind me on that one, please?
No, you got it.
Okay, cool.
Can you talk a little bit about the technological component of your story and to what extent you think it represents a barrier to competition, but also a sort of a unique differentiation in your case?
Right. So we have two technical innovations. One is called super-relationing. It basically makes everything, all the data smart. So there's a vast amount of data, visual plus metadata out there, and there is no standard whatsoever. So what we developed basically puts it all together, makes it all know their relative proportions towards each other, and makes them all know their positions in a real dressing scenario, so up, down, in front, and so forth. And then we have this multi-layer swiping interface, which makes it super quick and simple, and that's exactly the key. That's the reason why we built that technology. We're on the mobile space. So we all know that mobile only works if it's super quick and simple. And we need the latency times of the users, 10 minutes on the bus, in the waiting room, in the school. If it doesn't work there, it doesn't work at all. So your question about competitors, I mean, many people or many companies did something with outfits, and I know 2 years ago, I think somebody was here doing roughly a similar thing. But there's a huge big difference, first of all, technology-wise. And this was basically putting images in and then pinching them, and it takes an awful amount of time. That's for Saturday evening or something like that. That's the biggest difference. Then another difference is, a very important one difference is, that they missed out one of the 3 key components of how people actually use clothing in real life. So in real life, they combine, what they have at home with new stuff and ask their friends. Those are the 3 components. Everybody uses it like that. And all other competitors only have 1 or 2. And this basically doesn't make it a use case for every day. Mobile applications need to be a use case for every day. Everybody just in average has 10 apps. The rest is dead. And business model-wise, all the competitors most of them are aggregators generating leads. If you do that, if you had that business model, then you need to focus on making everybody convert very quickly in a click or in a checkout. And you need to buy traffic and try to do that cheap and then get a little margin. It's a horrible business model. If you do that, you can't focus on consumer value, what we do. You're forced to convert them as quickly as possible. So there are 3 really big differences.
We have a question from Ilana.
Hi, quick question. In terms of initial bring up, do you expect people to scan their closet?
Good question. So it's very important that when somebody onboards the app, they don't have to do anything. So there are tens of thousands of super cool items in there, and they can just go on. And that's exactly what they do. So new users, typical user story is they come into the app, and they play around for 2 weeks, have fun, and get their friends in, and ask them. And then we incentivize them to upload their first piece. And mostly in most cases, it's a piece that they don't know how to wear, and they didn't figure that out, so they never wore it. And they put it in. After a short amount of time, they solve this riddle. And then they feel such a value add that they upload more, and then they go on personalizing it. So that's the typical user story.
What percentage so given that you've solved the cold start problem, what percentage of your users have uploaded, like 5 pieces or some base level that you'd consider them like really
I'm sorry, I didn't get the middle part.
What percentage of your users have actually uploaded some wardrobe pieces?
Right. So right now, 25% of all users do.
One more very short one. What's your cost per acquisition now, and what you project it to be in future?
Okay, good question. So at the moment, it's 50 cent cost per acquisition, mostly through Instagram. But 50% of all new users already come organically through referrals. Basically, we just were in the phase where we try to focus fully on user quality, and now we're converting into the growth phase and try to scale it up. So now we connect the users, network effects, and everything that's going on right now.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Combine. Okay, and before we continue, you have Finn beating traffic. So Finn, introduce yourself, please, and no, this doesn't work. This one. Yourself, your fund, and investment focus.
Absolutely. I'm so sorry I'm late. Finn Upham, and I'm at Teal Capital, which is Peter Thiel's family office. And my focus is largely on sort of A's and B's with some seed, and we do a good amount of fintech investing as well.
Thank you. And now my pleasure to invite the next company. Jewelbox redefines the fashion jewelry industry by empowering everyone to design, sell, and shop for affordability. One of the kind pieces. By the way, just personal input, my daughter says it is cool. So please.
Hey everyone, it's great to be here. I'm Maya, and I'm a professional jewelry designer. I had to study for 4 years, rent a studio, buy lots of equipment, and work for months on my collection before I was able to sell my first design to my first customers. My friends always asked me to design this or that for them, and I thought, why shouldn't everybody be able to create their vision? Even a teenager from LA.
I am so excited to share with you guys this new collaboration situation. So Jewelbox reached out to me and they asked me to design some jewelry, but it's not just because I have a YouTube channel or whatever, because you guys can do it as well. So basically Jewelbox allows you to create jewelry totally custom to you. And I think that's so amazing. My whole thing, my entire life has always been to add a little originality. Before I share with you guys the jewelry pieces that I designed, I want to just tell you a little bit more about the design process and how easy it is to do if you want to create jewelry yourself. And the really cool thing about Jewelbox is once you create it, you can set up a little shop within their website. It all goes through them. It's really easy, and you're able to name your designs, put a little description, upload your own photos, and other people can buy your designs if they like them. So I think it's so freaking awesome. What a great business plan.
And we didn't even have to pay her to say that. So we at Jewelbox have found a way to turn regular shoppers into creators by not only empowering them to easily design their own jewelry online, but even sell their creations to the world. And we have managed to make that process as affordable and as scalable as in jewelry mass production. We are mass producing one-of-a-kind jewelry. Jewelbox is on the intersection of the DIY market and the fashion jewelry industry. The DIY market is rapidly growing and evolving, with companies like Brit & Co leading the change. But there still hasn't been a real disruption in the technological side. And you can say the same about the fashion jewelry industry. And that's where we come in. We believe we can make a big impact on both industries by making jewelry personal and DIY digital. 20,000 people already designed on Jewelbox, and more than 1,000 paid orders have been made to date. But the most important thing we've seen is that our users go through a true design experience, creation rather than shopping. And that matters, because then they want to share it and sell it to others. And that brings me to the Jewelbox designer shops. You see, just like the rest of our sellers, none of these young women is a professional jewelry designer, yet they're all selling their designs on our global marketplace, hassle-free. All they had to do was snap a selfie with their design and upload it to their shop. I guess some of you are probably thinking about Etsy right now. I hope you are. We imagine the same success for our sellers. But unlike Etsy, when someone orders one of our sellers' design, we take care of manufacturing, shipping, and customer support. They earn a commission of each sale. We launched Jewelbox in the US with little or no budget for marketing just a couple of months ago, using mostly our 60 sellers to drive traffic and sales. We have seen thousands of new signups, high engagement levels, and repeated purchases. We exposed Jewelbox to hundreds of thousands of people on social media. Remember Amy? Since she uploaded her video, she drove $1,500 worth of traffic and generated additional $700 in sales. We intend to have 5,000 sellers just like Amy in 1 year's time. Jewelry is actually something that we as humans used to make. But today it's just something we buy. Something important was lost. Because when you don't just buy something, when you create it, it makes you proud. It makes you want to share it and tell your friends about it. We are 3 dedicated founders, and our vision is to revolutionize jewelry for millions of women all over the world. We are now raising funds and are looking for awesome investors to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jewelbox. So, question from jury.
On the site, are most of the purchasers people that have come to Jewelbox and strangers to the creator and maker, or are they most of the purchases coming from people that the creators maybe have followers or friends that they ask to come buy their stuff?
Well, right now, most of our traffic, and especially because we don't have budget for marketing, comes from our social leaders. We have a social community manager, and she approaches trendsetters herself. They are very excited about the experience because they can offer something new to their followers to engage with. So we don't have to pay them to work with us. And then the traffic comes mostly from real-life trendsetters and social trendsetters right now. Yeah.
Have you seen any early evidence of any crossover that
Yeah,
people
we've
come
seen
board,
that
start to buy?
50% of people who come to a trendsetter shops go to other people's shop and come to our homepage, and we had very high level, sign-up levels, and all of those people actually originally came from a trendsetter's video, because most of the videos, and if you can see before, they don't just say buy my merch, it says I designed and you can too. So that's our main message.
Victor, on the side.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, eventually, this type of products, high margin products, people like to have the brand, right? So they just buy jewelry just because of the brand. So do you plan of having your own brand, or this will just be all crowd?
So what's important for us to also portray on our website is Jewelbox as a brand, because we believe that people need to trust the brand in order for them to be able to order these trendsetters jewelry. They don't know how they can manufacture or create it. So the brand is also also something that we're trying to create and emphasize.
Are you going to then just sell offline in the shops, likewise others, or you just do it only online?
Well, right now we still don't have an offline ambitions, but we think that self-design can be online and offline, and that the retail can really complement the online designer.
Daniel?
You take care of jewelry manufacturing, which on one hand, to a great extent, democratizes jewelry creation. If you're vastly successful and you have thousands of people designing jewelry, can you scale that part of your business to keep up with the volume?
Well,
How does it work?
Well, part of the technologies we created are the manufacturing technologies, and we don't do it ourselves, we do it via outsource, but we also created technologies there that help some manufacturers really scale up. We are tapping into methods that are not traditional in the jewelry world. We know how to send the same, like for the manufacturer, if we send 10 jewelries or 1,000 jewelries to get the raw product, it doesn't matter. And on the other hand, when we deal with traditional manufacturing, the one polishing, plating, then we create technologies there that help them by, for example, image recognition to recognize the specific jewelry and compare it with the badge, and then automatically show the specific spec, and even automatically invite the delivery company.
More questions from judges? Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned, and you can check these numbers, that Jewelbox has what, $1,500 worth of traffic so far, and generating like $700 per designer.
No, I gave an example of one specific designer. We're now, we just launched a couple of months ago, and we worked with lots of trendsetters. So we've seen that some of them generated really high levels of traffic and sales, and others less, obviously.
Okay, so in light of just yesterday's hearing
What?
from
Excuse me?
Engineering Capital, the partner, in doing kind of a bottoms up from how you see the business and the company grow in the next 12 months, because that'll give us insight into how much is the consumer take rate, and then the designers that are on board, as well as the consumers and the buyers, versus kind of a B2C to B kind of channel.
We're kind of B2B.
Give us some light on that.
We're really seeing ourselves growing through the trendsetters and the real life influencers, because we see that each and everyone who designs in Jewelbox becomes a brand ambassador. And right now we're going to invest mostly on our social features and try to enhance them for them to become more engaged with the platform, and by then really grow with us.
Thank you, Jewelbox. Thank you. I see more investors joining our jury. Volunteers, please pass the microphone. Those who didn't introduce themselves, please introduce. Oh. Turn it on.
Mary Jo Potter with Kretzu Forum and Healthcare Angels. We focus on medtech, healthcare IT, and healthcare services.
Yeah, who else?
Hi, this is Diane Ding from Ding Ventures. I mostly invest in hardware, industrial automations.
Okay, and on the side, please. No, next table.
We're from Palapa Ventures, Seed Stage Fund from Indonesia, general partner.
Same as from Palapa Ventures.
What fund? Sorry.
Palapa Ventures.
Thank you. Okay, and now my pleasure to invite LiveRace. Is a social live entertainment platform connecting users through real-time video, audio, and messaging. Let's welcome LiveRace. Just a second. No audio. Can we?
Hello. All right. Wonderful. My name is Joe Familette, and I'm the CEO of LiveRace. LiveRace is a social live entertainment platform connecting users through real-time video, audio, and messaging. We live and breathe peer-to-peer live streaming the way Spotify does music. In 1951, President Harry Truman took to the airwaves for the first ever live television broadcast. In the last 66 years, live has been at the forefront of media consumption. There have been three significant innovations in digital media. First, television, then cable and direct TV, and now the age we live in, where mobile is on demand. Entertainment is at our fingertips. I'm here today to tell you that live video is the new frontier. But the problem is, peer-to-peer live streaming is boring. There's friction between the streamer and the viewer. We've all seen people reading comments. The problem is that the streamer and the viewer are disconnected. The viewer isn't involved in the entertainment or the content. This has been proven with the death of platforms such as Blab and Meerkat. Blab's founder is quoted saying, "The churn is real in live streaming." And Meerkat's platform had to shut down because of this disconnect between the viewer and the content creator. The space has been validated by big players such as Facebook and Twitter adding live as a feature. They've spent tens of millions of dollars on branded and sporting content to make live a new medium for their platforms. But we believe the biggest opportunity is in social live entertainment. The solution is LiveRace, a platform that's powered by influencers to interact with their fans in real time. We source entertainment from the crowd. The fans send in 15-second video and audio messages into the stream, and we find the best ones for the streamer to play. And this allows our influencers to interact in real time with hundreds of their fans during a broadcast.
Hey everyone, how you doing? I currently have the fan line on right now, so go ahead and send me all of your messages and I'll try to answer as many as I possibly can. So let's see who's gonna be the first one.
Hey Ashley, I'm your biggest fan and I watch all your streams. I just wanted to let you know you're my favorite streamer on Live Race. Keep up the good work.
Okay, here's one from Avery Johnson.
Hey Ashley, I'm your biggest fan and I watch all your streams. I just wanted to let you know you're my favorite streamer on Live Race. Keep up the good work.
Aw, thank you, Avery. I really appreciate it. You're so awesome.
To date, we've been in private beta. To be a streamer on LiveRaise, you have to have a substantial audience on YouTube. Today, we have 100 content creators, and from these 100 content creators, we have over 500,000 users on our platform. These users have consumed over 25 million minutes of video. That's 53 and a half years of content. And all of this has been accomplished in less than 9 months. The live video market is growing. Marketsandmarkets.com predicts that the market will be worth north of $70 billion by 2020. Our business model is first and foremost creator-friendly. We're supported in 3 ways. First, pre-roll and mid-roll advertisements. Second, tips and donations. And finally, subscriptions, both to our platform and to the streamer's channel. Tips and subscriptions give fans a way to support their favorite streamer, but also move their audio or video message to the front of the queue so that they can interact with the content creator in real time. Currently, as I mentioned, we've been invite only. So we have 100 content creators, and we've gotten 500,000 users from those 100 content creators. With this new capital raise, what we plan to do is to continue to grow our user base by tapping into more influencers and opening up the platform to the next generation of content creators. We built an internal tool, an algorithm, to predict YouTubers that have signs of exponential growth, and this is how we've been able to build our user base today. We will continue to reinvest in the product and the algorithm to find talent and build our users, but most importantly, those influencers will drive the next generation of content creators to be discovered on LiveRaise, to interact with their fans, and to monetize. Our team is led by Joseph Gorowitz, who is our chairman. He's the founder and president of Protege, which owns Swagbucks and MyPoints. They've raised $60 million from Technology Crossover Ventures. Connor Morzo is our CTO. He's worked to scale our infrastructure and to lower our costs so that we can open up the platform. Avery Johnson works with our talent, and Richard Lung is a new hire who is a mobile engineer. We are raising $2.2 million, and with this capital, we will get to 4.5 million users, over 16,000 monthly paying subscribers, and over 18 million ad plays per month. But most importantly, we'll be cash flow positive. YouTube has turned their back on content creators. They've moved to a cord-cutting model. Facebook has no interest in letting people build an audience and reach them for free. The solution is LiveRaise, the next platform for content creators to be discovered and interact with their fans. Join us to build the next social live entertainment empire.
Okay, yes, Amit.
Sorry, I didn't understand how you monetize. You said paying subscribers, so will users subscribe to be able to participate, or?
So everything is free, and then each channel has a subscription. So there's a revenue split between us and the content creator, and then we have a subscription for the platform as well that gives access to every channel and ad-free experience.
So can I watch anything if I'm not subscribing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then tips is a major part. There's some players in the space that make a majority, if not all, of their revenue from tips and donations.
How do you screen for harassment or anything? You know, if it's a live broadcast, right? So if I'm the broadcaster, I control the broadcast, I control the content. But now if I'm letting other people inject into my broadcast, is there any way for me as the screener to, or the broadcaster to screen what's about to be put on my screen?
Of course. It's a very important question. So first and foremost, every channel has moderators. Those moderators can see screenshots of the video, transcriptions of the audio and video messages, and screen them and approve them before they go into the queue. The streamer can also see previews so that they can make sure that they're playing stuff that isn't offensive. And if you're a subscriber or if you tip, that obviously creates a way to move up the queue as we know you're a supporter of the streamer.
You know, live video, a lot of it's about audience. Is there a way for you to be the mechanism by which I have this really interactive experience, which I think is really cool, but syndicate that stream out to like a Facebook Live or a Twitter Live.
Of course. Currently, we are building the ability to live stream the first 5 minutes of your event to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter.
Why not the whole event?
Because we want people to come over to LiveRaise to use the functionality.
Could it be the case that, to inject myself and ask questions, I have to download LiveRaise, but you're still getting the audience distribution? If you're a YouTube streamer, like let them stream it to YouTube. But if I'm one of the fans and I want to participate in the discussion, I have to actually go to LiveRaise. And so that's, in a way, like a really good customer acquisition strategy.
Exactly. And, we believe in what works. So we're going to test the first 5 minutes of content, the first 10 minutes, and the whole stream, and we'll use what works the best.
Eventually, Netflix claims that they discover what you eventually want to to watch in less than 30 seconds. And if they don't, then you are gone as a customer. So you probably have to do something similar. So if I don't find the right channel to watch, I will just switch and will never get back. So how do you make sure that you know what I want to watch now?
Of course. So all of our 100 content creators are related channels. So we've specifically recruited them because we believe if we bring you from one of the content creators that you like, that you'll like the other 99 content creators on the platform. We'll continue to use that strategy as we build our influencer base and categorize the content.
My question is different. Do you know something about your customer to predict? I mean, your new customer, do you just get data like cookies or what I watched in YouTube or my Facebook preferences?
Yeah, Facebook preferences, and we know what you're watching on YouTube because you're specifically coming from your YouTube channel. People make their account with Facebook, Google+, and Twitter. And then currently they're onboarded right into the stream.
A question from Judy.
Hi, it still isn't clear about your revenue model. Who are these subscribers that are paying? You mentioned that the content providers here, these streamers, are getting a cut of the revenue, but how much? Who's paying and how much per person?
Of course. So if you're familiar with Twitch, Twitch has a per channel subscription. Each content creator has a subscription on their channel. Their fans are the ones that subscribe. The per channel subscription will be $2.99 per month, and we'll do a 50-50 split with the content creators.
Okay. Yes, Alex.
You mentioned YouTube as an example of something what can go wrong in this use case. Can you tell us more about lessons learned from YouTube and multi-channel networks on top of YouTube?
Most definitely. So I think the biggest thing that we can learn from YouTube is we're not going to rely on an advertising model. We're going to rely on a model that supports our content creators and also puts them at the forefront of our technology. We want to build a consumer brand that both our influencers and the next generation of content creators strive to be a part of and can benefit from. And if we only focus on being the best platform for them and the new generation of content creators, we think that we can avoid falling into the YouTube or Facebook trap.
Do you think over time you head more and more towards highly programmed, curated, celebrity and influencer to fan platform, or has it become more of a longer tail, lots and lots of content going on all at the same time?
I think it's going to be a hybrid of both. I think you're going to have, the platform is going to be open and democratized so that the best content raises to the top, but you're going to have influencers with a substantial audience or celebrities that want to interact with their fans and can specifically come to LiveRaise for that utility, and that will be the content that is at the forefront of our platform.
Okay, thank you, LiveRaise. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to invite Send Me a Trainer, making it easy and affordable to stay fit, but having access to local fitness professionals that come to you. Welcome, Send Me a Trainer.
Thank you. That goes forward.
Forward.
Hi guys, my name is Barry. I'm a Division I football player, a master personal trainer, and a fitness entrepreneur.
Hi everyone, my name is Musin. I'm a private equity investment banking professional turned entrepreneur, and we're the co-founders of Send Me a Trainer. So 24 hours is just not enough to get anything done anymore, right? Let alone trying to squeeze in a workout. I'm sure we can all relate to one of these characters here. And it's a problem because By 2030, 50% of Americans are going to be obese. 80% of gym members just don't go to the gym. And an astonishing 96% of all weight loss attempts fail. And this industry is huge. The fitness industry is a $22 billion industry. Personal training is a $10 billion industry, and it's growing very rapidly. But we know we're not going to go to the gym anymore. So then we try to buy some home gym equipment, but then we realize there's really no accountability, and it just collects dust. So then we try to find those online videos and try to keep up with them, but we realize we really can't. And then what happens is we really start back to square one, right? I think we've all been there. Then you realize I really need to get a personal trainer, because a personal trainer is going to hold me accountable to get the results that I'm looking for. And immediately you hire your trainer and you get those fantastic results that we've all been looking for. 83% of people that work with personal trainers are satisfied with the results that they get. But what we found was that 8 out of 10 people that want to hire a personal trainer, they just can't afford it. It's just too expensive. Until now.
So we spent the past 10 years running a successful in-home personal training business. However, our biggest challenge was that the majority of our leads could not afford our services. So based off our client and trainer feedback, we are now pivoting to a more scalable, to make it more affordable to hire a personal trainer to come to you, giving you the convenience and the consistency that you're going to need to finally get those results that you're looking for. Introducing to you, Send Me a Trainer, the easiest way to stay fit.
Send Me a Trainer is an online marketplace connecting fitness professionals with clients that want to train wherever and whenever they want. To clients, it's now going to be a lot more affordable because we're going to significantly reduce our margins, and you're also going to see trainer profiles who set their own prices to see competitive pricing. And to trainers, we're giving them the tools and the platform that they need to be successful in running their own business. And this is how it works.
So you go to the website, you can search for what you're looking for, from personal trainer to yoga to even a Pilates instructor perhaps. You put your zip code in, and then instantly you're going to get visibility of all the fitness professionals around you. Our goal is to give you visibility to connect with the right trainer. You look at their profile, and then you can select their package, and you can start training instantly.
So in our traditional model, we already have clients in all these major cities. We did $1 million of sales last year just doing that. We're just investing in the technology to improve our process and to accelerate the growth of our already established marketplace. So our revenue model is booking commissions. We're going to take an average of about 20% from the trainer side, 3 to 5% from the client side, and in the future we'll even have monthly subscriptions that the trainers can pay for the added tools that they'll get benefits from. Based on the average booking, the platform will earn about $1,000 for each client on the platform. And over the next 12 months, we're going to focus on scaling up usage in DC, New York, LA, and San Francisco, and then reaching that break-even point in 18 months at 1,000 active clients, and in 3 years reach that 16 million marker with 3,000 active users. Now, we bring the combined years of experience of 10 years of being in the in-home personal training business to be a leader in this industry. There are a few other players that have started to do this, but no one of meaningful market share. We're going to be the leaders in this space and differentiate ourselves by really focusing on the trainer side, giving them the mentorship tools that they need to be successful, because that's what these other tools are lacking. And here's how we're going to differentiate ourselves in the long run.
From in-home personal training to local. Local will give you better visibility of everything that's health and fitness oriented around you. So we can unlock our market potential to continue to scale and grow.
So we're finishing the product development phase right now, launching the product next month. We're raising $2 million. We've already funded and secured $600,000 of that, and are looking for the right investor for the remaining $1.4 million.
We believe a healthy mind is in a healthy body. Our mission is to help you get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Questions from judges and jury.
Are you worried about safety or liability at all, sending someone into someone's home?
Yeah, absolutely. So our key value is really, we're an introductory service. We're really not providing that service to the end user, but we're giving the client that better visibility on who they're actually hiring, and we have background checks that we run and a two-way review system to really verify and provide that comfort to the client.
And you guys take a commission on every session?
We take a commission on every session.
Are you worried about being taken off platform? I find a trainer I like, and I'm like, I don't need send me a trainer. I found my trainer, so why don't we just make a deal?
Yeah.
Go ahead. So absolutely. So what we're doing is we have something called a pro trainer. And a benefit of a pro trainer is you're going to get better ranking and more featured, meaning you're going to get more traffic on our site, and we're going to make sure people are coming to the website. And for you to maintain a pro trainer, you have to have a 70% retention rate of clients who renew. And we're going to give them additional benefits so they can continue to want to be a pro trainer.
Can you please tell the secret which you know, which your competitors don't? You should definitely know something about your customers, some special secret, if you may.
So we've actually been doing, if I understand your question, a secret that our competitors don't know. Is that correct? So we've been doing this for 10 years, and we've been dealing with trainers for 10 years, you know, and we understand how trainers think and what they want. And everything that we're doing, and part of this process, we interview trainers, and we understand what is it that you need. And what we think, a secret, that the insight that we have is what the trainers want to succeed. And that's where we think will really work to make us really different in the long run, is our mission is making personal trainers succeed. The average lifespan of a personal trainer, guess what it is? 2 years. If they don't grow a book of business within the first 2 years, what do? They quit and they go to some corporate miserable desk job. So, yeah.
True.
So, you know, we're helping trainers succeed and live the passion that they want to live.
Okay. Yeah, this is Sherry. Yeah, 2 questions. One is, okay, one. All right. What is your unfair advantage? Is it, you know, you're going to just explode in the number of trainers because of some incentive or invites? And also, what would your growth rate be, and, you know, barriers to entry?
So what was the first part of that? You said, what is is it your fear?
Your secret that other competitors don't have. Doing correctly? Yeah, what are your barriers of entry?
Yeah. So we have the industry expertise for the last 10 years, so we know how to recruit these trainers. We know how to get them on board. We already have 10,000 trainers. So it's really being able to accelerate to the market. There's no leader in the space today. We know in 2 years there is going to be a leader. So it's really about being able to move fast now, and that's why we're looking for that capital to really get to the forefront of that. So, and also on the client side, we also understand how they're trying to find the trainer, the behaviors in terms of the type of trainers that they're looking for, how to better match them, and we're able to really match them right with the right trainers based off that data that we collect.
Daniel. Sorry.
A fairly traditional question for an online marketplace, and sometimes there is a method to solving this, but I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this? Two-sided marketplace, kind of chicken and the egg problem. You need audience to attract the trainers. You need the trainers to have the audience. What are your thoughts on actually creating that initial liquidity on seeding this market? How do you plan to achieve that?
Yeah, and I think the benefit there to that is we're already operating in a marketplace that we've created. It's just not necessarily fully online. We have 10,000 trainers that we're already onboarding, and we have an active user base where we're generating $70,000 of revenue a month. So it's really just scaling up what we already have. We already have a lot of trainers, and we're able to, as soon as we get more clients, if there's not enough trainers, we're able to immediately match them quickly. So we've already have the benefit of having that head start and kind of already have that marketplace being created.
And in addition to that, we know how to speak to trainers. We have good bait. I look at marketing as your bait. How well of a bait you have to communicate to the trainer to take action. And also for the client, we know exactly how to speak to clients to relate to them, like, yes, that's exactly what I need, you know? So we have those insights for sure. In addition to building tools on both ends for both sides.
I loved what you mentioned early on of this, if you can offer great physical training services at a disruptively lower price point, the audience would explode. But I was a little confused on why a two-sided marketplace with a 20 and plus 5% rake would get you a disruptively cheaper price for the same quality of service.
Absolutely. So, because we can scale that a lot larger, because a lot of the gyms will pay a trainer about $35, but they're going to charge that same trainer at $85 to $100 for the client. But we don't have any overhead, so we can significantly reduce and make it at a discount to make it more affordable and unlock a new market potential, because there's most people think you'll have to be, only the rich and famous can hire a personal trainer, come to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, send me a trainer. Yes, everyone can relate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I also need one. Okay, now it's my pleasure to introduce HyperK is building the world's first proprietary library of collections based on human visual expression. The company gives users the branded content creation and ability to make personal expression discoverable by their friends and whole world. Let's welcome HyperK.
Hey, beautiful people. Доброе утро, друзья. Does someone know the difference between really great actor and us average people? The difference that really great actor can express any emotion with just a face. That's why the main form of digital expressions, animated GIFs, is represented only by celebrities. And my name is Nikita Gnedin. I'm co-founder of HyperK, and we're about to change that. We want to give you, the people, opportunity to express yourself as good as any celebrity. Take a look at the example. That's Jim Carrey, one of the best actors in the world. That's his famous eyebrow movement. That's me. I'm not an actor at all. Actually, I'm the worst actor. I wear my poker face all the time, and smile is my best expression. So we developed a technology, and we call it expression transfer. So far, using our algorithms, you can express any expression from celebrity to your own face using AI algorithms. Thank you. So with our technology, you can be any actor. You can represent any mimics of your face. Moving forward, it's not enough for great expression. Using our edit tools, you can create something really cool. You can replace the background and make it captioned. So it can be really fun and expressive. We built our first version of product a year ago. It was a keyboard for expressions with wide range of services. We learned out from 1 million users that the most expressive things are GIF animations. It was our step number 1. Our step number 2 was to implement social features, and we learned that our user created 40,000 collections of expressions of celebrities. And now we're about to make a third step and give opportunity to create a unique content for messengers. Here, how expression market, I really hate that you can search for people in Messenger. Since all the messengers implemented GIF search as the default service, there is no way how to search for your friends or how to search for people that you follow Instagram. And we want to change that. All the content created on our platform will be discoverable in all messengers, so you don't even have to install our application. So here how expression market looks like. It's very crowded, and we see a clear trend that personalization is the next thing after adoption. And we are the first who really get how to create a personalized and photorealistic expressions GIF using our algorithms. To build that, we have a perfect team. I'm proud to work with one of the best business persons in Silicon Valley, Stuart Gans. He's there. He was former director of AT&T applications, and we have a brilliant team of engineers. Our guys won contest for Telegram Messenger, so camera of Telegram uses part of our code. We have grants for artificial intelligence from Bauman University, and our guys teach programming in Russian universities. So we're looking right now for $2 million round to scale and launch our new technology and to get this market. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward for your questions.
Thank you, HyperK. Finn, please.
Very, very different product. What's your revenue model?
We are focused right now to build the best product and to get at least 20% of market. And then we are thinking about implementing advertisement and also probably licensing our technologies, let's say, for customer services. So if you have like thousands of customers who speak with through video channels, we can reduce all negative emotions and replace them on positive, expressions.
I imagine the major use case will be people putting their expressions and then posting them on their Facebook pages and their...
No, it's not. It's different type of content. It's not for social network. It's for messengers. So far there is no unique content in messengers. So all content created by celebrities, and we want to make people start to create the content for messengers.
When you say 20% of the market, what your view on the market?
So far, more than 1 billion people use the messengers, and
the entire user base of messengers, right?
Entire, yes, and we believe that half of them use expressions. So we are going to have at least 100 to 200 millions of users using our algorithms.
Alex?
We've seen Luxury pitching here 2 years ago, and we know the story of their success, and we understood their advantage, both technological and in terms of training data for AI. What's your secret sauce?
Sorry, what?
What is your secret sauce in technology?
Our secret sauce is our framework that we developed on top of existing frameworks. And it's really hard to build that. So we used the best brains in artificial intelligence to build that. We think we are at least 6 months ahead of everyone here. And I believe 6 months is enough to get a huge part of adoption.
I like what you're trying to do. I think that it is very on trend. When you look at people's usage of texting to communicate, pure words leaves out so much of the nuance of physical communication. I think that's why Bitmoji and a lot of these GIFs, keyboards have really emerged, which it translates a very, more subtle of interesting but kind of funny and I'm kind of angry all at the same time. When you start looking at your early customers, when you put it side by side with, Giphy and Bitmoji, have you learned anything kind of unusual about the use case of when you pick one versus the other?
How we different from Bitmoji?
Even from a customer point of view, what's in their head of how they decide which of these keyboards to go to, and when would you use this uniquely?
We see how our users try to create the content with their faces, but they use like Photoshop, some video redactors. And we see a huge trend in personalization in messenger expressions. So we believe our interface and our technology where the main problem that it's not enough just to get a camera for users and tell them, hey, express yourself, because we're not good actors. And with our technology, you can show your face, express with your face, but with the expressions from really great actors.
I can see how expression swapping could be very popular, but perhaps for a while. Can you maybe unveil your product roadmap a little bit and talk about where you think you can go, where else you can go using that same technology that you developed to do the expression swapping?
Yes, so first of all, we are going to release to public and to acquire a lot of users. The second step will be providing our API for existing keyboards and any messengers to use our algorithms within there. And third step will be business development, where we can license our algorithms to, as I said, customer services, where a lot of interaction between people and where negative emotions can impact sales.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, HyperK.
Thank you very much.
Just a reminder, don't forget that everyone who registered got $300 SVOD dollars. Invest in the companies, because this is a way, beside our esteemed judges who look on companies from investor perspective, we like to know your opinion of everyone who coming to Silicon Valley, open doors, and these dollars, they actually will help us. The more company collect from you, we'll find who is the best. Okay, now it's a time to continue, and next company, Star City, fixing the housing affordability crisis. Let's welcome Star City.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is John Deshotsky, CEO and co-founder of Star City. I'm here today to talk to you about 3 problems. We can all agree rent is too high in the San Francisco Bay Area. Also, new research is showing that social isolation lowers your life expectancy, and your LPs are struggling to find yield. Well, Star City fixes all 3 of those problems. We create high-density housing in cities at an affordable price. I'm not talking about putting 20 people in a Palo Alto Eichler. I'm talking about creating an entirely new asset class. And we're live. We have 2 buildings in San Francisco and 3 more under development. In just under 6 months, 529 people applied to under 26 units. They say it's like living in the master bedroom of a lively mansion with service of a 5-star hotel at a ridiculously low price. How ridiculous? 50% cheaper than the average studio apartment. Let me say that again. 50% cheaper than the average studio apartment. They also enjoy their stay because while they're out, they can log into their member dashboard, they can push a button and have their dog walked, or have their fridge stocked, or have their room cleaned. We also do the grunt work of meeting with local politicians, community members, and vendors to make sure that when people arrive, they feel like a local. This has allowed us to continue to scale. Our unit count and revenue growth will be 4x or more this year, and each building is profitable. We have a wonderful team from executives from real estate and software. We have awesome investors who believed in us from the very beginning. So you're probably wondering, if I'm not raising, what am I doing here today? I'm after your LPs. A lot of you ask me, hey, John, isn't this a capital-intensive business? Well, the answer is yes, it is a capital-intensive business, but that doesn't mean that we should not do it. We've created a first-in-class, first-of-its-kind co-living real estate fund. It performs at or better than typical apartment buildings. Your LPs will love it. It creates the same tax advantage structure as any real estate fund. We're at the dawn of new residential real estate models. Companies like Open Door and Invitation Homes have set the stage for new business models that allow both customers and investors to enjoy those new business models. With this model, our growth will be exponential over the coming years. And that's great because we're creating affordable housing for real, and we're creating community for real. So come talk to me if you want to hear more. Thank you.
Thank you, Star City. Quick question from the judges. Finn?
Thanks. So what's your sort of core, what's your target customer to live in the space? Can you describe their job, their income, like if they're married or unmarried? Like give me a sense of the demographic.
Yep, so our core focus is middle income renters between the ages of anywhere from right out of college all the way up to, we have people that are 70 years old living in our communities. We are sort of average age is 33. Income is 50K to 100K. So really focus on that sort of middle income renter back in cities. And sorry, job type is, we have everybody from chefs to entrepreneurs to teachers and students.
And what's in your liability, I suppose, in a downside scenario would be a 12-month lease, or will you own the building? I mean, like,
yeah, so we're going to own the building.
You'd own the buildings.
Yeah.
So I had a question. I think that this one is remarkably on trend. I think that this category seems incredibly supply constrained, not demand constrained. There's virtually unlimited demand, as you can see from the fact that you're fundraising for a side fund and not for your actual company. All that being said, if it's so supply constrained and you're trying to get, property people to fund a side fund, why do you lead with affordable?
So we think that the community side of things is important, but it's not actually what's going to get customers in. We think you got to be affordable first. Otherwise, people won't try a new way of living. So if you think about Uber and Airbnb, that made drivers money, or it made hosts money. And the ride for UberX is cheaper than maybe taking the bus, or cheaper than staying at a hotel. And so by doing that, we get people hooked at the price, and then we keep them there with all the sort of services that our software supplies.
In both those examples, like Uber started expensive and came down because it made the drivers money. Shouldn't this be you make the property owners money and then come down?
Yeah, I think that we've set out because, I've lived in the Bay Area my entire life, and I've seen this problem grow and grow and grow over the last 10 years. And to me, it seems like cities are the place where a lot of innovation happens, a lot of really good things happen. And if less and less people can come to the San Francisco Bay Area or New York or London, that is really bad. And so that's kind of why we care about this space so much.
Okay.
So my question is, what's your customer acquisition channel, how we advertise, and what's your churn rate?
Yeah, good question. So we have spent $0 on advertising. We just do Craigslist and or word of mouth. We have a bunch of YC founders that live in as well. And so far we've spent $0 on advertising. Our churn so far has been very low. We've only had one member churn in 6 months. What's that?
Why he left?
He had to move in with his girlfriend, and we don't have a couple suites yet.
You're right now, the 2 buildings are in San Francisco?
That's right.
When do you think you're going to be outside the Bay Area? Do you think this is just a Bay Area sucks phenomenon, or is it, cities thing, or?
That's a good question. So we will be expanding to Oakland and the Peninsula next year. And we look at this as sort of, we want our ops to grow organically. We don't want to expand to New York and London super fast. We want to look at places that are supply constrained, where there's high job growth, where people are finding it to be unaffordable. They have to commute in 2 hours. So there's a lot of different metrics that we use in order to analyze what's a good market. The other thing we can do is roll that up to our website and start doing some initial advertising before we actually close on a building to see what the demand is before we spend any dollars.
Okay. Thank you, Star City.
Thank you.
And now my pleasure to invite Blinkcam, full hands-free wearable camera that collects authentic moments in your life with unique sensing technology. Please welcome Blinkcam.
Hello, my name is Shoto, the founder and CEO of Blinkcam. We are the company trying to innovate photo experiences. So have you ever had an experience of your breath being taken away by a beautiful scenery that suddenly jumped into your eyes? Or being touched by an unexpected pretty smile of a baby? Yes, I have had those many times. There are many moments that we don't want to miss in our lives. So today we live in a world of live sharing. Snap or Instagram or Facebook all started live sharing services. But do you think there is an advanced camera that is capable of shooting the real moment? I don't think so. So we designed a special camera for you. That is Blinkcam. Blinkcam is the world's most casual and simplest camera. It allows you to take pictures just by blinking your eyes. So, of course, no hands and no motion, just blinking your eyes. We invented the sensor that differentiates between regular blink and hard blink. So you can take a picture on your intention instantaneously. So right after taking photos are transferred to your smartphone via Bluetooth and shared to cloud seamlessly. And you can save, delete, or share by just one click action, very instinctively. And by using a Blinkcam, we have the capability of shooting our personal views as naturally as we are seeing in our daily life. And it's the full hands-free camera. It helps you with capturing your first-person views, even at a dinner or when driving or when fishing or engineering. We designed it fashionable and affordable. We had tremendous success in crowdfunding. We sold 2,000 units, and the shipment has just started in this month. And there are 40,000 purchase orders from over 30 distributors globally. And more than 30 media globally talked about us. And our users is diverse from across the world. And the biggest customer of us is parents. And the second one is light sports users. And then pet owners or travelers follow. And it's not only for fun thing. There's already several discussions with major companies like security, inspection, or medical. A few of them have already started testing our products. So from now, we are going to expand our global sales and go viral by utilizing our unique contents. And we'll correct our original photo contents by collaborating with influencers. And the next challenge is to make subscription fee. And then in the long run, we aim to develop a new device by converting our core technology, eye movement sensor, and provide standard technology to smart home or industrial automation market. So we have great team. We have talented hardware engineers who have good experiences in top Japanese manufacturers, and deep learning specialists, strategic advisors from BCG, and MBA holders on board. And in the end, thank you for listening, and we are raising $500,000 for bridge finance to Series A. Please contact me or my marketing officer here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Blinkcam. Question from the judges. Questions?
Thank you for presentation. Looks very interesting. Luckily, I'm wearing glasses. What other 5 guys on the judges panel should do if they are not wearing glasses?
Excuse me? What is it?
If you are not wearing glasses, what is the use case?
Well, so first thing you have to do is to wear eyeglasses. Sorry. So according to our survey, 20% of the population wear eyeglasses on a regular basis. And 70% of them possess eyeglasses, like sunglasses. And so what is, so we started with this design, something that you can attach on people are familiar with, that something that is used in our daily life. But we think we will develop a new device for those who don't wear eyeglasses regularly. Thank you.
Using eye blinks as a shutter is a cool way to augment human, but on average, humans blink 7 to 10 times a minute. Am I going to get flooded with content that I have to then go through and curate and figure out and sort through, or are you thinking of ways to actually make that process easy?
Yes, the core technology of a sensor is that that enables you to take pictures on your intention. So our sensor can differentiate between regular blink and hard blink. So when you give So our sensor is reading movement around of your temple around here. So when you move here, a little harder than like this, then takes a picture. So this ignores the regular blinks.
How much are you selling for, and how much does it cost for you to manufacture and ship the device?
Yeah, selling price is $199, and cost of goods is still high because we are now able to manufacture only a few thousands, so like 40% of the price. But I believe we can go down as more produce.
Yeah, just a quick question. Did you think about putting the technology, the same technology for just from the smartphone camera to help with the navigation?
Yes. So today we have only camera this, but we can take advantage of technology and to operate smartphone or other devices as well.
One of the big issues with Google Glasses was the battery life. How much time would your device live without just being charged?
2 hours battery life. Yes.
Okay. More questions? Okay. Thank you, Blinka.
Thank you.
And those was our last company on this panel. Dear judges and jury, please fill up your scores, but I would ask our judges to give some feedback on maybe companies that you find the most interesting on your panel, or maybe some feedback how company could improve their business thinking. So who want to go first? What did you like the most? Yep.
So
one.
I thought there were two that I liked a lot, and then I'll pick one.
Pick two.
Okay, I'll pick two. I like how Jewel Box was interesting because I think there is a trend towards. I think there is a trend towards celebrities, like celebrities that aren't celebrities, right? So just like people on the internet who have a huge following and that want to somehow monetize that. And I thought Send Me Trainer, given their experience and already.
Any picks from your side? David, anyone who probably stand out of?
So I picked two different ones. I picked Star City. I think that there's a huge market in terms of how people are changing the way they live. And I picked HyperKey. I think there's some risk that this can actually integrate into people's lives in a very different way than you might expect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all our judges. Thank you to our jury. Thank you to our companies. Thank you to everyone who supports them. So we just changing our stage for our keynotes. And please stay sitting because we're going without break. Thank you, dear judges. Please step this way so we have our photo session.
We're switching the panel, so we'll go now with Slava Rubin and Daniil Stolirov.
Don't run away. Oh, please leave it. Yes.
So I'm introducing, while we're changing stage, I'm introducing the next panel. We're pleased to have here Slava Rubin, the co-founder and chief business officer and formerly CEO of Indiegogo. And his moderator is Daniil Stolirov, investment director at Almas Capital. So Indiegogo is a crowdfunding platform that empowers people around the world to fund projects that matter to them. The company was funded by such investors as Kleiner Perkins, Insight, IDG, IVP, Khosla Ventures, so top venture capital funds. Over $1.2 billion was raised on the platform. users from 233 countries and territories are using this platform, and over 740,000 campaigns were launched. Daniel Stellarov is the investment director at Almas Capital. Daniel focuses on helping companies successfully grow their operations and organizations across the borders, United States and Europe. Previously, Daniel worked at Cowen & Company, Lehman Brothers, and Renaissance Capital. Okay, 2 minutes. Давайте быстрее.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate your help.
Thank you. That's great.
Great discussion. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's okay, I can make. And you used to? All right, so welcome Daniel and Slava. Welcome on stage.
All right, is my mic on?
Hello.
There we go. That was a quick changeover, huh? It's like the Oscars. All right. Whoa, lean back.
Yeah, are we ready to go?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So it looks like Anna did a good job of introducing both of us. What I would like to do is maybe mention some of the very impressive stats that everybody knows.
Can you guys hear us? Yeah, okay.
I think everybody knows Indiegogo. I think many of you in the audience have actually used it. And I'm talking about entrepreneurs who used it to fund their various new product ideas. I just like the very impressive numbers that there are over $1.2 billion raised on the platform to date. There have been 8.5 million backers who actually contribute to the various funding campaigns. The company got users from 233 countries. A truly international story. And so far to date, the company has seen 740 million campaigns funded. And that's for a company that is how old, Slava?
9 years old.
9 years old. I think these are very impressive numbers.
Woo! Just the fact that we're alive 9 years later is impressive.
So Slava, let me start with a question to you as an entrepreneur. And we have a lot of entrepreneurs in the crowd, and I'm sure they can relate to that. How did Indiegogo start? We, as venture capitalists, we like to think of entrepreneurs as those who kind of set out to solve a problem of some kind. What was the problem that you saw and decided to solve with Indiegogo?
Yeah, so my two co-founders and I, we came up with the idea for Indiegogo a long time ago, 2006. It was the fall, and I had already had a very good friend. His name was Eric. He went to go get his MBA at Haas. He met Danae. And the three of us were sharing dinner. And in business school, often people try to come up with companies so they can spend their time in business school to work on those companies. So Eric said, Danae has an idea. I want to hear your thoughts. So Danae was an investment banker for 5 years, and she'd always been the gatekeeper for the money. And she wanted to go to business school to try to create a mutual fund where the people that would invest in the mutual fund will get to vote on how the mutual fund would get allocated, which is a pretty good idea. And she said, what do you think of that? And I said, if you're going to change the finance industry, you can't do it in the finance industry. And she said, no, I want to create a mutual fund where the people that, I said, yes, if you want to change the finance industry, you can't do it in the finance industry. And she said, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I want to create a mutual fund where, I'm like, I got it. If you want to change the finance industry, you can't do it in the finance industry. And she said to Eric, because it's the first time we'd ever met, and she said, Eric, I thought you said this guy's pretty smart. And Eric looks at me, thinking like, what's going on here? What do you think? I said, Danae, have you heard of YouTube? Now, it's easy to say right now that you know YouTube, but I bet you 90% of you did not use YouTube in 2006. So I said to her, it's not owned by Google yet. So I said to her, do you know YouTube? And she says, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, YouTube is pretty interesting. People post content, anybody who wants to, and then other people, anybody that wants to, can watch it. She said, I don't really get it. So I showed it to her, and I showed a video. She said, well, who posts these videos? I said, anybody. Well, who watches these videos? Anybody. Well, how do people decide to actually watch one of these videos? And I said, well, it starts by the people who create the videos share it with their networks. And if it's interesting, they'll share it with other people. And before you know it, YouTube will decide what is the most interesting for the market to watch. She said, that's really cool. I'm like, you want YouTube for money? She said, yes, that's exactly what I want. So we created Indiegogo.
Usually the first 2 years are the years of various trials and pivots and experiments and ways to figure out, product market fit, traction, whether you have the right solution, whether you have the right growth engine in place. What were the first few years like? What were the challenges that you faced as you were trying to figure out what you actually do and how you do it?
Yeah, so we'll talk about raising money in a second, but the first 2 years were really hard. I had a magical plan. That plan went right out the window. I don't know if you know the Mike Tyson story, so I'll just give you a commercial break here for a second, which is, Mike Tyson used to be a great boxer, and he was undefeated. And Michael Spinks was also undefeated. And everybody said Michael Spinks was going to be the guy that was going to beat Mike Tyson. So it took months, huge media attention, everybody was following. And then finally, there was the Michael Spinks versus Mike Tyson fight. And 91 seconds later, Mike Tyson knocked out Michael Spinks. Out. First round, 91 seconds. So HBO, who used to run the boxing, goes up and says, Michael Spinks, what do you think? You had this great plan. Everybody talked about you were going to be the guy that defeats him. What happened? He's like, I don't know. Mike Tyson's pretty great. I don't know. That sucked. And then they go to Mike Tyson, and they say, Mike, everybody was talking about Michael Spinks, how this was going to be the guy to beat you. This was going to be the guy that understood what to do. He had an awesome plan. What do you think? And Mike Tyson says, everybody's got a plan until I punch him in the face. Everybody's got a plan until I punch them in the face. Which is, I had a great plan too. I knew how I was going to launch. I knew what Q1 was going to be like. I knew I was going to get case studies. I knew I was going to get press after that. And then the market crashed in the fall of 2008. We got punched so hard, it was terrible. We didn't have enough money to stay open. We just figured out how to bootstrap. I could tell you the fundraising story after that. But we had to really figure out product market fit. People still come up to me right now and they say, what would be good on Indiegogo? I like that I could get money, but I want coworkers. I want to get recruiting. Or I want people to vouch for my products. Or I want people to give reviews. Or I want people to do all this. You want to hear something crazy? Day one, Indiegogo, January 2008, I had every single one of those features already built. Every single one. See, because I was brilliant. I was so much smarter than everybody else. What everybody else didn't understand is they were going to come to my site for money, but then they were going to get caught into every single one of these features of all this incredible experience, my web of experience. But actually what I found out is people had no idea what was the CTA, what was the call to action. Very clear. I like to call it the octopus approach. People that do not know what they are doing and that have a lot of opinions will always use the octopus approach, which is an octopus, if you have a cellophane piece of plastic, right, cellophane wrapper, an octopus will have 8 equal tentacles, and it will try to break through that cellophane. But because it has equal distribution of weight across the cellophane will continue to move, and it will never break, right? But if you take a tiny little ant with a tiny little knife that just walks straight, it will break immediately. But what happens is we are too smart for ourselves, including me. So we ended up, after about a year, taking out every single feature, except for, guess what? The fund button. Exactly. And what do we do well now? Funding. And we had to learn that, though, for over like 2.5 years.
For a company that set out to make funding easy for entrepreneurs, was that easy for you to get funded? What was your financing story?
No, what really should have existed is Indiegogo for Indiegogo. So then we could have raised on Indiegogo. It's like a Christopher Nolan movie. It's quite meta. No, it sucked. So we bootstrapped our own money. We had enough money for just 3 quarters until Q3 2008. We were totally planning on raising in Q3 2008. I already had investors that wanted to invest before we launched in 2007 because they started hearing rumors about this idea. We passed on all the investors because I wanted to have better terms, better leverage. Yeah, that was a terrible plan because it didn't work. We got punched in the face. We somehow bootstrapped our own money through another 2.5 years. We used to not eat a lot. I used to be thinner. I could have used Star City as well because I couldn't afford housing. Danae lived with her mother. But to tell you the truth, we got rejected by 93 VCs in a row. 93. 93. And now we have John Doerr from Kleiner Perkins, Vinod Khosla from Khosla Ventures, Richard Branson, the Partovi brothers, Keith Raboy, Max Levchin, who created PayPal. Like, it's hard to find like a better, we have IVP, we have Inside Venture Partners, these are billion-dollar funds. You just got to believe. Either you are going to be the one person who will continue to move forward, no one will help you. The people that tell you have a good idea are your mother and your sister, and the people you tell you have a bad idea are all the haters who aren't able to do it themselves, and they're projecting. The only person you can listen to is yourself, and that's why as an early founder, that's why you get paid the big bucks, is to figure that out.
So it sounds like you were failing at fundraising until you were oversubscribed, to put
Well,
the words.
yeah, it's actually exactly what happened. Our seed round, we tried to raise $1 million. We were like just struggling to raise anything. And all of a sudden, you know, like everybody just kept on saying no, 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 no. And my co-founders and we just said, I told them, I was like, listen, we're not gonna get investor money. We can make money. Like we take a percentage of every dollar that comes in. We just need to become profitable. Like, we just need to run a business where you actually make more money than you spend. Fascinating, fascinating. So we were like, let's just do that, and then we can exist on our own. And Darwinism, right, survival is the best thing for creativity, so we came up with all these ideas, and we started making more money, and the growth numbers went up, and eventually, see, VCs are really good at having opinions. Like, I don't know if like that person's gonna like your market, or I don't know if that's a good color, or I don't know if that's a good button, but what you can't argue with is data. So our data was like this. You know what that is, up and to the right. And then VCs were like, that's good data, I'm gonna invest. And then people just pile on top of each other. So we were 5x oversubscribed. Once we started getting money, we changed the terms, and then it was off to the races.
In the beginning, you mentioned that the origin of the idea was to actually go and disrupt the financial services industry.
Yeah.
And it took 9 years for the company to become essentially a market leader in helping entrepreneurs fund the products. But now you are on the track of actually disrupting the 300-year-old industry that's heavily regulated. What was that journey, and what is your vision for actually turning product funding into equity crowdfunding, which I think is really the term here?
Yeah, I mean, access to capital, I think, is just a little bit beyond like water, food, shelter. Like being able to access capital in a democratic way is a very empowering, like, civilization thing. And it's such a global issue. It's not an American issue, which it totally is an American issue because our loan policies and regulations are totally busted, but that's besides the point. But it's completely global. So global that Keith Raboy is one of our investors, and you know, he was at Square and all kinds of different good companies, and you know, started one of the companies that was even mentioned here. He's a VC, one of our investors, and he came to speak at Indiegogo one time, and he said something very interesting. And he said, you know, Indiegogo is the fastest growing international company I've ever seen besides Twitter that hasn't yet internationalized. Meaning, without doing anything with languages or anything with currency, meaning only English and only dollars, meaning terrible, terrible experiences, we were already being used in 170 countries. What that means is people are walking on fire and eating glass to try to use our experience. We just meet the customer need, right? So the market for the world to get access to capital is massive. And we believe it's a never-ending story. And we're just continuing to layer more on top of the stack in terms of being able to democratize access to capital. And that means for the entrepreneurs, really, because we believe any one entrepreneur has the opportunity to completely change the world. So if you can create access to capital, you really stack the odds in the favor of the world because you get more people to try to change the world.
Pieces are slowly sort of falling. We got the Jobs Act passed. We got. I think it's becoming a very mainstream idea. VCs, some are getting scared because that feels like we're no longer needed in the future. You've been on sort of equity crowdfunding topic for a while. What are the early successes? What can you share about you achieved to date with that?
Yeah, so just to back up, in 1932 is the last time in America that you as a public person can invest in a company from your neighbors or from a random company. As of 1933, there's the market crash and the Securities Act in 1933 that a lot of banking and investment policy has been governed in the US for the last 90 years. And one of those rules is unless there's the SEC IPO, which originates in 1933, Facebook, you can't invest unless you're a rich person. That's kind of like saying you can't drive unless you're a rich person. But that actually is true for 90 years until we work with others to lobby Congress in 2012 and we change a law. It's called the Jobs Act. And we actually changed the law going back to 1933. But yet there's so much pushback because the king likes to stay king. So the random finance organizations pushed back for years. It was signed in 2012. It only goes live in 2016 in America that you're even allowed to now have this equity crowdfunding. What does that mean? Indiegogo perks, you give a donation, you buy a product, you don't have an equity investment, you don't get financial return. It's illegal until the Jobs Act was signed and until we went live this past year, like 6 months ago. And we're really now are literally an equity crowdfunding vehicle. People use the word invest in Indiegogo. Now anybody can invest in any company on Indiegogo and get financial return. There was just an Indiegogo campaign, I was so happy, like Blinkcam or whatever that was, that one with the eyes, that was an Indiegogo, amazing. And we have hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs, and now we already have 13 companies that have raised equity capital. And the incredible thing is we've had already billions of dollars of VC money that has followed our Indiegogo campaigns, and that's without equity. And now what's really fun is to see our children, our companies, being wooed by all these VCs that are coming off our platform. So I like to think of Airbnb as one of the biggest hotel companies without any rooms. Well, we're on the path to becoming the biggest bank and VC company without any money. It's true.
Very exciting. It's very exciting to see disruption of that scale actually taking place with Indiegogo and AngelList and companies sort of influencing that. What's next? What do you think will be the next big area for you where you and the company will focus?
Yeah, I mean, it's we were just kind of lucky that, I mean, it's not an accident, but it's still lucky that often people work on features. They work on things that don't have a long life, that they just hope somebody will buy their company because kind of the long term, it's not such a big opportunity. Indiegogo and the financial markets is the exact opposite. We just are lucky enough that we're in the beginning stages of a revolution in the entire financial markets that's going to be completely global. So there's constantly things that we can still test and innovate and get excited about. I still wake up excited. We're now working with some of the largest Fortune 500 companies in the world because they're trying to use our techniques of innovation and quick, rapid prototyping to lower costs and increase go-to-market strategies. So we literally have like GE or Motorola or Whirlpool or other companies like that. We're moving into equity crowdfunding, which I think is going to be a massive opportunity. It'll start slow. It'll slowly hit some major inflection points, and there'll be a very steep curve. We're expanding globally quite a bit. China is one of our largest, well, it's our largest market outside of the US. it's actually very exciting, and I think we're still early stages.
All right, well, thank you. I wanted to ask one last question. I'm personally very curious to hear you answer. What are your most favorite campaigns that you've seen on the platform to date? Which ones do you like?
I love them all. For anybody who's a parent, it's hard to pick your favorite child. But we had the first ever crowdfunded baby in the world. No, I'm serious. So there was a couple in Florida that wasn't able to afford in vitro fertilization, and they had less than 1% chance of having a baby. They were only in their 20s, but yet their physical issues, the probability was virtually zero. So all the insurance companies passed on them, and then all the hospitals passed on them. Not because good or bad, they just said the probability is too low, you're not worth spending effort or time or money. So she shared her story on Twitter. I got in touch with her. She ended up doing the story on Indiegogo to raise the money, and all she wanted to do was the chance to fail. And they ended up having a kid. So that's pretty cool.
Thank you, Slava. Thank you for the very insightful and entertaining conversation.
Thank you. And I'm just,
Thank you.
In case anybody cares, I'm always responsive, so I'm literally just Slava at Indiegogo. I have no cards. You don't need to ask me anything. You can just send me an email. I will respond, I guarantee it.
Woo. All right, we're going back. We switched the order, so our next session is with Hans Tang, who is a partner at GGV Capital, a venture capital fund with $4 billion under management. The fund that was created with the unique idea to have a single team operating for both markets, for the China market and the US market. And does anyone know, how many people know what Midas list is? Raise your hands. Okay, I'll just quickly explain. So do you all remember this Greek mythological king Midas, who would turn everything in gold whenever he touches this thing? And so Forbes magazine created a ranking of world's top venture capitalists, and every year it awards, it selects 100 investors who invested in sort of next unicorns. So Hans is one of those very, very few ones who was on the Midas list for 4 years in a row. Our moderator is Andy Tsao, Managing Director of Global Gateway at Silicon Valley Bank. This means that Andy assists innovative companies from the emerging markets to expand on the US market, and also he works with private equity clients and venture capitalists to help them work with those markets as well and with entrepreneurs. So with this, welcome Hans and Andy.
We on? Okay, good. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Anna. Again, my name is Andy Tsao. I'm a managing director with Silicon Valley Bank. And we're delighted to, the bank is delighted to be partnering with Silicon Valley Open Doors again this year, as we have for many years in the past, working with Anna and Stas and team. There's such a great gathering of so many entrepreneurs and investors from around the world, and that's really synergistic with our mission statement, which at its core is really to help innovative companies and their investors to succeed worldwide. So I was really excited when Anna suggested this talk today, an opportunity to sit down with Hans Tang of GGV. And Hans and I have had the opportunity to get to know each other a bit for the last couple years. When he moved back from China, we served on the board of the AMA for a time together, and of course, Granite Global Ventures and Silicon Valley Bank have had a long history, both here in the US and in China, where we both have significant operations. So what I'd like to do over the next 13, 14 minutes, I think we have, is to talk to Hans about his insights in investing both in China and here in the US, and how those markets are converging. Hans, I think Anna already mentioned his reputation through the Midas List, but he works with some amazing companies and has in the past, whether it's Xiaomi or Alibaba, or here companies like Airbnb and Slack. I mean, sort of a mashup of some of the most exciting companies from both those markets. So again, it's no wonder, Hans, you're on that the Midas List, number 19 this year. So do you pay attention to the Midas List stuff?
I remember when I first saw my career in the Valley in 2005, the Midas List only had all American VCs. There weren't any VC from Russia or from China or India. And fast forward to today, I think on that list, from Russia you have DST obviously, and then in China there were like over 10 VCs on it. So just seeing how the world has changed from 2005 to now in the last 12 years is absolutely amazing.
And we're talking about the current fund that you're investing out of, $1.2 billion, and you're investing in both sort of 50-50 US and China. So do you want to give a little bit more about what GGV is doing?
Sure. GGV started in 2000, and at that point in time, right, at the height of the first bubble, the idea was that there were a lot of companies getting funded in the Valley in Series A and B. There were quite a bit of pre-IPO funding, but there was a gap in sort of Series C stage. And over that period of time, the opportunity has shifted earlier. So there were more Series B deals to be done in markets both in the US and China. And most recently now, we have established our fund so we can invest in things as early as seed deals.
Right.
The goal is that we'll be sector focused, focusing on consumer internet, focusing on enterprise SaaS, focusing on frontier tech, which includes AI, machine learning, AR, VR, et cetera. So that will be 3 teams, sector focused, but look at the opportunity on a global basis. I think looking at what DST has done, and before that Tiger Global has done, you see how funds that are scaled for global opportunity around sector, around themes, ends up doing well or better over a period of time. Because you start seeing the same things happening across multiple geographies, try to understand what are the sociological factors that make those development possible, and end up backing teams that are good at making those vision to realization.
So let's talk more about that in terms of what you're doing in this, again, this notion of globalization and convergence between the US and China market. And you're particularly focused on global e-commerce. So tell us more about how these markets are converging, how companies that really want to be global companies need to think about both markets today.
Right. I think I'm glad we did this right after the previous Fireside chat. I think what Slava said makes a lot of sense, which is that if you're the first person to come on the idea, usually it's very early on. So he saw a marketplace for videos on YouTube. Can you apply the idea into another category? That's actually the most successful approach to take something, because it's just for the risk of innovation already. But the hard part is getting the execution. And I think he had the idea in 2008. He didn't raise his Series B $40 million round until 2014, 6 years later. So the way we look at it is that how can we shorten that time from 6 years to maybe 3 years by sharing the ideas and experiences that we have seen elsewhere to help the entrepreneur to scale sooner, faster. And I pick e-commerce for the reason that marketplace of all ideas been created in the internet space in the first bubble. Marketplace was the most cost efficient, capital efficient, and the fastest way to scale of all the business model we saw. Not advertising, but marketplace. And in China, we're lucky to be an investor in Alibaba since 2003. And over that period of time, you see how a lot of smart money went to China in 2004, 2005, and thought e-commerce was too early for China, Because back in 2004, 2005, there was no credit card. If there's no credit card, how can you build a PayPal business? If there's no DSL, there's no USPS, there's no FedEx, how can you build transportation logistics to ship the goods? So all the criteria that make e-commerce interesting in the US back in 2005, none of that existed in China. Yet Jack Ma and his team was able to come out with the ability to build a marketplace on something that was completely lacking. And that lesson that we learned, how he did that, why he did that, what are the sociological factors he took advantage of to build that ecosystem, made us realize that e-commerce is here to stay. Fast forward today, e-commerce in China market is bigger than the US. Singles Day last year, about $18 billion US were transacted in one day, and that was only on Alibaba platform. That's more than 3x of Cyber Monday and Black Friday combined online in the US. And when you see that kind of numbers happen in a 10-year period, when 10 years ago nobody thought e-commerce possible in China, you realize that this is beyond just China, that e-commerce can go global and you can build businesses online once there's enough broadband penetration that offline retail just can't match. So you have the idea and realize it's possible, then of course you'll have the guts to invest in someone like a Wish and help them to grow and become sort of Taobao on mobile for the rest of the world. So I think the most important job for the CEO and the founder is figuring out what direction and what force, what trend he or she wants to bet on. And like Slava, have the tenacity, even hearing no from 93, 97 VCs, to still continue to do that. And that's much harder than finding the idea. But with that idea, without that right direction, you won't have a business at all.
And that market will only continue to grow based on the penetration rates and the growth of the middle class. Maybe switching gears a little bit to travel, and a company you're working with, Airbnb, in terms of their market entry strategy in China. They think that the future of travel is in China.
Right. You look at, as you know, from looking at numbers of Chinese travelers, it's 150 million people spending over $1,000 per person per trip every year. So you're looking at a massive number that's growing about 30, 40% year on year. And when you talk to the Airbnb team, the three co-founders understand what China could be for them. And right now, I think China is the fastest growing market for Airbnb worldwide. And the growth initially came from outbound travel, Chinese travelers traveling overseas, the number I just cited earlier. But what's growing even faster than that is domestic travel. So while Airbnb has found that the formula that worked for them in Europe, where people first try international travel, liked it, went back to the home country and become a host in the local country. So starting as a visitor and become a host thereafter, the same dynamics played out in China. I think what was the insight there is that you see that millennials, this generation, and Generation Z, these two generations have, the users worldwide have more in common with each other. There's more in common between a 22-year-old living in Beijing and a 22-year-old living in Austin, Texas, than actually with their parents. And that's something that's not obvious before, but through Airbnb experience, we saw it's extremely clear that the millennials and Gen Z share more values that are common with each other across geographies, and therefore you can build a global business much quicker than before.
Yeah, that's interesting. This notion of millennials, because having grown up in a Chinese American family, I think the notion of using an Airbnb, renting out a room in your house would be culturally a little bit different for.
Yes, and a lot of people in China also thought that the way to build a travel business in China, you have to do managed services, like a home inn and so forth. But the Airbnb idea was not something that was obvious to people who were older. And but just tracking the user behavior, you see that the younger user have a different attitude toward privacy, different attitude towards sharing in a way that which wasn't possible before.
And I know you're working with a recent investment is Peloton, very cool cycling business, and also that you're doing quite a number of deals in New York now. So, Peloton, I get what the strategy is going to be, help them also with the China market. What brings you to New York so often?
I think another insight that we thought was interesting is that I think David from Mavron mentioned earlier on the 2 panels ago, which is Uber started out with a high-end market, and then they have UberX 4 or 5 years later. Again, the idea we had was that can you shorten that time period so you don't have a mass market offering much later, but you have earlier in the company development stage. because the sooner you have a mass market offering, the chance of you becoming a global company and scale faster is much, much higher. Our experience with Didi in China is that Didi started off with just the taxi sharing business, not the high-end black car business. Because in China, the price difference between a black car service and a taxi is much, much, much bigger, 10x difference than versus here, which is about a 50% difference. So if you go after the market that has the most number of users, the chance of you scaling a business, raising more money to eventually have a big enough base to offer the value-add services is actually much higher. And that model, mass market first, then move up, actually works better for emerging market, where the gap between rich and poor is much, much bigger.
Sure.
And the base of the pyramid is much, much wider as well. So different country will need a different strategy. For Peloton, what we decided to invest recently, because they have an amazing high-end business for sure. But when you look at their app business, that you can use app, take the online course with the star instructors on any bike, to us, that's much more exciting longer term. And then the spinning phenomenon, where right now it's very America-focused, the idea of taking lessons online with 1,000 people looking at star instructors who have that star power, it is appealing on a global basis. So we think that eventually Peloton can build a much bigger business than people give them credit for. And that instead of going to a gym, you spend $100, it's split between two people, a couple in the house, maybe an older child. It's easily affordable for enough people to make a difference.
All right, well, we have a lot of ground to cover and not much time here, so I'll ask you just very briefly, Hans, just in terms of what's happening in the China venture market right now. You know, it's a very hyper-competitive market. You really read about a lot of capital being invested. Deal count seems to be reducing a little bit. What's your sense of the China VC market today?
I think in the Valley, where I did my undergrad at Stanford, where everything, for the most part, works and works well. And maybe the bar could be better, maybe the Caltrain could be better. For the most part, things work well. So that you take a lot of things for granted, especially in infrastructure. The lesson I learned from China is that the Communist Party did an extremely good job of laying down infrastructure for broadband. When I went to China in 2005, broadband penetration was probably about 75 million internet users on broadband. Fast forward to 12 years later, you have 700 million internet users on broadband. You have 600 to 700 million users on smartphone, 3G and almost 4G. And so when you have that kind of base with enough GDP per capita and that kind of penetration, then it's much easier to build an internet business on top of that. And you can scale that much faster than any offline business possible. So the lesson from there is that how can you replicate our model elsewhere? And I think China, with the One Belt, One Road policy, putting potentially $5 trillion to extend high-speed rail from China to all the way to Southeast Asia and westward through Central Asia to Europe. The first freight service from Beijing to London started a few weeks ago, and takes 18 days to go from Beijing to London. And the goal over the next 10-year period is shorten that to 2 days. So when you can see that kind of infrastructure program happen on a much bigger scale than has been in the last 12 years in China, the impact it will have to connect a lot of landlocked countries to unleash sort of lower cost labor in those countries to make that part of the whole internet going global kind of a trend. I think the opportunity to invest in Chinese companies or American companies who want to go global is actually much, much, much bigger. So it's a round way of answering your questions that people may see the macro numbers of China economy slowing down. But what they don't see is that underneath that, the internet economy, look at Alibaba and Tencent as a good example, as bellwether stock in that space, both are growing over 30, 40% a year. And so that is growing much faster than the offline economy. And the offline economy picks up from One Belt, One Road campaign, then the infrastructure prime pumping that China has been very good at leverage could extend beyond China, then you will see a lot more growth ahead for that region. And I think American companies or companies from Eastern Europe, I think, are well positioned to take advantage of those kind of growth in user base in a way that we have never seen before. And so if I've seen a revolution over the last 10 years being very interesting in China, I think over the next 10 years, whether we realize or not, I think going global, cross-border, could be the biggest trend there is for the next 10 years. It's like if you're in doing trades in the Mediterranean in the 14th century, that is the world. who cares about that Atlantic Ocean thing? That's kind of dangerous, and you don't know what's going to happen on that ocean. But for the next 500 years, that should become a much bigger market and no longer just a bridge. So it's very interesting to be, I think for all of us, are very fortunate to be born where we are and have the opportunity to see how these inflection points happen much more rapidly, one after the other, than ever before.
And hence why you see Xi Jinping being out there, being the world promoter of globalism today, and kind of ironic the U.S. is going in another direction, but we won't get into the politics.
That's for another day.
Our very last question, I know we're running out of time here, just some practical advice for the entrepreneurs in the room. Obviously, taking money from smart investors in China would be one way of thinking of entering into China. Is there other advice that you would give?
I think what Slava said earlier, it makes perfect sense. If you feel you have the right direction and you have that conviction and you have the luxury to be able to stay committed to it, and you talk to enough investors who understand what you're trying to do, you're going to find people who are willing to back you. Of course, having the beautiful numbers that goes this way always helps, and that makes the conversation much easier. But I think the lesson we learned, I learned from the 14 unicorns I've been lucky to be associated with, is that if you can find a way, to capitally efficient way to grow your business, where the word of mouth becomes much more powerful to grow your business without spending hard cash just to grab users. If the retention rate can be done in a way that's attractive, and you see through the ants plowing ahead instead of octopus with 8 tentacles, find that single point and focus on it, and find that the right unit economics. The smart VC are willing to bet on you early.
In finding good local partners, I think, is such as
for China, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, please join me in thanking Hans for his insights today.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Andy. Okay. Thank you. Okay, our next chart is with the general partner of Foundation Capital, which has over $3 billion under management, Paul Holland. Paul Holland is a former head of worldwide sales for a number of highly successful startup companies. And with the companies he was working, companies generated over 13 billion in market capitalization. He was successful and happy to work with successful software CEOs such as Mark Gainey, the CEO of Strava, who is speaking in the afternoon. Now Paul lives with his wife and daughter in Tach Mach Lach, whatever it means. Aggressively green house in Portola Valley. We all want to visit it. But before we visit it, Paul is going to tell us about it with Vera Shokina moderating. Vera is a dear friend and supporter, and actually a chair at some point of a SVOD conference. So it's my great pleasure to welcome her on stage. She's a managing director with Silicon Valley Bank's Global Gateway Group, and she assists international venture capital funds and innovative companies in the emerging markets, bringing their businesses to the US to expand and grow. Vera spent 5 years as VP of Silicon Valley Bank, and in between that, she was the CFO and CEO of Runa Capital, a 200 million venture capital fund in Russia. Welcome, Vera. Welcome, Paul.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here and moderate this exciting conversation about green tech. Paul Holland with Foundation Capital, I think one of the most qualified and most interesting speakers on the subject. He has personally led investments in the green tech with his wife, Linda, and also he ran the clean tech practice for foundation capital for many years. So, Paul, I suggest we open up if you can tell a little bit more about the fund, Foundation Capital, how it makes investments at what stages. We have a lot of VC funds in the audience, a lot of entrepreneurs, and also your personal story with the fund and before the fund. And then we'll move to the video.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Thanks, Farah. Thank you all for inviting me to speak. So my name is Paul Holland. I'm a general partner at Foundation Capital. I've been there for the last 15 years. Prior to Foundation, I helped to get two companies started and kind of off the ground. The first was a company called Pure Software, which was in the development tool space, and I did that with a bunch of friends, including Reed Hastings and Neil Hunt and others. That group then went on to terrific success at Netflix, of course, which is one of Foundation Capital's investments done through my partner, Mike Hsu. I then went to Kana Communications, where I worked with Mark Gainey. I ran worldwide sales there. And Mark, of course, and Michael Horvath and others have gone on to start Strava, which is a terrific company you're going to hear about later today. So Foundation is now a 21-year-old firm. We were founded, interestingly, co-founded by a woman, which is unusual today. It was really unusual in 1995. Catherine Gould, our partner, and then along with Bill Elmore and Jim Anderson, founded Foundation Capital. Sadly, Catherine passed away after a long battle with cancer last year. Foundation is really a group of ex-entrepreneurs. I'm somewhat typical there in the sense that I helped two startup companies go public, and we see ourselves as kind of river guides for younger entrepreneurs to help them on their journey, hopefully to entrepreneurial success. Foundation has 8 different funds. We're operating out of a $325 million early stage fund. About 70% of the time we lead the Series A investments. But we've had some pretty good success in Bs and Cs, companies like Netflix and Net Zero, Mobile Iron, Chegg, and others. That's kind of the background on what we're doing at Foundation. On the clean tech side, we were very early in clean tech. In fact, we were so early that it was sort of before the clean tech label. We began our first investments there in 2002. We used to call that sector next generation industrial. And then after a while, we just sort of surrendered to clean tech because that became kind of the label. We followed that entire group through the hype cycle. So we were in it early. We got to kind of ride it up. We were very fortunate. We did about 14 investments in the sector. 4 of those companies have gone public. Another 4 have gotten acquired, and another 5 plus or minus didn't work out as well as we would have liked. The IPOs in that sector for us include companies like Enernoc, which is a company I was lucky enough to discover when I was doing a teaching gig at the Dartmouth School of Entrepreneurship, and then my partner Adam Grosser ended up leading the investment there. Silver Spring Networks, where my partner Warren Weiss is still on the board. Sunrun, my partner Steve Vasala's first investment in a solar PPA, and then Azure Power, a company that we invested in out of India that's also a solar PPA model, but on commercial and industrial. So we've kind of done the whole kind of round trip. We're not quite as active in clean tech anymore, as I mentioned to the sponsors of this conference, but I'm happy to answer questions about it. And I think the part that was attractive to them is that while I was doing all this stuff and running the clean tech practice at Foundation, my wife and I have a long-running interest in environmental activities, and we discovered the LEED standard, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. And we discovered it was a point system, and we're both very competitive Type A people, so we said we wanted to kind of have the highest LEED point house in the country. And that ended up with what the name Tamala. Tamala is T-A-H-M-A-H-L-A-H. It means mountain lion in the local Ohlone dialect, and we live out in Portola Valley, where very occasionally we have mountain lions kind of walking down the middle of the street. So that's the quick background.
This house that Paul and Linda built is considered the greenest house in America. So Paul suggested, I think it's a wonderful idea if we watch a short video of the house when it was rented to one of the wineries for the event. Yep. And we can have a feel and look for the house and then talk about the new innovative technologies that were used in this in the house and take it from there. Can we please have a video?
so many beautiful representations of wine. Being speechless is not something that comes into my universe very frequently, but there's something very special about Krug. It does the talking for you.
Everyone remembers the first time they had Krug. This is something you don't forget. People talk about the experience, the memories. They tell you who introduced them to Krug. I am probably the exception because as a family tradition, I had Krug on my lips the day I was born.
Might seem elitist, but regardless of experience, the most seasoned wine lovers to neophytes, when they taste something delicious, it's unmistakable.
So that's a great video, and hopefully you focus not so much on the wine aspect, which is, I think, great, but on the elements of the house. So my question to Paul is, like, what inspired you to build this house? Why and how you did it? So, can I, take us through this personal story, I think, of yours?
Yeah. So now that we're hungry and thirsty, so I didn't get to attend that party. This is that happened when we took our kids out of school and we did a big trip. Actually, it just occurred to me that actually the trip will be probably more interesting to you than I would have thought. We spent a summer on the road, basically, but we spent a month of that in Russia. So we took a train from Beijing to St. Petersburg. So it's a very, very long trip. We spent 2 weeks in Siberia, so we went to Lake Baikal, Chervakusky Bay, a whole bunch of other places that I think probably many of you haven't been.
And you still took the invitation to talk to this.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was nearly 40 degrees C as we were going across Siberia, so it was an interesting experience nonetheless, but just an absolutely beautiful country. So the motivation behind the house, as I said, my wife and I, we both had a strong interest in environmentalism and really had kind of followed that through over a period of years, working with people like Greenpeace and World Wildlife Fund and people like that. As we became more familiar with the elements around climate change and some of the things that were happening from human sources of carbon, we were just trying to figure out ways that we could kind of be a part of the, sort of the comeback from that perspective. And as we got exposed to the LEED standard, and we were about to design our home, it all just sort of came together around that. So my wife really drove the process, Linda Yates, and there were several themes associated with the house. One was environmentally regenerative. So I'd been at a TED conference, and one of the top green architects in the world was there, and he was talking about environmentally regenerative architecture. He was showing Oberlin College and dorms that create more energy than they use, and they reuse all the waste and so forth. So we found that really motivational, and we said that we wanted to do something like that. So the house has a number of major elements to it. One, it has 8 startups in the house. Silver Spring Networks is in the house, Sunrun's in the house, Control4's in the house. Those are our companies. CalStar Products, a number of others that are there. Ziccato lighting, LED lighting. It's just down the street from here. It's beautiful lights. So we were trying to kind of stimulate the green supply chain at some level while we were building it. But there are some unique elements. One of the reasons why I wanted to use the Krug video, which, by the way, I didn't know about this video until 2 years after we came back from our trip. We'd rented the house to the Krug people while we were gone, and we'd seen little like iPhone videos people were sending to us while we were traveling, like, wow, that looks like a great party, sorry to miss it. And then somebody said, oh, this is amazing, professionally produced video. So that was fun for us to be able to have that. And so we had a major overarching theme that we were looking for, is that we wanted to debunk the theory that green building was ugly or was purely utilitarian. So as you saw here, and I think with the Krug video, people did a great job, is capturing the beauty of what we tried to achieve. So there are a number of elements to the house. It has only 4 materials: wood, metal, glass, and stone. So there are no oil-based products associated with the house at all. There's no plastic, there's no PVC, there's no natural gas, there's nothing associated with it. The house is 100% passively powered. So we have 27 kilowatts of solar. We're one of Sunrun's, which is one of our companies, one of their largest customers. We also have ground source heat exchange, which supplies a lot of the power from a passive basis. We use the grid as backup. Our notion was to use the house to power the cars and to try to get our family out of the oil-based economy, sort of one of the symbolic gestures that we were trying to make. The house has no paints, no stains, no varnishes. So if you notice the wood is all unadorned. We've all grown up with this notion that wood needs to be, quote unquote, protected with all these lacquers and seals, most of which are, or nearly all of which are oil-based. And that's just not true. If you look at a barn in the West, in Utah, the paint's long since worn off on the barn, but the barn's still standing and the wood's really beautiful. Our notion over time, the biggest thing you can do in green building is durability. And so our notion is that we hope that 100 years from now, that house, someone can walk in and it'll be just as livable as it is today. Other themes that we were focused on, things like global sensibility. So there are a number of things that are related to our sort of international interests. We've been lucky, we've been to 63 countries together. And then other pieces of it that we were trying to do, multi-generational, sort of a detail that you wouldn't notice until it's brought up, but the house is entirely flat. The entire property, the entire building platform is flat. So the notion is that you can age in place. You don't have to kind of go anywhere. If you need a wheelchair or a walker, you can kind of make your way around the property, in and out of the rooms and things like that. Lots of other energy-related features, very highly energy-efficient windows, all natural insulative materials, wool-based insulative materials, a stainless steel roof, which is really important for a bunch of reasons for us, and other elements that, if they're interesting, we can talk about. But the notion was, we really wanted to try to get people out of the mindset that said if you're going to build a luxury house, you have to go down and knock down a forest full of ipe or teak or other things. We've seen what happens in these third world communities when copper mines are put in, or when people like poach ipe wood or teak wood. And so there's this weird mentality that happens to people when they make a little bit of money. They kind of think, well, I can just, I deserve this, so I'm going to order this, mahogany. I'm going to order these other things that are actually kind of really damaging when you actually go visit those places. So we tried to unwind some of that sensibility if we could, and at the same time make a house that was really, really functional and really fun.
Thank you. If you compare, what was the year when you built the house? And how long did it take you?
So yeah, it took us a long time. We designed the house from 2006 to 2009, and we built it from 2009 to 2012.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the technologies that you used in your house, right, how they're doing today? So you mentioned you use several of foundation startups and some other right, technology companies. If I want to go and build something sure, similar on smaller scale, yeah, can I use those technologies? What worked and what didn't work over the last decade?
Yeah, that's a very insightful question, and anybody who's built even a remodel of a house can talk for hours about like what works and what doesn't. The greatest chances we took were not so much in the materials, but were in the systems. And so solar's worked really well. Like Sunrun's been great. Control4 is really good for networking the house, lighting, audio-visual, things like that. The weird things that didn't work as well, we tried a very aggressive irrigation system. And the irrigation system allows us to reuse. So we got the first black water recycling permit in San Mateo County, which is pretty esoteric, but it's also really hard to get because they're very concerned about sanitation. So we recycle all of the household water, so gray water, white water, black water.
And you still do right now, so you're maintaining
Right now we
lifestyle.
still do. Right now we still do. So it goes through two forms of filtration. It goes through a septic tank, and then the output of the septic tank goes through another form of natural filtration. At the end of that, in theory, end up with potable water. We'll never test that because it's all underground. And then it's fed through a system into the meadow down at the bottom of the property. And so it provides, every shower, every dishwasher cycle, every time we use the sink is part of what's kind of feeding the lawn.
Mm-hmm.
Water is a huge part. So we focused on water, waste, energy, materials, and habitat. So we took all the fences down on the property. By the way, this property was, my wife grew up on this property. She moved onto that piece of land in 1967 when she was 4. There was a very old house on it that we dismantled and recycled. So when we look at water obviously is this huge deal in California. It's a great year this year, but many years it hasn't. So we have a 50,000 gallon cistern that's underground at the bottom of the property. When I was doing work in clean tech, I spoke to the guy running water for the state of California, and he said people have no idea what's coming. We're going to turn into essentially Santorini or Bermuda. Like, we're going to need catchments, right? Because we're going to lose our free water storage, which is the Sierra snowpack. By 2050, 2060, that'll be essentially gone. There will be no ski industry in California in the way that we think of it now as we get to rising rain levels. Perhaps at Kirkwood, perhaps at Mammoth, but none of the other places, it'll be rain. And when we lose that free storage, then we have to figure out a way to handle what is now going to be a population by then that'll be almost twice what it is today here. And the way that's going to happen is that all the commercial buildings and eventually all the homes will have catchments, they'll have cisterns, they'll have ways to be able to store water as if we're on an island, effectively, because we don't, it's so far away, it's going to be outside of many of our lifespans, but when it happens, it's going to be very impactful for the people that are alive then.
Mm-hmm. So who are addressing those questions? Obviously the government should play a big role. Can any of those problems with the water, for example, in this case, be addressed through innovation technology, through VC funding, through entrepreneurship?
Well, a number of companies, of course, have addressed water and addressed many of these other types of things. Mm-hmm. The challenge with the clean tech investing, and for any of you who are doing a clean tech related project right now, you know this firsthand, is that we've gone through the full hype cycle, right? We were investing very early as things were going up. We slowed down as they got really, really frothy, and then we've kind of not done very much since then. And as the hype cycle crashed, the valuations associated with many of these companies collapsed. Companies that were forecast to be at 7 or 8 times revenue are more like 2 times revenue, which are typical industrial companies. And so it makes it a lot harder to earn a VC-style return in these different areas, and that's obviously before the change in administration, which has this very aggressive approach to renewables, which is that somehow renewable energy is bad and carbon energy is good. So we'll suffer through that for a while, but it's become a lot harder than it was for a period of time, and that's just what happens in all forms of investing, but particularly ones that are subject to kind of trends.
But do you think there'll be another wave? Maybe the timing is not right now, but the need is there, the solution needs to be found. Do you think there would be another wave of VC investing in this sector, or it'll be pretty much up to the government to finance those things?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think it's going to be tough for a while as far as the sector, because all the subsectors have sort of been beaten up. The smart grid sector's been beaten up, solar's been beaten up, and so forth. So I think that represents an opportunity for long-term thinkers around this type of thing. I mentioned Azure Power in India, which is doing really well. They're the top solar provider for commercial industrial renewable power in India. And for anybody who's been to India, you recognize it's sort of an unlimited market, the notion of providing clean energy in a place that really, really has a tough time with coal and other sources. So, so we still think that there are many good businesses to be had, but the kind of fast money that was associated with clean tech is definitely gone for quite a while.
Which is a little bit counterintuitive, because I think we as consumers, we use Toyota Prius, we put the energy management system in our houses. So I clearly see on the daily lives that we actually continue to adopt various ways to have a more greener lifestyle. Meanwhile, the investments are not working. Maybe it's more like not clean tech, but other sectors that maybe it's not clean tech, it's hardware, robotics now that uses the elements, or maybe it's agriculture. So did you see some elements of what we call clean tech being incorporated in other technology areas and maybe growing in combination with other technologies?
Yeah, certainly. I think we see things that are somewhat related in drone and in kind of resource management and things like that.
But it's more software than.
Yeah, and then those are just kind of more traditional opportunities that we tend to see. I think that one of the reasons the clean tech boom occurred, one was that the whole public consciousness was risen by Al Gore's work and others, and then the other was this notion. I remember being at a very small talk where Peter Thiel was talking about $200 a barrel oil, which for anybody who's been around the oil business for a long time, that's a challenging idea because oil rises in price, and then the usage drops, and then the oil drops in price. Yeah. And so I think that we were in a time period where people were thinking, hey, the other forms of energy are going to be so expensive that we can kind of come in under that. Now, the thing that we've gotten out of all this, which is terrific, is that if you look at solar is about a third of the cost of it was maybe probably 12 or 15 years ago, at least the cost of the panels. Right. So we've gotten to scale. Like, for example, with Sunrun, one of our companies, when my partner Steve Vasala funded the company, they had about 50 rooftops. And I think they're on the way to, I don't know the exact number, but 200,000 or more rooftops. So that's been great. That's venture style returns. That's catching something really early, having it explode underneath you. And we will see that over time continue to grow. But just, people have to kind of just be a little bit more careful about. It's just not, you just can't kind of throw money at the sector now. It's much more targeted.
Yeah. What do you see globally? You mentioned India and a little bit touch upon the current administration, maybe not addressing those issues urgently. But China, for example, clean tech is one of their top 3 initiatives and definitely a priority.
Yes.
So do you expect, maybe global fundings get the cost down for technology, and then there would be some interesting developments just coming from overseas?
Well, I think one of the things that will drive overseas, again, for any of you who've been to China, is that the urban pollution problem is so acute that I think we're getting to a place where people are looking at it and saying, okay, I'm willing to actually really kind of do something about this. I think for a long, long period of time there was this sort of non-trust-based element of like, okay, that guy's not going to stop using his two-stroke engine or fire up his kiln or whatever, so I'm not going to do that. And I think over time the Chinese are really doing a better and better job of kind of getting a grip of this, and the need is really quite urgent. It's truly affecting the health of people kind of on a daily basis.
So they have actual large need.
They have sort of an urge. They have an urgent and important kind of need, and I think they're in a position right now to really take over leadership in this space. In part because the U.S. is aggressively abandoning the leadership that it had earned over a period of decades.
Interesting. And just again coming back to the investments, which sectors in clean tech or energy or which do you think are the most promising in terms of maybe low cost barriers getting to profitability and to this hockey stick that everybody is looking? Are there any areas where you're possibly considering the investments, or you see other funds making investments which would go on the venture capital model?
Well, I mean, I'm aware of people that are spending more time on things like urban farming initiatives and vertical farming and things like that. I'm aware of people, and we've looked at some of the drone-related markets, some of the other things that are there. Fairly tangential from that perspective. I think there are always going to be people that are working on more efficient photovoltaics and other different aspects of what's going to happen. And I just think that like any sector that goes out of favor, the entrepreneur just has to work harder. The good news about that is they don't have 25 competitors like they would have 10 years ago in some of these things, because there was just an avalanche of funding that poured in.
Well, great. I think we're running out of time. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed getting prepared. I really encourage you guys to actually having a look at Paul's house. It was an inspiration for me. I felt like I literally don't do personally enough to promote the green life styles. It's an amazing house, and it's very inspirational, and I think the right thing to do.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Vera.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you, Paul. Okay, one of the most exciting developments in recent time is the rise of corporate ventures. Every day, new venture arm is created, and if a few years ago there were just a handful of them, now we have about 500 funds created, over 500 funds created globally. And though we know somewhat about the classic venture capital, corporate venture capital still stays as a mystery. And today we will try to unveil this mystery. We have partners from great big corporate funds to talk about it, but before that, we have a keynote by Stanford professor from Graduate School of Business, Ilya Strebolov. Ilya is an expert in venture capital, angel investing, and corporate and classic venture capital. His recent paper on how VCs make decisions has become one of the most popular academic papers in the whole field of social science in the country. And so if you want to learn more about it and learn the secrets of venture capital, please read his articles. Ilya, thank you.
Hello, everybody. So I would like to share some results of my recent research in venture capital here today. About 18 months ago, my colleagues and I, my colleagues at Harvard, Chicago, and University of British Columbia, started a major initiative at trying to understand how venture capitalists make better decisions. We started what turned out to be the largest ever survey of venture capital decision making in the world. We had a very large survey, and I know that some of you took the survey, so thank you. We had more than 1,000 responses from institutional venture capital firms from about 700 VC funds around the world. And we have quite a lot of amazing stuff. So if you're interested in what we've learned about decision making, go and find the paper. I will just share with you one result. Everybody talks about unicorn values, and so we asked venture capitalists what they think about the valuation of unicorns, whether unicorns are overvalued, fairly valued, or undervalued. It turned out that 90% of our respondents, of professional venture capitalists, think that unicorns are either significantly overvalued or overvalued. Okay? Then we asked of venture capitalists who actually do invest in unicorns. Maybe they think that unicorns are fairly valued. It turns out that 93% of venture capitalists who invest in unicorns also think that unicorns are very substantially overvalued. It led me to another line of research trying to understand what is the fair valuation of unicorns. And for those of you who know about finance, the world of financial derivatives basically works because of the existence of the fancy models that are trying to value the financial contract based on the value of the underlying asset. What my team and I did is basically backed out this process, and we succeeded in valuing every single unicorn in the United States. And this is what we found. We found that almost all unicorns are very substantially overvalued, and some unicorns are overvalued more than others. For example, we have Uber that is overvalued just by 15% relative to the so-called post-money valuation, but SpaceX is overvalued by almost close to 75%. So if you're interested in unicorn valuation or in valuation of your companies as well, because our method that we developed, our model that we developed applies to all the venture capital-backed companies, then go and check the paper. We found that half of unicorns lose their unicorn status as the result of fair valuation. If you're an employee of a unicorn or a VC-backed company, that potentially affects you more than anybody else. So if you're either an employee or you would like to work for one of the unicorns or for one of the VC-backed companies, then Google my last name, unicorn valuation, SSRN, stands for Social Science Research Network, and the very first link takes you to this paper. Okay. But this led us also in another direction. When I teach my venture capital class to Stanford MBA students, I'm doing a lot of quizzes for them, and this is one of the quiz. What is behind 7 Ventures? And nobody knows. So they make all these sort of interesting guesses. In fact, 7 Ventures is a corporate venture capital unit of a supermarket chain, 7-Eleven. And the big question is, why on earth a supermarket chain will have a corporate venture capital unit? In fact, there's an amazing rise of corporate venture capital groups. This just shows the new groups every year, and 7-Eleven is one of these that started just a couple of years ago. But in fact, globally, there is 965 groups at the beginning of 2017 that we counted. That's amazing, which is 965 corporations have their active CVC units. And the total investment now is almost a third of traditional venture capital. So this shows the total amount, thanks to CBA Insights, and shows that the, in fact, total number of deals that corporate venture capital invests at about 1,300 to 1,500 a year, in fact, is a very large fraction of the total VC deals. But we don't know much about venture capitalists, and therefore, I think the panel that will follow my brief talk is very useful, because if you're raising money these days, if you're an entrepreneur, it's very likely you will see corporate venture capitalists. And therefore, it makes sense to learn more about what they do. So with the same colleagues, we started another major initiative. We're now trying to understand better how corporate venture capitalists make decisions. And this is some preliminary results from that research. We asked also a lot of questions. I will have time to share only some results, some highlights with you. We received responses from more than 400 venture capital units, which is almost half of all the globally active CVC units. We have the wide cross-section of industries as well. Well, let me show you the same results. Maybe corporate venture capitalists think something differently. Actually, they don't. So CVCs think almost exactly the same, that unicorns are always overvalued. But in fact, along many other dimensions, CVCs are very different from institutional VCs, okay? Here are some examples. What is the main objective of companies' venture capital investments? It turns out to be that CVCs are very different. Some believe in financial returns, which make them closer to institutional venture capitalists. But in fact, most believe that either their unit exists to support existing businesses of the company, or in other words, basically defend the existing business of the company from newcomers, from disruption, or develop new businesses. Maybe because of the disruption, the company will need to move to another line of businesses. And as you see, the main objectives vary quite a lot. So if you deal with the CVC, it makes sense for you to understand what their objective is. That would be my first piece of advice. Second is how they, in fact, make decisions. It turned out to be there are two major ways CVC units make decisions. One, they can be on the balance sheet, and that really means that they're a part of the corporate headquarters where CFO units, the finance unit, really will be responsible for them making decisions, will be contributing to them making decisions in a very large fraction. They don't have devoted funding. Another option, which about a third of CVC have at this point, is off-balance sheet. Off-balance sheet means that is dedicated stream of money that is taken aside, and corporate venture capitalists deal and can make decisions independently of the company, at least partially. It's not here, but our preliminary results suggest that off-balance sheet units are more effective, both in achieving their financial and their strategic objectives. But they are right now in minority. Again, if you deal with CVCs, learning about which ones of them are on the balance sheet versus off the balance sheet is important, because it will turn out to be they will make decisions. They will approach decisions and your companies in a different way. Now, institutional VCs report really to their limited partners at the end of the day. It turns out to be, and that was one of the big surprises of our survey, of our research, is that CVC units report to a lot of different people within their organizations. CEO, CFO, by the way, not the best from the point of financial strategic outcomes, head of corporate developments, head of strategy, chief technology officer, and so on and so forth. That's really interesting to see the cross-section of how CVCs are organized. In fact, maybe one of the bottom line results of our two projects on institutional and corporate venture capitalists is that institutional venture capitalists are much more homogeneous than we used to think along many dimensions. And CVC units are much more heterogeneous than we, at least I used to think. Now, how do they make decisions? One of the bigger points about how they make decisions is what is important, jockey or the horse, management or the product or market. And here there is we see one of the largest, sharpest differences between institutional and corporate venture capitalists. If you look at institutional venture capitalists, the green here, you'll see that they care more about the management. So I'm sure you've all heard that we'd rather invest in a great team and a good product rather than a good team and a great product. But this is from the lips of the institutional venture capitalists. Corporate venture capitalists think, in fact, somewhat differently. As you see, team is less important for them than the market. So market, I mean also the product here. Market, the product, the business model. So in fact, it's more important, but even more important is the fit. So the fit, because many of them have to justify their decision-making to their corporate units, to the headquarters, and also because they're strategic rather than just financial objectives. Fit is much more important than either the team or the market. But the market is also second most important. So this is one of the sharpest differences between institutional and corporate venture capitalists. Another difference is how active they interact with their portfolio companies. One of the results of our survey on institutional venture capitalists is that VCs interact a lot with portfolio companies. And if you raise VC money, you should know this. In fact, on average, VCs will interact several times a month. Corporate venture capitalists are much more laid back, or maybe they just have other problems to deal with. And overall, about a quarter of them interact once a month or less, and only 10% will interact multiple times a week. So basically, majority of them are different in terms of interaction and therefore monitoring of their portfolio companies. They're also doing different activities when they're involved in their portfolio companies. So institutional VCs provide operational, strategic guidance. They connect investors and customers. They hire employees and board members. And as you see, while the corporate venture capitalists, blue on this diagram, are doing kind of the same activities, the ratio or the relative importance is really, really different. So they are more important in connecting investors and connecting customers. And that is one of the major reasons why I think companies should look very carefully when raising money at corporate venture capitalists, because their companies and the network that they have, the supply chain that they have access to, provides a fantastic access for startups to customers. And you can see here, connecting customers and connecting also to investors. But they're less influential in hiring board members or employees. We also asked the question how a typical VC spends their week. Corporate VCs should like the fact that they spend less overall time, so they have more for leisure. Maybe they should not show this to their boss, though. But what they might show to their boss, and those are the new results. In fact, you're like the first people who see these results. We explored a lot about the performance and compensation of corporate venture capitalists, and we all know how these venture capitalists are reimbursed or compensated basically as a management fee, and there's carry interest, and carry interest depends on the performance of the fund. It turns out that corporate venture capitalists are very different. Only 20%, 19% of them, in fact, do have carry interest. And 66% of them have bonuses, but many of those bonuses are not really a function, not really dependent on how their CVC unit is performing. And a quarter have no incentive pay whatsoever. So this is just descriptive statistics, but let's have a look whether it leads to any interesting results. First is that it turns out that while in institutional venture capitalists, compensation depends on individual success in 3/4 of the fund, and in fact, in almost 4/5 of the California funds, institutional funds, compensation depends on your individual success, as we would expect. That is not the case in corporate venture capital. So corporate venture capitalists almost never are compensated based on their individual success. Okay, does it lead to results? It turns out to be the answer is yes. So if you happen to be corporate venture capitalists in this audience, you might forget about everything else I said and take this slide and the next slide to your boss right away. Take a picture and just send it right away. Why? So green is carried interest, which is those funds, those corporate funds that are compensated based on carried interest, which is basically they're closer to institutional venture capital. And the red are those that have no incentive pay whatsoever. Basically, they have salary plus bonus, but that bonus depends not on their performance, but on the total company performance, okay? So basically, they're not really in charge of that bonus, because very often the CVC units are very small compared to their mother ships. What we found out is that independent of the measure we look at, we show only two here, with the financial measure, is that there is very substantial overperformance. It might not look actually quite large, 2 to 2.3, but actually it's very substantial. It's very substantial. So if you're a corporate venture capitalist and you're compensated for carry, in fact, you're really performing much better. And it's potentially considered in the most prominent financial metric used in this industry, the internal rate of return, IRR, where the difference is really dramatic, which is basically its double difference. It's 9% versus 22% of IRR performance. If you're a corporate venture capitalist and you're compensated for actually what you do, your IRR, that you return, that you get back to your mothership, doubles. That is pretty dramatic. And in fact, we found no evidence in other industries where compensation, and there's a lot of research on compensation across all the spectrum of industries, led to the same results. So we're continuing our more detailed investigation of this, but this is something that I think is really interesting, which is if you would like your CVC unit to perform, you as a boss should really think about the compensation structure much more carefully. And also similar with the financial versus strategic goals, which is if you have compensation based on the financial performance, if you have the compensation based on the financial performance, then you consider feat as less important. And if your compensation is mostly based on your strategic performance, then you consider feat as the most important. And again, the IRR is going to be a function of the compensation. Let me finish with providing a couple of pieces of advice based on this research to entrepreneurs. The world of the VC world has changed dramatically. And these days, when you try to raise money, you will meet, and I think actually you should try to meet a lot of corporate venture capitalists. And the reason is that they, in fact, add other dimensions to institutional venture capitalists. I'm not telling you to raise money only from CVC, but ideally from a syndicate of institutional venture capitalists and corporate venture capitalists. But 4 pieces of advice. First is that our research suggests that a median corporate venture capital, which is very active, so which is kind of a subset of our data set, in fact, represents very smart money. If you look at top CVC units, they're very smart. That comes to me as a surprise. And if you're a CVC in the audience, kind of don't feel angry with me. But we used to think, when we is the VC industry, that there are smart people in Kleiner Perkins, etc., and there are dumb people in corporate venture capital. That's what kind of was the overall topic, overall tendency. In fact, I've been teaching venture capital at Stanford for now many years, and let me tell you, admit with shame maybe, that the words corporate venture capital never passed my lips when I talked to MBA students until last year. When I talked to it last year, I realized, when we started doing this research, I realized, wow, that was a big mistake. And I organized the first panel of corporate venture capitalists in my Stanford MBA class. And in fact, I think starting from next year, I will now devote more than one session to corporate venture capital just because it's so large. So the first piece of advice is that top CVC units, in fact, very smart money. That's what my research suggests. Second is that they add value in a different way to institutional venture capitalists, in a very different way. Specifically, you have to think about them as providing supply to customers, supply chain network, and therefore, as they consider whether your company will fit with their fund, you should think about the best CVCs that can fit your funding strategy and your growth strategy. My third piece of advice is that the way they add value is syndicate with institutional VCs is growing dramatically, especially if your company is going to expand globally. So our research suggests that global CVCs add a lot of value to high-growth global companies. And my final piece of advice, and hopefully the CVCs on stage here will comment on this, is that to the extent possible, don't give your corporate venture capital investors board membership, because that leads to conflicts of interest. And our preliminary results suggest leads to less outcomes, not so favorable outcomes to companies. If you need to give them a board membership, give them a role of board observer. And while the intuition is pretty obvious, which is if you would like to sell yourself to a competitor, you really don't want a representative of the competitor, of a potential the competitor of the acquirer, to be on your board making this decision. So either don't invite them to the board, and they and smart CVCs should understand that, or invite them as a board observer, i.e. without the right to make a decision, and maybe even without the right to participate in the board meetings when we talk about your competitors. Thank you so much, and if you're interested in any of this research, then either it is already available, so does Google, or we expect to release our first paper on corporate venture capital in about a couple of months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilya. Well, so we're going to take money from the corporate venture funds, but don't put them on the board. How am I going to introduce them? I don't know now. But it's my great pleasure to invite here Claudia van Muns, who is a venture advisor at NEA, director of the Bank of the West, PNB Paribas Group, and Best Buy Corporation. But what's most important, Claudia was the founder of IBM Venture Capital Group. Roy Glassberg, global lead, Google Accelerator and startup program, Google Launchpad. Ramnik Gupta, managing director and co-head of venture investing at Citi Ventures. Uwe Higgin, managing partner at BMW iVentures, and Ricardo Angel, managing director at GE Ventures. Welcome.
It's going to be tight.
All right, am I on?
You are.
Hi, everybody. I'm Claudia van Muns. I have a great pleasure to be here for the very first time. And of course, kudos to Anna. She got so many corporate venture leaders that we're having a hard time fitting everybody here.
That'll help.
All right.
What do we need?
So we're moving this table. Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Oh.
I think you. Right in the middle. All right.
All right, we're all set. All right, good job. Okay, so.
It was a sign.
Get your mic. So obviously, we just heard a great introduction. The framework, aside from, just remember the smart money part and forget the last part of that. But corporate venture is a very, very significant force if you're an entrepreneur. And we're so lucky today to have not just Ilya painting you from this overall macro view of a very fast-growing and relevant segment of our venture industry, but also have 4 leaders here, the real practitioner of corporate venture, talk about how they actually do it. I mean, one thing you should get out of it is there's so many models at play, and you as an entrepreneur, my advice to you, coming from the dumb money era when I started IBM Venture 15 years ago and retiring as a smart money, thank you very much, that there is so many ways to really navigate. There's so many models at play, and it's really best for an entrepreneur to really get a very, very broad repertoire of knowledge individually about the corporate venture. First of all, strategically aligned to what you're trying to do is number one. And then figure out from these leaders and others, if you have an opportunity to connect with them, how do they operationalize all that, right? We each got the mission, each got their different measurement, different programs that can help entrepreneur, and as you saw earlier, the decision-making process, but it's up to you, entrepreneur, to really be able to understand what is the best path through all that knowledge. So what I'm going to do is give each of the leaders on this panel an opportunity to introduce themselves, talk about really the unique thing about their mission within their large corporation. I really, as IBM corporate venture leader, we really saw ourselves as a way to source innovation. And we done it in a different way, and that was always a very critical factor of the growth of the company. So I'm going to start with Ramesh here to go by the order, and maybe take 3 minutes just initially to talk about what you're trying to do here and your organization.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. Glad to be here. My name is Ramneek Gupta. I co-lead the venture investing effort at Citigroup. Most of the team is based here in Palo Alto with also members in New York and London. And our charter is to help drive innovation at Citi, and we do so by spending a lot of time with our businesses and functions, trying to understand what their needs are, where their gaps are, what their roadmaps are, and at the same time spending a lot of time with the startup ecosystem and with the entrepreneurs to understand where the world is headed. And when we see an intersection between those two, we try and identify the best companies at those intersection points and then get them connected to Citi. So a win for us is Citi getting access to these companies early. At the same time, a win for us is our portfolio companies getting Citi as a big reference customer, oftentimes the first big reference customer of our scale and size. And when those two constituents of ours are happy, usually our investment in these companies does well. In terms of themes, we focus on, obviously, given who we are, who our mothership is, fintech, fin services. But in addition to that, we also spend a lot of time around IT, especially 3 main core areas within IT, which is big data, analytics, machine learning, AI. Wow.
Wow, that was exciting.
Maybe the introduction went too long, yeah.
I didn't buzz you, I promise.
Big data analytics is one area, cloud is the second, and info security, cyber security, that's in the IT space. And on the business-facing side, in addition to fintech, fin services, we spend a lot of time in digital commerce, payments, reg tech, the application of capabilities to the compliance and regulatory ecosystem, and digital media marketing and customer experience.
Thank you. Ricardo?
Claudia, thanks. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, so Ricardo Angel, I'm with GE Ventures. I've been doing this with GE for about 10 years now. We've been doing venture capital for the last 15 years, so that's an old-timer. Focus in energy. GE Ventures is one of the levers that we use for innovation. So we report to our Vice Chair of Innovation and Growth for GE. Her name is Beth Comstock. And so our main driver here is to make, number one, strong financial returns, being on the VC side. And then secondarily, almost just as important, is making sure that we make also a strong strategic returns. And we view that as a plus for both the startup company, as well as GE overall, as well as for investors like us, right? And so we have a pretty sizable group. We're based here in Menlo Park. We have offices in Chicago, Houston, Boston, Washington, D.C., and we also have a couple of people in Israel. And so we invest across 4 different areas: energy, broadly defined, and that's where I'm at. We also invest in healthcare, software, and advanced manufacturing. So we're pretty broad. Since we have been investing since 2007 just in energy, just to give you an idea, we have invested in about 65 companies just in energy. Of those 65, we have IPO 10. We have about 9 or 10 have been acquired, and about 10 or 11 have not done great. So we still have about 30 companies in energy. And if you think about all the companies in the 4 different segments that I mentioned, we have about 95 companies in our portfolio. Our target is to deploy about $200 million a year in companies. that are innovative. It could be software, it could be hardware, innovative business models. It's pretty flexible. Similarly to what was just mentioned, when we make investments, we're looking to bring more than just capital to the table. We're looking to see how we can leverage the GE platform so that GE can become a first-time customer, a channel to market, and potentially, ultimately, also an acquirer. So we can talk about that later on.
Okay, thank you, Ricardo. Roy?
Perfect. So my name is Roy. I've been running Google Launchpad program for the last 3 years. The best way to explain what we do is that we create a bridge between the startup ecosystems around the world and Google. I'm going to be the weirdest one from this group because I don't serve a specific segment or a specific initiative. We are just kind of moonshot thinkers of how can we bring the best value we can bring from Google to startup ecosystems around the world. One of the experiments we've had in the last 2 years is to build a program that would serve emerging startup ecosystems. The pilot started 2 years ago with 3 startups. Today we're in 4 continents, 17 startups, a portfolio of 110 companies. In 2 years, we managed to get 3 exits, 1,000+% increase in revenue and user base. And basically, the biggest value I think we bring is that whenever we bring Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, Sao Paulo, all the regions in the world that we work in, we bring back a lot of knowledge through these entrepreneurs and mentors that we bring to the program. We also serve for the different Google initiatives to kind of help Google product people and different initiatives at Google to find and locate the right startups to work with. That can be in AI and machine learning, that can be in transportation, that can be in fintech. But at the end of the day, we measure our performance on how many entrepreneurs around the world we were able to bring to the program and help them on their metrics, to how many mentors have we trained so we secure the next generation of these startup ecosystems around the world, how many investors were we able to bring to the table and do kind of cross-pollination between Silicon Valley and emerging markets. And obviously the last, because we're Google, we also do a lot of government work on working with policymakers on how to enable local startup ecosystems.
Thank you, Roy. Last
my name
but not
is
least.
Regan. I'm with BMW Ventures. And we are running the second iteration. We launched a new fund beginning of the year with a sole LP, which is BMW. And it's about like 550 million euros. Which we spend in mobility, like in autonomous driving, digital car, advanced manufacturing, industry 4.0, but as well on like fintech, car sales platform, and those kind of things to innovate and in the value chain of BMW. We are organized as an autonomous unit. We can decide on our investments ourselves, and we speak to our sole LP like twice a year to like 4 board members and make sure that the next fundraising will be as smooth as the first one. And yeah, we take board seats, and so this differentiates us.
Will they give you
we talk about that.
Cool.
Thank you very much. Certainly one of the things from my experience that entrepreneurs are most interested is how do I approach a corporate venture? I have my company, of course, I think is the best thing since sliced bread. How do I approach a corporate venture and position myself for something that they will be willing to, invest some resource, at least help me navigate within the company. Large corporation, as you know, the navigation is the hardest part. There's so many different business units, there's so many different decision layers. So I would like to really focus on you and your interests and have our panelists talk about from their perspective, what is the best practice that they have seen of entrepreneur, young company in trying to engage with you as city, at all around the different business units that you represent as a corporate venture, the ways that the entrepreneur can position themselves so there will be a level of interest very quickly from that first engagement from you. Should we start on the middle?
Sure.
Or no, on the other end? Let's go for the other end.
Yeah, we have obviously the company, and we have multiple ways to engage with BMW. And like from like this concept called the Startup Garage, which is a place and a facility which is a co-location thing where projects together with BMW engineers and startups can happen. This is one thing, and of course the network itself to BMW is working pretty well, I guess.
Is the contact of people in that Startup Garage fairly easy for entrepreneur to get? Okay.
Yeah, that's and they have selection processes and things like that. And the other thing is, of course, to engage with us as a venture unit to talk about funding, but as well talk about how to engage with BMW. And we, make the networking, even though we don't invest. But when we invest and when it's a portfolio company of ours, then we are, of course, interested in building and growing their business because we are kind of like incentivized by the success of the company, and when we help them with our network to BMW, which the insights of BMW and hopefully can influence BMW in a way as well that they become a future customer, or all sorts of different working models are possible.
All right. Roy?
So when we're looking at Google, we're looking at so many teams and so much, so many directions you can go as a startup, from Google Capital through GV, through the different corp dev acquisitions and M&As. So there's so many initiatives running at Google. What we were able to do in the last 3 years is we have people on the ground in 26 countries around the world running kind of regular cadence of startup activities. And at the same time, we've just expanded this year, hopefully by the end of the year, to be in 40 countries around the world. Wow. The biggest value you can get from that, and it's something we believe in, is coming in, taking the value, getting the mentorship, and also going through a process. I know it's very difficult to navigate at Google, and people are not always aware of all the opportunities that we have, but we strongly believe in the relationship building with startup teams around the world. So if you're engaging with us, working with us, we can see the mileage and your ability to execute, then we'll be responsible for directing you to the right people in the company and making sure that you leverage the right opportunities.
Very good.
Yeah, I agree with most of the comments that have been made already. I would say, my view from the VC perspective is, find a champion within the organization. GE is a big place, which is good and bad. It is good just because, in one of the slides that were shown in the previous panel, in the previous presentation, there was a discussion about fit. And so we do prefer, it's not an obligation, but it's always a nice thing to have some sort of fit with some of our businesses. And so there is an extra lens for GE. Having said that, GE is so big, you can almost, build a story around any particular technology. And so if you're interested into, trying to work with GE, and if you can get to the businesses directly, obviously that's always a good thing. If you want to try to go through the venture capital group, you can find me or one of the people in my team, and tell the story. And so when you tell the story, what I would say is, number one, again, make sure that we're a good fit for you guys, or BMW or anybody else here. Make sure that there is a good fit. Make sure that you're prepared. And that you're very credible, and that you know the landscape very well. So that's a first cut. Management team is very important for us as well. Once we see that there is a fit in there. So that's kind of like the short answer. There are a number of layers to go from there, but at a high level, be credible, be prepared, and if you can find a champion that will be able to then help you guide the process, or help you navigate the corporation internally.
So for you, it's okay for them to go directly into the business unit. It is not something that you prefer them to engage with, the GE Venture through you. You don't really serve as any kind of bottleneck for.
So it's an interesting question. The simple answer is no, right? If the company is getting traction already with the business, and the business says, we love these guys, why don't you help them grow, why don't you invest capital in that, then we definitely listen to them.
Okay.
And so, most of the time we send companies to the businesses,
yeah.
But every now and then we do get deal flow and companies from the businesses, either from their BD team, M&A team,
all right,
from their commercial side, from the technical side.
All right, sounds good.
I'll just add to one of the key elements for us is fit, because one of the signals we look for is what our businesses are going to say and do with something like this. So, and there are certain vectors to that fit, right? Obviously, in being in the focus areas that are important or that are important and strategic to the relevant mothership is important, but it's also a stage thing.
I call it mothership too. That's great.
But it's also a stage thing. And, you know, I do not think personally, unless I'm sure there are different models, but somebody like us and our model, we are not built for seed stage interactions. So we are very early because we take it to our businesses and they do not know what to do with that. So that's probably not the right time to interact with somebody like us, but there are different models, as I said, on this panel itself. So that's one thing. And the second thing, in terms of best practices, you asked, Claudia, what I found is usually if there is an interaction and relationship building a lot ahead of the actual fundraising, it's preferable. It just gives everyone a good amount of time to get to know each other, for us to take you to the right places, because things are a little bit slow sometimes. And so the more time one has to build that relationship and get that feedback, it's helpful for everyone involved. So I think those sort of things are also quite helpful.
Now, I think that is a very, very common. You know, the best time to build a relationship with corporation is not when you're looking for a transaction, right? Yeah. When we don't move that fast, we're not going to cut the check in a matter of, you know, when you need it. So basically, finding that strategic alignment is the most important part to really start that conversation. Now, some of the worst practice, I will say, that I have seen of entrepreneur is really not doing that homework and basically approaching the opportunity where they can be connected to a corporate venture leader, and all they can talk about is how great they are, how great their company is, how great the product is. They have absolutely no knowledge of how that is in any way aligned to the corporation that they're talking to. I mean, it's almost like, good for you, bye, right? You know, that is just type of, you know, I find surprising enough, many of the passionate entrepreneur doesn't really go out of their way to identify how they can really align with things. I mean, the beautiful thing about large corporations, we're public companies. Everything we do is public. It's not like, you know, you can't figure out where we sell, how we sell it, what kind of product portfolio we have. Have you guys seen anything else beyond that you will say, hey, don't do that to this audience? You know, I used to hate CEOs that come to me and use this, you know, business development by embarrassment thing. Like, oh, you know that competitor of you, they be knocking on our door all day long. It's like, go with them, please. You know, there's just a type of behavior, I think, that differentiate entrepreneur when it comes to the way corporation want or may not want to engage them. Do you guys have any advice in that sense?
So a couple of things in my view, right, is you know, make sure that you're telling the story and tell it well. And at the beginning, it has to be very simple for people like us, right? Because nobody knows as much about your business as you do. And so as you're telling the story to people like me, right, make sure that you tell it so that they understand and they see the value of what you're doing, how differentiated is it, where are you adding value in your value chain, right? That's one. And then, you know, again, two is being credible, being prepared, detail-oriented. You know, this is something that people do well is you actually can smell BS a mile away, right? And so as you prepare, make sure that if you don't have an answer, just say, you know, we're still thinking through that. That's something that we still need to figure out. You know, we're at Series A, Series B, we'll figure it out together. So definitely, you know, don't answer questions if you don't have a good answer for them. And then the third is don't tell the VC, you know, what they need to do next, right? Or don't come and say, you know, so and at the end of the slide say, you know, and we're selling 10% of the company for only $5 million. And so every now and then you do see people suggesting valuations and the terms and so on, which I don't think you're going to find that welcoming in most VCs.
All right, so unless anybody have any quick one, please.
I just have one thing to add, for the entrepreneurs in the audience, I think it's a very important message. The reason we're all in this business is because we've realized that innovation is going to be quicker, smarter with innovators out there.
That's for sure.
So the wrong message to take from this is how to adapt to working with people like us. Focus on what you do, focus on what you do and do it well. Then we'll come knocking on your door, chasing you to come to work with us. If you build your business or you go to market by counting on one of us investing or bringing you over, you failed already. But if you get to a point that you do something right, that you get traction, that you get users, we're going to be running after you. And I think that's the approach you should take. Build what you build and build it well. That's your focus, that's your core competency.
One last comment. That's a great point, right?
We may want you, but we're going to pay bottom dollar for it, so you don't want that.
No, that's a great point, right? And so here, we want to make sure that we have access to technology that is developed elsewhere, right? There are great ideas being developed everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
We like to have access to them. And so as you think about putting together your venture, think about what is the A team that you want on your side, right? So what is the A team for investors? And I would argue that there is at least one or two corporates that will add value to your innovation, even if you get the top institutional VC. It will be of great value to have a Google on your side, a BMW, a CD, a GE on your side. And so just think big, right? This is my A team. These guys are going to help me make my company. Make sure that you identify them and go after them, right?
All right.
So, thank
That
you.
is a fantastic point to end this on, and I hope many of you are staying for lunch, which is your next thing. And thank you very much for being here, and thank Anna and others.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, the whole panel. Now we're having a lunch in the big room. Please join us for lunch. And we're running a little late, so we will try to cut time on lunch. So please be back by 1:30. You can bring your plates with food here. That's fine. We start our next session at 1:30. Thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome.
Move. You already gave, okay. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Will you join for lunch?
No, I have to go.
Hi guys, let me introduce Roman Kravchenko with his nice project, IoT Hub. Please tell us about your project and how it run.
Okay, so IoT Hub is a startup that is actually accelerator and VC fund that we are going to create, and our goal is to grow startups in the IoT field. So we are focused only on IoT, and we believe that this is a bright future that will, empower singularity in the years.
In society, yep. Okay, why you come up with this idea? Why IoT domain experience? Why it happens?
So IoT, well-known trend.
Sure.
And 2 years ago, with my friends and partners, three of us, invested $500,000.
US dollars, yep.
Yes, US dollars. And we've created a space where people just come and we help them to create a team and relocate their projects to United States.
Where the space is located?
We are located in Kiev, Ukraine, and actually this allows us to make a disruption because it's cheaper,
much cheaper,
maybe twice or even in fourth time.
In comparison with US, yeah,
in comparison, yes,
some
and
other countries.
Engineers and software engineers, and me personally also software engineer. And on the basis of outsourcing companies that I've built 10 years ago and product software company, we've take a team, a core team, and run accelerator. Now it works, and you may see startups here on the expo, and I suppose it's for startups, and in total we have 10 startups in different categories, like green tech, waste to electricity solutions products, then solar blinds that was mentioned, fitness gadgets for gamification, Game Fit, and motion simulators for VR, and other stuff like biosensors for rapid testing of quality of food, and other projects that enough exciting to be here in the United States and disrupt some categories. Like I mentioned, solar blinds allows to belong to a new generation of distributed energy producers. So you can just use your window instead of roof. And this is actually a good ideas that we help leaders to grow. And I'm personally coaching these leaders to succeed. And a team of 15 people that we have empower the startup, because hardware is actually hard.
Sure.
And
absolutely.
We in this way only investing small money, we can get huge value here in the United States. And we are inviting local advisors in Silicon Valley and investors to angels to come, to join, to advise, to invest.
Can you name some of your advisors, because it could be helpful for our audience?
Okay. Our current partner is Ernst & Young, and actually
as a company,
as a company,
sure.
And they are helping us to be in good shape as an accelerator.
In terms of what?
In good shape? In good shape legally, and
they cover your paperwork or so on.
Paperwork, and we are preparing startups to be acquired in the future. So in this case, we do kind of due diligence before this acquisition will take place. In this case, it will help us to improve quality of projects and quality of startups.
So you now currently have a bunch of impressive projects, and what personally forced you to leave so comfy and interesting job as a software developer, as you said, and run this huge business with so much rush, and how it happened?
I was inspired by by hardware projects, technology projects like Musk do or others.
Any particular?
For instance, space projects that really need not only software, that I have expertise in databases and a lot of stuff that was in my head, but also in the hardware.
Engineering design.
To create new experience and to create new habits for people. And this is much more bigger than just software as it is.
Yeah, because it's you have real thing that
real
it
thing,
works.
and it's actually digitalizing of people, and this trend will go further.
So you add your own value, own knowledge to the project, and it's look like something. Yep.
Yes, in our case, I can share experience. We have project, for instance, gadget for fitness, smart dumbbell, and people see this piece of hardware, smart dumbbell, but we see
maybe, yep.
yes, but we see the huge background. This is kind of advantage and competitive advantage, because other applications, so software startups, do not have this point of this additional value, and we actually create a market in other way, and this solve us a problem of third party who check actually results between trainers and people who order this trainers. But if you will buy only a service without gadgets, hardware, and inventory, this will not be so exciting, gamified, and we create new approach around this small project, around this small hardware product. We create huge approach that allow us to realize these big ideas.
So sounds good. Sounds good. So as you said, you and your partners been self-funded, and it was $500,000. But how the pictures look like now?
So we are looking for angels, local angels who can give us not only cash, and we are also looking for funds, VCs that interested to be in a good shape according to their requirements. And we understand that we need to be an IoT hub, need to be a kind of a party, third party, who will lead this project from the idea to IPO. And in different stages, we see different partners, different funds need to be in this chain, and we are looking for partners.
So that's your future plan. Thank you so much. It was an interesting conversation. Thank you. Yep. Hey guys, let me introduce Ivan, who has very nice project, My Body AI. Can you please tell our audience about the product you already have and I already seen, and it's really interesting product.
Hey guys, so we are working on a voice assistant for children that makes screen time productive for kids and regret-free for parents. So our current testers have compared it with like a virtual babysitter, basically.
How it works?
So we guide a child towards the educational content and physical activities via conversation. So children talk to like the animated cartoon robot in the app, and it basically suggests them different interesting activities.
What about age of children you focus on?
So so we thought that our core audience will be around 6, but we found out that like children from 4 to 11 years old are interested and kind of really engaged with it.
What about content? How you create, generate, or grab content? What is the approach?
So basically, we're focusing on like a built-in interface and like a smart intellectual ways of getting like content. So we're building, we call them like content machines. Like for instance, we may pull video from YouTube, just set certain filters, to filter the unwanted content, or like we kind of automatically build puzzles generate questions, etc.
Sounds very good. How many people currently work on your project?
So it's 7 people, 2 in US, and other guys are in our Moscow office.
So you have developers abroad?
Yeah. You know, it's a cost-effective strategy.
That's correct, but it can be not easy to handle some tasks with them, like some communication obstacles can you face with?
You know, it actually a matter of culture. So I think we have a really healthy culture. We talk daily, and you know we test all our ideas with the real users. We do it really fast, and so I think it's very important to keep your team engaged and engaged with real users, and that keeps everyone motivated. And yeah, so we have no problem with with productivity because
sounds good.
Yeah.
How are you on the money? Have you been already funded for some funds and angel investors or so on?
So in December 2016, we've raised a small amount of funding, around $150,000, basically to build a prototype and test it here with families in Bay Area. And now we are kind of happy with the results of the tests, and we are raising next round of funding is a seed round. So it's an amount $500,000 to $700,000.
Sounds impressive. Sounds really good.
All right.
What about the plans of development your application? Maybe you have some steps and you can share these ideas or.
Yeah, so we're in beta now, and you can go to our website. It's mybody.ai and sign up for our testing program, and basically you will have access to our app. And we plan to release MVP next month, and a full version of the product we plan to release it in October. So that's kind of our major milestones.
Any ideas about maybe prosper acquisitions or something? Any partnership with some other companies like Alexa or?
So there are a lot of opportunities for partnerships, and we already have some inquiries. We were in the stealth mode, but anyway, the guys just somehow find us. But so it is really early to think about acquisition, I think, because our goal is to build a sustainable business, and that's I think it's a good strategy.
Super. What is your take on about the conference? How you find it?
SVOD is, I think it's one of my top 3 events on the West Coast, and it's my 3rd conference in a row. So I'm really happy about it, and I think this one is better than the previous, and it's very productive. I will attend next year for sure.
Have you met any investors who are ready to invest to your project?
I met a lot of investors.
Wow.
And a lot of potential partners, actually. So yeah, but it's really early to talk about some obligations, commitments. But yeah, now all my next 2 weeks are fully booked with meetings.
Super. Yeah. Thank you so much. I wish you good luck. Thank you to be with us. It was Ivan with his nice project. Guys, let me introduce Thomas with the project Let's Meet to Eat. Can you please tell us about your product you have and how it works?
Sure. What we do is we basically allow someone, when you go out to eat with friends, we wanted to make it very easy for people when they go out to eat with their friends to be able to coordinate where to go. So what we do is we've developed an app. We've been working on it for about 1.5 years now, full time. And so we just released last month. It's in the App Store. And what it does, it allows a user to go in and select multiple restaurants, multiple dates and times, and just through texting allows the user to text to their friends. And so the friends can get the text and then simply vote on which restaurants. They can research the restaurants. There's links for the restaurants, all that stuff. So we make it very easy for a group to collaborate together to make a decision to go out and to eat and have a great time together. That's what we're looking for.
But, I've seen some pretty much the same project. I use Yelp. How about competitors?
Sure. We're kind of like a mix between Yelp and SurveyMonkey. So, so in other words, what we're able to do is in real time and in that moment allow people to say, okay, this is very specific for the user. This is very specific for the event. And so what makes us a little bit different is that we have artificial intelligence on the back end. So in other words, the more a user uses the app and tells us what they specifically like and don't like, then we can drive into those kind of things. It stays private to you. And when you text and share with and drive, recommend to other people, they only the people you share it with see your perspectives. But we take everyone's perspectives and we let that drive the AI and the back end and stuff. But in some sense we keep it private so people don't feel like, hey, if I get evaluated this way, am I going to have a bad reputation? All that kind of stuff. Well, in some sense we kind of insulate and protect the user is what we're after.
How are you going to monetize your application?
Yeah, once we get more input from users and we build our user network up, so we'll learn the habits and how people eat and what they like and what they don't like. And then what we'll do is we'll tailor very specific to the restaurant owners or marketeers that want to market to the potential customers and clients. And so we match up. We have the dream is to have them match up perfectly in terms of needs and being able to meet those needs. So
super.
That's the thought.
Sounds awesome. Yeah. Are you self-funded or?
We've been self-funded so far. Right now, we're just looking for some seed money, anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000, to kind of try to help us get us to the next level. Because right now we're just on iOS, and we're trying to get over to the Android platform. So we need to be able to get some funds for that.
So you are going to spend this money to create new applications?
That's correct.
What about marketing? Do you have some?
That's one aspect of it. I come from an engineering background, so my first thoughts are engineering, but we're definitely the aspect, and what we're thinking is to have obviously marketing and be able, because we have to get the help that we need to be able to properly market it. You know what I mean? So to get that, we're not. And again, that's not our expertise, so we need to partner and kind of connect with some folks to be able to do that.
Any sales team already on the board?
Nothing yet. We're just very early stage. So right now we're just trying to get our user network up, and so that way that would make us more attractive to potential customers and those kind of things. That's really where we're at and stuff.
Any plans about like expansion to other countries or just local?
Sure. Actually, the first version that we have is available in 16 languages, and so we made it international. And so we want it to be, because everybody eats, everybody needs to go to eat, and so we want to make it appealing to all. And we've also had a focus too of creating Facebook pages that are very foodie specific for in those native languages in those countries and specific cities, so they can find out what's the latest news in those cities that are centered around restaurants and food. And so we're trying to, in some sense, we're trying to make it so it's very easy for people to make a decision where to go eat and make it very personal for that person.
Super, Thomas. I'm really impressed about your application.
Thank you.
I tried to, and I found it very, very nice. Awesome. Thank you so much, Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Guys, let me introduce Dennis and his project, which called Feel VR, and he probably tell us what does it mean and what we can do with this nice driving wheel. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so we are Feel VR, and we are creating realistic and affordable simulation products for VR. And right now we have 2 ready for production products. It's Seed, which imitates accelerations that act upon a player in VR. And we have a direct drive force feedback gaming wheel. And so though the wheel product is for a little different market, it's a gaming hardware market, we have another 2 great concepts of VR products which we will implement in the future. It's the product which solves the problem of infinite walking in VR and is compatible with rope sail tracking technology and is compact and affordable. Another one is VR gun control with realistic recoil, not a vibration one. So right now we are going to enter the market with our first product, the wheel, and we are seeking resources for that next step. So these 2 products are
so this device is full of technology, and what is the prosper price for such nice device?
So the price will be the same as top consumer products
like
that
Logitech?
exist. Yeah, so it's about 400, but with that same price, we outperform such products 7 times by power and 5 times by speed and responsiveness, and we are direct drive. It means that the wheel is connected directly to the motor, and the wheel itself is a real racing wheel. And so it's completely
can allow themselves for comparable money, something that's much better than all competitors.
Sure. So
offers.
for the same money, you get like professional racing simulation system. And if we compare our product with professional racing simulation system, which has like comparable characteristics, we are more than 4 times more affordable.
Any some extra software necessary to use this device, or you can just load your favorite game and it will work?
Yeah, it's supported out of the box on PC and console, so it's a standard USB class, so you don't need anything. It will work with any kind of racing titles, and it can be, so our main market is gamers, but it can be used in professional environments for driver education or racing training systems as well.
How long it took to you to develop such fascinating device?
So if we're talking about this particular product, it's about a year right now.
The most time you spent for what? For development, the idea and technical stuff, or just for assembling stuff, or for ordering some parts for each? How it look like?
So about 17% of the time it's mostly R&D, and another is figuring out manufacturing and customer support and service questions. So we have tested manufacturing in small quantities. We have all the documentation ready for contract manufacturing. We have talked to 4 different contract manufacturers so far, and we have quotes from them and we consider.
Any signed contract? Yeah.
Not yet, because we are looking for the seed round to bring this product to the market this autumn, and the seed at the beginning of the next year.
How much are you looking to raise?
280 right now.
Sounds reasonable. Yeah, I think. Cool. I wish you all luck, and I think we can use your manufacturer producted wheel, and we'll see you. Yeah. Bye bye.
Sure.
Thank you. Guys, another awesome project which called Cubic AI, and Alex, I think would like to tell us about this device, and please.
Yeah, at Cubic AI we developed a natural language processing framework, and this technology allows to build a truly conversational interfaces. It can be the voice interface as a virtual voice assistant, or text interface, such as a chatbot. And the key differentiator of our system, our dialogue management capabilities, our system can retain the context of the conversation. of the conversation. For instance, we can have one topic and we can, for example, talking about weather, and then we can switch the topic to another one and return back to the same spot of the previous conversation and continue. And it makes the whole experience very natural and seamless for a user.
Sounds good, but there are so many competitors in this market.
That's true. This area is very high.
Sure, yeah.
But we believe that our technology is really strong.
What's your significant competitive advantage in your technology?
So advantage is that, first of all, it's flexible. We have a unique architecture that actually allows developers to develop in a more easier way.
Do you have framework for developing your device, or how it look like?
We have framework for natural language processing development. And that's actually a product that we are going to license to other corporations and companies who are interested in this technology and who would like to have user interfaces using natural language.
Sounds good. How long are you on the market?
The company was founded at the end of 2012, but with this I would say business model, this path, we just started a month ago.
Just 1 month, yep.
Yeah, before that we were making a consumer-facing product, which was a virtual assistant for smart home.
Was it successful?
It's still on the market. It's hard to monetize. That's why we decided to go to B2B. Yeah.
Sounds very good. What about funding? How have you been already funded?
Yes, we are funded. We raised the latest round of investment in April 2016. We are not looking for investments right now. We're looking for customers. Yeah, actually, we're looking for customers and partners. And
who are your prospect customers?
We see the best fit among big corporations, first of all, consumer-facing, who has a lot of customer support and interaction with customers. Those could be big retail, banks, etc.
Any signed contract?
Not yet, but we're working on that.
Anything you can maybe tell us about your potential customers, maybe some names like Target or some other guys?
Yeah, I cannot tell the names, but as I said, companies who have a lot of customer support and have to deal with a lot of business customer interactions, so we can automate this part, make it more efficient and cost effective.
What about like future plans and short-term perspective, like a year? Yeah, what is the main goal for this year?
Main goal would be to build a sustainable pipeline and close the first deals and start to generate revenue.
Sounds good. So what about your background? What?
I have business background. I'm a serial entrepreneur. Before joining Kubik, I had several companies that I sold in 2015.
All your previous companies?
Yeah, all my companies within 6-month framework. And in Kubik, I'm in charge of business development and partnerships.
So sounds very good. I'm glad you have you, Alex. Thank you so much. I wish you all good. Yeah, bye-bye. Guys, we're still on SVOD, Silicon Valley Open Doors Conference, which is located in Mountain View, California. Let me introduce Vasily. And Vasily, please tell us about your product.
We do a science set as a subscription with virtual reality lessons to explain what is happening inside those science experiments.
I see you have some devices. Can you please show our audience your devices and explain what people can do with these devices?
So, okay, do you have kids, children?
Yeah.
So it's you subscribe at subscription service, and every month you get 2 new science sets to do some nice experiments. And they're typical hands-on experiments with cool, kids love them because something happens.
Yeah.
But that's nice. it's like magic, but it's, we don't want just to do magic, we want to do science. And so for that, we have virtual reality to show you what is happening inside. So you can see all these molecules, atoms, understand what is happening. So it's not just magic, but you actually learn something new. And this combination of those two things, those experiments that are perfect to motivate kids because kids love them, and virtual reality to actually learn something new, that's what works really well.
Sounds very impressive and very good. What subjects are you cover currently?
Right now it's a chemistry. We started with chemistry, then later on we'll go to physics, biology, and science for early age, continual science.
How much it costs subscription for your products?
It's $50 a month subscription fee. So you subscribe for $50, you get first a starter kit, something that you'll need during entire course, and it's free. And then every month you get 2 new boxes, and you can unsubscribe no time. There is no commitment.
What about the age of your audience? You told that it's children, but any specific?
I would say like a really sweet age, really perfect age. I would love to see. It's like 11 to 15. Nevertheless, I know many of our customers, they with much younger, so they supervise them. The only question is, kids are different. Some kids can understand science when they're 9. For some of them, like I have 4 sons myself, starting from 6 to 16. So I know that's a range. And like my 6 years old, he loves it. Oh, Dad, let's do some monsters. He loves it. The question is, do he really understand any science behind it? Probably not. For him, it's just a toy. But starting from, I would say, depends on kids, but starting from 9, 10, 11, they start to understand the science behind that. So for them, it's not just a toy. That's a real science project.
How long have you been working on this project?
So we launched 1.5 years ago.
Wow. And we already have subscribers?
Yeah, we have subscribers, mainly in the US. Most of them are in the US, like 90% of our subscribers are in the US. Fast growing, so it's about 8 times year-to-year growth.
Wow, sounds impressive.
So it's like really, it seems like it's a good market to be in.
What about annual revenue for the last year?
So we don't share financial
Okay, it's normal question. Okay, what is your plan for this year, for the last few years?
First, we launched a new product. We're going to launch it soon. It's kind of virtual reality lessons. So it's not, that's more for schools, I would say. When it's a completely chemistry curriculum covered as a set of virtual reality lessons, so you can actually learn chemistry not by memorizing formulas, memorizing facts, but by understanding what is happening inside.
So it's hands-on approach to
you can be inside direction. You can make your own molecules. You can make your own atoms. You really understand. You see science. So it's not just memorizing consequences. You understand the reasons.
Super.
And that's the next product. Then we'll go to physics. Then we'll go to biology.
So you have a plan to extend?
Yeah, we'll have a plan for many years.
Super.
Many ideas what to do.
Any plan for raising money?
Yeah, we're raising funds. Since we're like growing, like the business is really growing.
Sure.
We want to go to other subjects. We want to go to physics. We want to go to biology. We want to go to Asia, to European Union. So we're raising funds to support all that.
Thank you so much. I wish you luck and
thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi guys, let me introduce Maxim with his magnificent project MaxTube. Max,
thank you.
Can you please tell us what you handle in your hands?
The first of all, MaxTube is an electrical robotized tube logistical system for city.
Sounds like impressive, but it's so huge.
Thank you. We solve several problems. The first, no any traffic jam. It's last mile delivery. Using pipe and electrical drive, we place this container inside the electrical trolley. We deliver stuff and goods, for example, this wine, non-alcoholic for young people maybe. I don't know.
No wine for young people.
Deliver stuff and meals from district hub to fridge.
Is it connected with your fridge? It's really?
Your fridge, my pipe, and warehouse. No trucks, no shop, no hypermarkets, just only your fridge, my pipe, and warehouse.
This device, this system needs so much infrastructure. It's very complicated and very demanding stuff, yeah?
I think it's not complicated for engineering system. It's complicated just only for mind. We can change everything what you want. It's not problem for engineering tasks.
So you can handle this task. It's not a question for you engineers.
Prototype in the laboratory in Moscow.
was impossible to do for computers earlier. It was just impossible. And he said, if we can take sensing, the cameras and the, make stuff tactile, and then start building arms, you can completely kind of rethink automation. So that was kind of, that single dinner, I pulled out my checkbook and I was desperate because that experience of one of the world's foremost minds talking about this in a story form, like about closing a bottle cap, just blew me away.
It's a simple idea that extends forever.
Oh my God.
And now, of course, once the robots network, the activity of one contributes to the learning of all.
That's right.
So you've got 100 robots on the floor or 50 robots in 8 locations around the country. Each one of them is taking information probably to some cloud-based core that's going to merge that and then do over-the-air software downloads to the rest. So they just create this virtuous cycle.
That's right.
Now, it took longer than you thought to make this work, admittedly.
Yeah.
The cycle on this was sort of long, 7, 8 years to ship, right? Why was that?
It's hard. And building humans is harder. You know, we were trying to build, if you go to, there's a video of it maybe somewhere in the back, you'll see, you know, it has a form factor of a human. It has a hand, it has 2 hands, it has a face, it has shoulders and a bunch of stuff. But more importantly, it has a brain. And in those days, there was no TensorFlow. You know, we had to write our own behavior trees. We had to write our own neural nets. Imagine trying to compute all that on a small device somewhere, and we want to kind of get the price point. The way we designed this was we had to get the price point to operating at around $2 an hour.
Okay.
So if you think about a human without needing any medical insurance, if somebody can work at $2 an hour to do simple tasks, can you redefine manufacturing economics and bring jobs back to the US? Actually, the company was first called Heartland Robotics. He was so prescient. You know, this is 2009. He said, I'm going to revive America's heartland by building this stuff. And he called it Heartland Robotics, and now, because it's a global company, we had to rename it Rethink Robotics. But
so
that was the idea.
You got to connect a few more dots here. I'm going to make robots that can work so cheaply they undercut a Chinese worker, get employment for people. How?
So if you look at a manufacturing line, in China especially, or you look at Apple, the Apple assembly line at Foxconn, you see 50 people working.
Yeah.
And they're all doing their task and moving that phone to the next place who is doing their task. And then there are 4 or 5 people roaming around looking at data, analyzing the data, and managing the stuff. So we said, instead of bringing those 50 jobs back, if we can bring 40 jobs, if we can bring 10 jobs back,
right,
and all those 10 jobs are at $45 to $50 an hour, so higher paid jobs, and replace the lower paid jobs with machines.
You know, that thing, right. And then there's ancillary local shipment or coordination or upstream activity that revives when you do that. You point this to the highest value areas, and associated areas get created around it. That does make sense.
So it was such a monumental task. In 2009, there was the cloud was still beginning. AI, we were in the nuclear winter of AI. We may not have fully come out of it then.
I'll push back on that in a second.
In 2009, I'm talking about.
Okay.
And it was really before any of this explosion began. So it took us a while to get the first product out. It's like how Tesla came out with the Roadster before they came out with the Model S. We came out with a product called Baxter, which was a 2-handed monster that looked like Shaquille O'Neal. It was huge, you know, but wasn't very powerful. So we kind of shrunk the form factor down and made it better. So it took us a while to kind of go through that. So as a VC, I learned that when you take on I'm not worried about ambitious projects. I just learned that you have to be more patient with it.
But do you think that kind of 7, 8 year curve pertains in robotics, or has the learning been shared and the need been seen and the associated supply chains been lined up so now it becomes 5 and eventually 3?
I think so. I think it took us a while to build the brain. Now with what you guys are doing at Google, you know, that'll compress. That time will compress. It took us a while to build the supply chain. Now that we have set the supply chain up, the next competitor who's coming behind it will make it cheaper. So yeah, it'll compress.
One of the things I learned in the days of the optical business in the late 90s was throughout tech, there's this curve of what kind of starts as individual genius or scientific insight or artistic expression, whatever, it's this aha, eureka moment, the experiment may have it. But then you figure out other experiments that reinforce it, and that kind of the falsifiability that makes it a working scientific principle. Then you figure out how to do it repeatedly in other environments, and non-specialists can do it, and that's sort of the engineering days. And eventually that's a mass engineering, and then it's done at cost where it meets a broad market, and it just comes right down into mass manufacture. And I think AI came out of the winter because of the explosion of unstructured data and the collapse of computing prices, and it revived, and it's now sort of at the engineering point on the curve and heading into mass usage. Where would you put robotics in that sort of
I think we are going through
art to science to engineering to mass
So
production?
we're going through 2.0. So we went through that curve once with industrial automation. We are seeing the kind of early signs of manufacturing on the industrial automation 2.0 phase. You're seeing stuff that is cheaper. You know, earlier the robot, if you remember any movie about Ford or Tesla, you'll see it's a common refrain. You'll see the screen. The screen will have a bunch of robots that are either spray painting or actually manufacturing some stuff, and the cars are going through the assembly line. What don't you see in that picture? You don't see humans.
Yeah.
Because robots are not safe. They're caged, and you don't. If a human's in the machine in the cage, the robot's turned off because they're not. They don't understand.
They have no elegance.
They don't understand that there's a human there. This next generation of industrial robots, including Rethink, fully understands that the human is the master. And so when they see a human, that's the reason why they have eyes. They automatically slow down. And even if it's moving at speed, if it hits a human, it automatically goes limp. So it won't hurt the human. So I think collaborative, smart, intelligent robots are just coming into manufacturing.
And the other element they will learn, and this is interesting to think about, is they will begin to adjust to their operator. People will optimally work with them in different ways, and they'll learn that. And through over-the-air software downloads or just inherent piece parts built differently, adjust themselves to that worker.
Yeah.
And possibly even train that worker in new skills.
That's right.
So they'll become educational devices as well.
It's just what we're entering into is just a fascinating world.
So once you become a robot guy, I mean, you get a specialist, you get a specialty in any VC, and you start getting swamped with pitches.
Yeah.
What are you getting pitched nowadays that you feel has been overdone or it's not a hard problem anymore? And what are you seeing? What kinds of problems are people raising that you think are really exciting and worth working on?
You know, we just look for, we don't think we are smarter than the market. You know, at CRV, our ethos has always been that great entrepreneurs create great opportunities. So we are always pursuing great entrepreneurs and their ideas, not our ideas. I think we feel that, you know, even if a great entrepreneur shows up in our offices and says he's going to build the next generation, he's going to take down AWS, we'll take them very seriously because of what that, you know, because of our understanding of that person. So no idea is a bad idea. What has got overplayed though is there's too much capital chasing kind of niches. And those niches we see are collapsing. So for example, I'm a SaaS investor. I invest in SaaS all day long. But nowadays, you know, just building a SaaS company is not enough. You have to bring something else to the party. Else there are companies from all over the world who have Google and AWS to kind of ride on. So infrastructure is free. They can just copy your product and build something very, very fast. So I think looking at just pure SaaS companies or pure stuff that is that doesn't have either a data edge or an AI edge or some other edge that they're bringing to the party becomes a little difficult as a VC to see.
Tell me your last really inspiring conversation. What did somebody say that kind of blew your mind?
You know, I met a Chinese entrepreneur recently. She was a principal engineer at Cisco, and she then worked for Huawei in China, and then she came back here, and she said, so I said, you know, when you look at the cloud, you know, what problems do you think exist? She said, cloud is a fantastic infrastructure layer because it is elastic. But storage is elastic, compute is elastic, networking is not elastic. She said, why isn't networking elastic? And why can't we make networking elastic?
Isn't SDN a kind of elastic networking or not?
Yeah, but you know, in the cloud, when it's definitely inside the enterprise, but when you think about the cloud,
taking it to a global scale.
Yeah,
and that's what she's building.
She wants to build, yeah. But it's an
interesting.
It's a very tough problem.
Interesting and tough problem.
You know, that's taking on Cisco. That's an interesting problem to solve.
Are most of the robot approaches you're seeing having to do with manufacturing, or do you get into other stuff like surgery or high-end autonomous vehicles?
We have invested in all of them. We have a company called, a product called Jibo that is coming out, which is started by an MIT scientist called Cynthia Brazil. Cynthia is one of the world's foremost experts in human-computer interaction. And she's building a robot for old age and companionship. So think about Google Home, except in a kinder,
with
gentler,
arms and legs.
Yeah, form factor. You'll see 2 hours from now, one of our entrepreneurs, Vikas Gupta, is talking about Wonder Workshop, and he's building robotic toys. But toys are, his passion is to teach his 6-year-old daughter software engineering. So he's using robots to teach software engineering. So I think it's just robots as a form factor are very fascinating.
You're not running out of ideas or spaces, and the work will follow. People
Absolutely.
will find things to do with this. I think that's what we have time for.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Devdutt. Thank you, Quentin. Okay. Our next session. So when we were working on the agenda for the conference, and obviously it's a tedious process, one of our team members said, we have to invite the CEO of Strava. And I go, why? He says, if you're not on Strava, it didn't happen. He's a 5 times Ironman. So if he's not on Strava, it didn't happen. So I said, well, that's it. We must have the CEO of Strava, Mark Gainey. And our moderator is Aref Hilali, partner of Sequoia Capital. I don't think I even need to introduce Sequoia Capital. Everybody knows what it is. And a few stats about Strava, just quickly. So Strava passed 1 billion shared activities, has over 600 professional, because I think every amateur athlete is on Strava. So more than 600 professional athletes is on the network. A global community has athletes from 180 countries. 1 million athletes join Strava every 30 days. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name's Arif. I'm at Sequoia, and over the years, we've had the privilege of partnering with many exceptional companies. One of our recent partnerships is with Strava, so it's a great pleasure to be here with Mark today. Maybe, Mark, we just heard a couple of the aggregate statistics, but maybe you could as a level set to start us off, could you give us a sense for maybe just what was the origin of Strava, the idea, and then again, just very briefly paint the picture of where the business is today in your mind.
Sure. So Strava was founded in 2009 by myself and my co-founder, Michael Horvath, two guys who've been best friends for 25 years. We met on the crew team in college. It's relevant not only because it's a great friendship, we've founded multiple companies together, but that crew team experience was really important. When we were working out, when we were in that boathouse, life was great. And the problem was we graduated and poof, that disappeared. And so for 30 years, we've literally had a business plan that dates back to the early 90s that said, how would we go and recreate that locker room? How would we recreate that experience we had, the esprit de corps, the camaraderie, the competition that comes from participating in sports, but hopefully use the internet to do it. So fast forward to 2009, the two of us set out on a mission to see if we could make the world a little more active and really keep it simple. Frankly, let's motivate and entertain the world's athletes. As you heard, if you fast forward to today, we're on a pretty good run. We're supporting tens of millions of athletes worldwide. We're in about 190 countries now. There's not a place in the globe where somebody isn't uploading an activity to Strava. We're supporting everybody that runs and rides and surfs and skis. We just surpassed 1 billion activities on Strava last week. We add 1 million athletes every 30 to 40 days, as you heard. So we've just got this wonderful community that's developed online. And they're really there. They compete with each other. They train with each other. They give virtual high fives, which we call kudos, to each other. And then they use these uploads. They bring these activities in so they can understand their own training patterns and just their own health and so forth. So it's sort of multifaceted.
Fantastic. So let's dig in a little bit and just explore a little bit about the journey between those 2 points, the time from when you had the idea to today. And in particular, I want to separate 2 phases because I think this happens for businesses where there's a startup phase and then a scale-up phase. And the challenges and the approaches are quite different. If we start with startup, because there'll be a number of entrepreneurs in the audience just starting out on their journey, how did you were a second-time entrepreneur. You'd previously started an enterprise software company that had gone public. So I'm sure when you started Strava, even though it was a different domain, you brought to it a specific approach and the benefit of that experience. So how did you think of navigating that startup phase when you were just starting out? What was important?
Yeah, so there's a misconception in Strava that if you're familiar with us, everybody thinks we were started by these hardcore cyclists. Because if you go back to our earliest days, that's where we were focused, very much on a passionate cycling community. Here's the irony, Michael and I are actually not good cyclists at all. But what we had done was to take a strategy that frankly we had deployed early in our first company at Kana. It was a customer email company that morphed into a massive CRM company. And what we did was we picked one specific vertical and we said, let's go deep. In the enterprise software company, it was literally responding to customer email inside companies, which many people considered a feature at the time, but it turned into a much bigger business. And for Strava, it was, let's go pick the cyclists. They weren't being well served online. They were tech savvy. They were investing in a lot of equipment and things that were collecting data. And frankly, the demographics were great. These were highly educated, lots of disposable income, just a great sort of nucleus of customer to start with. So the good news in that time was that we got early product market fit. We were able to go out and talk to that audience. We knew where to find them. A lot of great insight early in terms of what they needed from a digital solution. We got a fanatical following, that old adage of go find customers who love you versus like you. We got this group that was pretty obsessed with the Strava experience. If there was a downside, if you just think about the cycling market itself, it tends to scale very much in the male category. In fact, a pretty competitive male. It's referred to as mammals. If you know this acronym, it's middle-aged men in Lycra. We supported a lot of middle-aged men in Lycra in the early days of Strava. But it was great. It was a passionate group that just built a fervor around Strava. And what we found was that even though that market looked small at the time, 2 things happened. One, we ended up developing leadership. So we might have been in a small category, but we were the leader. And so we had a voice in the marketplace. We could start talking to partners. The other thing was we got lucky. Frankly, we caught the renaissance of cycling. And so even today, now 8 years later, cycling grows at clips that, frankly, we never, ever anticipated.
I think that's a really important point. And this is something that we work with our companies on as well. Before I came to Sequoia, I was an entrepreneur. And when I started my first company at one of our my early board meetings, I presented a plan that showed basically a very high-level message and how we were going to be this big data center automation company. And Mike Moritz, who was on my board at the time, basically threw up on it and said, no, don't give me the tip of the spear, give me the poison on the tip of the spear, because to get anywhere in the market, you have to be the best at something and make it very specific. So in Strava's case, it was cyclists, and that's where the company started and got initial traction. And then as you move from startup to the scale-up phase, I'm imagining you had to start thinking about moving beyond that. And at what stage did you start that process? Did you see cyclists topping out and then you started thinking about it? Or when did you begin thinking of your what I'll call Act 2?
Right. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we sort of saw this renaissance of cycling. So we were actually experiencing pretty explosive growth through 2009, 10, 11. About 2012, we went back and again, our original mission from day one was to think about how we could support the world's athletes. So we always talked about sort of this global community, regardless of sport, that we could somehow bring together. So in 2012, with cycling on a pretty good clip, in fact, frankly, I would argue we were a little overconfident. We sort of knew what we thought was right. We decided to launch for the running community. And we were so arrogant, in fact, that we thought, okay, you know what, we'll just take our cycling solution, we'll sort of reskin it. We'll launch a second app for runners, and it'll work, it'll be great.
How did that go?
Yeah, no, it was horrible. It was horrible. So we launched running in 2012. Candidly, it took us another 2 to 3 years to get it right. We took a big step back. We just saw that the adoption rates were not what we wanted. And we realized we had to look inside our four walls. So a couple of things we learned. Number one, we had to change the DNA inside the company. We've been really fortunate. If you look at sort of how we grew our team, the employees at Strava, we were able to recruit from the community. If you were a cyclist and you were a software engineer, you wanted to work at Strava. So that was great because it was really easy to recruit. The only downside was they were so focused on the cycling experience, we had nobody who understood the mind of a runner.
Did you face resistance from moving beyond cycling into running? Did people on the team say, hey, wait a minute, I signed up for cycling, now suddenly we're doing this other thing, we're selling out, who are these other people, what are we doing?
No question. We faced resistance internally, and we definitely faced resistance from our existing community.
Yeah.
Sort of how do you appease the core, yet recognize, guys, there's a bigger opportunity here, and frankly, they can all play together. And so we did. As we started to basically infuse running DNA into the company, we started hiring runners, literally people in that format. We took some time to go back and research. We actually came to appreciate that the behaviors of people who love to ride versus run is actually different. There's subtle little things. Runners are creatures of habit. It's a very efficient, I'm more a runner actually than I am a cyclist, and it's just an efficient way of getting a workout in. I can leave my house, I can go out for 30 minutes, I do the same loop over and over. Whereas when I go ride my bike, I go explore, I go find different places. So we had to rethink the experience at a pretty fundamental level.
Right, right. So as you looked at making this, at expanding the kind of footprint of the company, how did you reconcile the kind of the people who want to stick with cycling and then the group that didn't? Did you just have to put your foot down as founder and use moral authority to say, no, even though the cycling business is going really well and we're growing, it's not enough, we still need to look beyond that? And then how did you tie them together? Because you don't want to be two disparate businesses of, oh, well, we have this kind of runner app over there and then a cycling app over there. There needs to be a kind of common identity between them.
Yeah. I think that, I like the word you used. There was a little bit of moral authority that was going on. As co-founders in the company, we could try to just socialize, and it was just a lot of conversations around, it's not a matter of leaving one business to go do another, it's how do we partner these together. We use data, frankly, Arv, to prove out our thesis. One of the things we learned very quickly about our own existing community, they actually weren't necessarily cyclists as much as they love to ride. But they also do other things. They also love to run, and they ski, and they do all kinds of other activities, and we weren't doing a good job of supporting our existing community. So once we sort of looked at the data and could see that they were doing other things, it got our own team comfortable that supporting our existing athletes meant expanding out. And then, I'm sorry, you had the other second part of it.
So that was just the first part of the question was just, using your moral authority to extend, and then the second part was, as you think of running and cycling, how do you tie it together? So there's a unifying theme, because as a company, you want to stand for one thing, ideally, as a company. It's very hard to have separate, disparate things in people's minds.
Yeah. So a couple things happen at a very tactical level. Examples, I mentioned that we launched these 2 apps. So in 2014, no more. We need to merge. It was both for growth reasons, we needed to merge those apps. We were literally cannibalizing ourselves in the App Store and so forth, but also just culturally, we were trying to communicate to any member on Strava, we're all part of one community, but we were going to have sort of our own shared likenesses and the groups that we want to be a part of. So that was an important step for us. And then when you also thought about the way in which we began to look at our members, we were able to get into much deeper insight into why someone was participating in sports. Rather than thinking about the what, how many miles they rode or where they were, we began to understand the motivation behind why they were doing it. Mm-hmm. Is it because they love competition? Or is it about self-improvement? Or are they goal-oriented? Or are they what we call lifestyle athletes, where frankly they just simply have to wake up and go do something? It turned out that once we figured out those behaviors or motivations were universal across the sports. And so we could begin building for those personas instead of the sport itself, which has served us well.
So essentially you're looking to up-level Strava from being for cyclists or for runners to being more of a lifestyle brand around health and fitness, keying in on people's motivations for doing those activities.
So we're very careful. We feel like at Strava we have to split our brain into 2. We take a lot of great cues from a lot of the great technology companies here in the Valley and start to understand the way in which we want to grow the business and support them with technology. But we use the other half of our brain watching what many of the best consumer brands, particularly in the sports world, have done. And you'll never see us leave sort of that notion of being aspirational and building as though we are a great global sports brand. So for instance, we're very clear, we always want to make sure that Strava meets the needs of the most demanding athletes in the world. Mm-hmm. If you want to have fun right now, we've got 2 athletes that are out climbing Everest on Strava. They're literally uploading their daily walks or their hikes to summit Everest without oxygen. We had guys winning stages in last week's Giro d'Italia, the famed sort of pro cycling race. We have Olympic gold medalists. We have NASCAR world champions that are uploading. They're literally uploading now their NASCAR races on Strava. So we'll stay dedicated to that group, but make no mistake, the reason we do it is because they're incredibly inspirational and they bring the vast majority of Strava members along for the ride.
Right. So I think we've got time for one more question. The thing I think it might be helpful to share, I feel one thing that has really stood out about working with Mark over the past few years from Sequoia's perspective has been how thoughtful he is about the next step of the journey. And I think you've got a sense for that in terms of how he thought about going from startup to scale up. Recently, Mark decided to step back from leading the company, entirely his decision. And maybe you could just talk a bit about, to the founders out there about how you thought about that and what made you want to change your own role.
Yeah, so what Arif is alluding to, as of Tuesday, Strava will have a new CEO. It's a search that we've been doing for 15 months. I went to the board a year and a half ago, and after doing this 8 years, and I won't bore you with a long story of sort of the way in which Michael and I have led this company, we came to the board. The thesis was really twofold. One, frankly, at a very personal level, I'm a single dad, and I live down here on the peninsula, and the business is in San Francisco, and it's very hard to be in 2 places simultaneously. So there was just a level of sustainability that I needed to figure out. More importantly, we're really excited when you look at sort of the trajectory of Strava and where we are today. We're about 140, 150 people today, and we're quickly trying to hire up into, over the course of the next few years, we'll be hundreds. From a business model standpoint, we're tens of millions today, and we can see sort of where we're about to start to hit into hundreds of millions. And when you begin to look at that, it's a different phase for the company. And so the opportunity for us to go find leadership that could help Michael and I just enjoy that part of the process, we got really excited about.
Fantastic. Well, Mark, thank you very much for sharing your wisdom and insights. It's been a wonderful journey so far. Thank you.
Mark, here, this way. This way. Не убирайте, пожалуйста, столы. Верни назад. Верни назад. Thank you. So now we're switching again, as we did in the morning. We have one of our speakers needs to catch a flight. I tried really hard to make it so that he misses the flight and stays with us longer, but Richard Steiber agreed to switch timing. So we're here. I'm here pleased to welcome Oren Zeev, a unique person, a unique speaker, because he's a one-man VC. I don't know anyone who is one-man VC. I know, yes, sure. He's an investor in companies like House, which is a private company, but is valued at $5 billion now. It's a world-leading online platform for home remodeling. And Chegg, which is a company which went IPO and now is valued at market cap $1 billion. And our moderator is Gennady Nissenbaum, who is head of Google for entrepreneurs at Google Ireland. Welcome.
Thank you. So it's great pleasure for me to welcome Oren. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I will let you to introduce yourself because I think you're a very unique person. And I did some research before and talked to a few people in the audience about yourself. And everyone told me that you are very unique and very special. And when we had the quick chat before the conversation, you also told me some fascinating stories. So I hope we will reveal some of those stories and some of those secrets during the chat today. So maybe, Oren, you can tell a few words about yourself?
Well, I've been an investor for 22 or 23 years. The first 12 as an institutional investor as part of a global firm. And in the past 10 years, I basically decided that I prefer to do it on my own. And I don't need a big firm. I don't need big offices. But I still behave as a VC. I don't behave as an angel. So I still invest millions of dollars per company. I still am typically the first outside board member or chairman of the company. I still play a very significant role, not just when I invest, but along the life of the company. And I guess that makes it a little bit unique because there are very few individuals that I can think of who play this role. I think that's maybe why people thought
Okay, thank you. When we start conversation about what you're doing and in terms of companies that you're interested in, you shared with me that you have few learnings that might be interesting for other investors and other companies. Are you feel comfortable to share some of those learnings with the audience?
Sure. So, obviously, this is a job that you learn all the time, and you never, ever stop learning because there are always new lessons to learn, and you always keep making, at least I always, but I think it's universally true, we always keep making mistakes because this is, there's a lot of uncertainty. Whatever you learned 5 or 10 years ago may actually not be true today because things change. So if you learned why you shouldn't invest in a company of a certain parameter 10 years ago, maybe you learned the wrong lesson because maybe now is the time to invest. So you have to be very, very open and very humble about not thinking that you know it all, or even that you know it most. And in fact, the more I do it and the more I have experience in it, the less I feel confident that I know what I'm doing. Specific learnings, I thought that, so I thought more, there are always specific things. I would say that as far as I'm concerned, when I invest, I really try to invest in companies that, well, first of all, I try to invest with people or back people that I would have fun. It's a long ride. It's hard to get a divorce. So I try to invest behind people who I actually like as friends. Some of them were friends before I invested. Some of them became friends after I invested. So that's rule number one. It's going to be a long journey. Might as well enjoy it. Might as well do it with people that you enjoy. The other thing which I try to really strive for is try to invest in companies that really have a chance to rewrite the rules of their respective industry. My first home run, big home run, was Audible, which I'm sure many people here use. It's an amazing company, and it really reinvented a market. Before Audible, people were using audio cassettes and to listen to audiobooks, and Audible made it digital and really defined the market and became a 100% market share player. And that was one example, and Chegg was another, and House is another. These are companies that are not doing stuff trying to be similar to other companies. None of these companies and other companies that I'm on the board of looked at other companies to try to imitate them. And I think that one of the lessons, the reason why it's so, I find it so much more rewarding to invest in a company that does something new, really new, as opposed to something that you have 5, 6, 8, 10 competitors. I also find it more rewarding emotionally, but I also find it more rewarding financially where it works. And almost by definition, and this is the one thing that may be counterintuitive, and certainly it was to me when I started. When I started, it was more interesting which market is hot, which market is not hot. Today, not only is the market being hot not a factor for me, if anything, it's a negative factor. Because I think that if you invest in a hot market, the chances that the startup that you back will really come out as the dominant player is very, very low. Sorry about that. I'm recovering from a cold, so I wasn't even sure I was going to make it today. So in the examples that I just mentioned, audiobooks was not hot when I invested in Audible, and home design was not hot when I backed House, and education or textbooks was not hot when I backed Chegg. And by the way, all these companies, I wasn't an investor in. I was the main backer, the main of these companies. So I think it's easier to reinvent an industry when you're doing something that's not obvious to others. So I'm probably less inclined to chase autonomous vehicles today or some other things that because everyone is chasing them. And I think it's much easier to succeed when you have some, when you have 2 or 3 years to build things quietly without huge pressure from competition. After 2 or 3 years, it's okay that the market becomes hot because by then you have created, you have created some assets. But when you start, you have no assets.
Yep.
So, yeah.
You already mentioned a few things.
Sorry about that.
You already mentioned a few things. What really gets you engaged and what will be triggering factor for you to decide to back the company.
Yeah.
But many of this audience is not coming from Silicon Valley. How many of you is coming from Europe? Okay, few of you.
Yeah.
And then the unique factor that we can think about. Many people in Silicon Valley, they graduated from Stanford, they have good network. What would be your advice for people who are coming from outside of Silicon Valley, don't have this network, don't have Stanford MBA? How they can convince investors to get support?
So I would say that, first of all, don't think that if someone did go to Stanford, that means that they can raise money easily either. It's always difficult, and it should be difficult because it should be a high bar. It shouldn't be too easy. I think that most investors, including myself, most venture capitalists, most investors who invest more than a very small amount typically want to either back a proven founder or founding team, or to see some proof points in the business. For most investors, including myself, it's very, very difficult to write a significant check to an unproven idea, even if it sounds good, pitched by an unproven management team. And by the way, going to Stanford doesn't make you a proven, entrepreneur. So I would say if you're an outsider, and you want to start a company now, by the way, you're an outsider, you don't have to start a company. You can also, take a few years. This town, actually, this area is an area that is really easy to become an insider, even if you are an outsider. It only takes a few years. So you can go, so first of all, you don't have to start a company. You can go and start and work for the right companies, and within a few years, you'll be plugged in, because frankly, almost no one was born here, right? Even the most insiders here, they came here 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Almost no one was born here. So first of all, you don't have to start a company. But if you start a company, I would say that you're probably more likely to raise money based on some proof points from the business. So try to build the business, and I'll give you an example. And I know it's much easier said than done. Because often there is chicken and egg, how can I make progress? But the fact is, in some businesses, you actually can make a lot of progress and really show that you have built something that the market needs with very little cash, if any. So my advice would be to bootstrap it and to show actual results. And then you will be judged not by what school you went to and whether or not you came from Europe or from Stanford or from Texas, but based on what you've achieved with the business. So the example I want to use is House. When I backed House, I was the first backer. I gave them the first $2 million to start the business, basically. When I met them, they were still working for other companies. And they were working, it's a married couple, so they were working on it in their house after hours, after they put the kids to sleep. Just a minute. Zero resources, and yet, when I met them, it was about 10 months after they started working on it as a hobby, and they had a beautiful website, not an app yet, but they had a beautiful website. They had a few thousand professionals who uploaded the content, and they had a couple of 100,000 unique visitors, which is mind-boggling compared to, and by the way, speaking of Google, because I know you are from Google, they ranked for pretty generic terms, like bathroom design. They ranked at the bottom of the first page. Today, of course, they would rank, number one on all these words. But the fact that they made it to the bottom of the first page, or maybe the top of the second page, when it was just nothing, company not incorporated yet, to me it was mind-boggling. So I didn't judge them based on if they're well-connected, and they were not well-connected with VCs at all. I didn't judge them based on whether they're connected or not, whether they came here or were born here or came here. And I judged them based on the years' worth of data that I had from the business that they built with zero resources. And my thinking was, wow, if they did all this with zero resources, I wonder what they can do with a little bit of resources. So that's an example. It's possible. Not always, not easy, and it's never easy. And it shouldn't be easy. So, but I think that's the answer.
Thank you.
Oh, one of the answers.
Your portfolio is definitely doing phenomenally well.
Thank you.
I can recall only a few one-man investors or any venture funds that are doing that well as yourself.
Thank you.
What are you giving back to your investment portfolio companies? What is the secret sauce? So what, apart from the money, companies in your portfolio can expect from you?
So first of all, I think they can expect unconditional love. And I think that's quite a lot. And when I say unconditional love, I really mean it, because I would rather us losing money and the founder still loves me than the other way around. Then we make money and he hates me, or she hates me. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that I really, really see myself as working for them and not the other way around. And again, when I was young in my career, I've been doing it for 23 years, the first 3 years I thought that I'm the board member, I'm the investor, I'm the owner, the CEO works for me and he should report to me every quarter, every month, every week, whatever, and I should opine how well he's doing it. And I totally reversed my thinking. Today I think that the entrepreneur gave me a privilege to back him or her, and I work for them, and I'm a resource, and whatever they need to do, I'll do. And if they want me, if they want to meet me every day or every week, fine. If they don't want to meet me at all, that's fine too, because they're the boss. So, almost done. Now, in practical matters, and I guess this is the last question, if you want to make the time, then I would say hiring. I help them find candidates through my network, through and also close people and convince people. The best people are very difficult to convince. So the fact that I can come and and share from my experience why am I such a believer in this business helps. Hiring, future financings, some big strategic questions, but less so the day-to-day. I'm not going to help them in engineering. I'm not going to help them in product decisions. If they need my advice in product, I back the wrong team.
So you'll remember how to program if needed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome into
Thank you, Gennady.
Oren. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Oren. Thank you, Gena. Oh. Unfortunately. All right. So our last speaker before we turn to the startup pitches is Richard Steiber. So everybody nowadays talks about virtual reality. In fact, we're going to have a whole session of startups pitching on the topic of virtual reality. But who are those people who actually made virtual reality reality? And so Richard is such a person, and it's my pleasure to invite him here on stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I actually think that we should give the SVOD team a fantastic applause for putting on a good show for us. Let's give them an applause. So when I grew up, I wanted to be a superhero. I wanted to have special powers. I wanted to do the impossible. And I have two young daughters today, Alexandra and Athena, and I can see that they're thinking the same way. So they want to go to Mars. They want to go underwater. They want to create impossible things. And with virtual reality, for the first time ever, they can go to Mars before Elon Musk. And they can go underwater, meet some incredible sea creatures, just like Jacques Cousteau. But I'm here to talk about virtual reality. And the perhaps most exciting thing with virtual reality is that it's not about the future. It is already here. It's a great opportunity for investors, for entrepreneurs, and for developers. So I want to talk about the real superheroes, the people who are going to make this happen. And imagination coming much closer together. And through technology, we create this portal where you can go through and experience anything. So probably when you heard about the Vive, you were thinking about a headset. But actually, we have evolved. So we have technology, we have a marketplace, we have a studio, and then we have an accelerator. So I thought I'll tell you a little bit about it and then show you some of the super exciting opportunities for you as entrepreneurs and as investors. So the thing that makes this possible is technology. And what happens is that you put something on your head which immerses your visual system, your auditory system, but also with the Vive you can move around in what we call room scale and interact with virtual reality. So what happens is that since most of your senses see the virtual world, your brain thinks that that's the real world. So even if you are on top of Mount Everest and you can sort of feel your barefoot feet on the carpet, and you know it's not cold, your brain still thinks that it's more credible that you're on top of Mount Everest. So what's happening is that it's not just about the headset. It's actually a platform of technology. It's an ecosystem evolving. So let me give you some examples of what's happening in the industry. So first of all, you have something called a tracker. It's a universal piece of technology that can be tracked in the 3D space. You can put this on a tennis racket, and the tennis racket will emerge in VR, or your golf clubs, or your running shoes, or a gun, or whatever it might be. What happens when you track in your 3D space, a couple of things can happen. So one of the things one company did was that they put it on your shoes. So my kids, they would love that because you can have dancing applications. But when you track your feet, you can basically have a full body avatar. And when you have a full body avatar, you create something social as well because you can see the other party. So let me show you what this company did. So here you can see the person in VR, and then you can see what they see. So you can see your own body, and then he starts interacting. This is a very simple game. You basically have to avoid things or jump over things. But I think you can very quickly see that he certainly believes he's there. Maybe we can increase the volume a little bit. So this is one example on how this tracker, and the reason why it's so brilliant is that if you are a developer, you develop for this one piece of tracker, and then you can put it on a gun or this tennis racket or your shoes. You basically develop for one device. And as a consumer, you only buy one device and it will work for everything. So you don't have fragmentation in the market. The other thing, which my favorite experience is that when you're in VR, not everyone have a headset. So this team came up with a solution where you use your mobile phone. You put a tracker on the phone, and then through the phone, you have a window into the virtual world so that you can basically see what the person in VR sees. In this example, it was a shooter, so that as the hero in VR, you were shooting, but your friends in the sofa, in the living room, you could be up to 4 of them, use their mobile phones, and they could be sidekicks, seeing what you see, but also helping out defeating the aliens. So new types of hybrid virtual reality experiences is on the move. Another thing is eye tracking. So I believe that the eyes will be the game changer for virtual reality. And a couple of reasons for that. One is that once you track your eyes, you can actually see what people are looking at. So in a social context, that's very, very important because eye contact is so important for us. But also, you can create heat maps on what people are looking at and interacting with that. That provides very valuable information. But also for us to navigate through various kinds of menus and things like that, just using our eyes and not having to move and click, just using our eyes to navigate, and actually the computer will know what we want. This is going to be a game changer. So other piece of technology is wireless. One of the complaints has been that, you have to have a wire. So one of the startups companies we funded is TPCast, which is a little thing on top of his head, which means that you don't have to connect your high-end VR headset to a PC with a cord. But there are other things. There are like haptic suits. There are all kinds of social experiences. So it's kind of exploding with all kinds of technology. The important thing with this technology is that it doesn't just have to be gaming. This could be used for construction, for design, for education, for many, many purposes. So what we've done is that we created something called ViveX. ViveX is our accelerator. We're in 2 places in China. We're in Taiwan. We're here in San Francisco, and we're in Israel. So we put $100 million off the balance sheet. So we started a year ago. We've done over 60 investments already. So we're probably one of the more active. And we're looking for more startup superheroes that we can help grow. We're primarily looking for enabling technologies and services that have a multiplicative effect. So for example, eye tracking that every developer can use. We also partnered with some of the big guns in the VC industry and founded something called VRVCA, the VR Venture Capital Alliance. So it's over 40 members, and we're looking for more, with over $18 billion in available capital. We meet bi-monthly. So if you're a startup, this is a great way to pitch to many VR-interested VCs. And with VR, it could be VR, it could be AR, MR, or whatever R you are. So the way I see it is that throughout time, we had some technology revolutions. I mean, we looked at the PC, the web, the mobile. And in the beginning of all these curves, there was the early adopters, the gamers, the geeks. But if you think about it, it wasn't necessarily gaming that made the PC big or the web big. And looking out of you on your mobile phones, you're probably taking photos and social media and other things. Of course, it's gaming, but it wasn't necessarily what made the platform big. So when it comes to virtual reality, we are essentially in year 1 of this edition of virtual reality. So it is the early adopters, it is the gamers who have the PCs, who want to have these immersive experiences. But it's not going to be gaming that make VR big. It's going to be other categories. We don't exactly know what they are, but we know that exploration and education is a fantastic opportunity. We know that creativity, design, and designing in 3D is the way to design. Why would you design 3D on a 2D screen? It doesn't make any sense. And also, social is probably going to be the most social. And social is not just Facebook. Social is collaborative. It's basically working with your team on projects in 3-dimensional space. We see Hollywood and the whole entertainment industry. We're not just going to look at 2D screens. We're going to be the hero in the movie going forward. And of course, shopping and all kinds of commercial experience. As a Swedish person, I'm finally going to get rid of the IKEA catalog, and I'm going to walk into the catalog and design my rooms before I buy them. So we have this technology, and it's interesting because it's not just the computer graphics world, you also have the cinematic world coming together. So today, with technology, you can actually capture the real world very, very realistically. Could be Björk as a star, so she can appear as a lifelike avatar, but you could capture the entire world. Some of you have seen Google Earth, but Google Earth in VR is amazing. So let me leave you a quick peek how you actually capture the entire world. Let's have a look. Maybe some sound. So we're only in the beginning, and it's interesting. Can you guess what is the most looked after place on the planet when people go online? Can you guess? Anyone? Shout out. Great Wall. So people from China here, go China. Anyone else? Golden Gate. Go San Francisco. So actually, I think it is your home address. People would love to go back and see where they grew up. So probably the resolution is not great, but it's interesting how you actually go back to your roots and sort of see how it is. So where do you find all these experiences? So what we have done is we created something called Viport, which I run. So Viport, think of it as the place where you go to find virtual reality experiences. In the future, will be AR experiences. And it doesn't matter if you're using it at home or at work or mobile or in an arcade. So let me talk to you a little bit about these opportunities. One of the things which we found interesting is that people are not consuming so much virtual reality content, and there is not a lot of content yet. So one of the things we tested, which will be interesting to see, is subscription. So today, when you listen to music, you probably subscribe to Spotify or Pandora or something. So you went from CD-ROM, downloading MP3 files, and subscribing. Same thing happened probably on your video consumption to Netflix, HBO, or something. So we believe the way you will consume virtual reality experiences will probably be something similar. So we're testing subscription, where you can have your favorite applications for a low monthly fee of $7. The other thing which is happening is that we need to accelerate the ecosystem. So we created something called Vive Studios, where we are investing in developers' content. So if you have a piece of content that you want to have developed, we could fund that. So we don't invest in the company, we invest in the content project. We're especially looking for things in education, enterprise, some of the other verticals that is not necessarily going to happen by itself. One interesting example, we launched something called Make VR, where you can go into virtual reality, you can create three-dimensional objects, and then you can 3D print them through either your own 3D printer or some of the external services available. So there was just now, last weekend, a Makers Fair in San Francisco, where thousands of people who create all kinds of crazy stuff will use this technology. The other thing which is happening, how many here went to an internet cafe? Hand up. Some people. So in the early days, what happened? People didn't have access to the internet and broadband, so we went to cafes to connect and send emails. The same thing is happening with virtual reality. Not everyone have access to virtual reality. So what is happening is that those arcades at your cinema are getting a VR headset. It's coming into things like shopping malls, libraries, and there's got a lot of dedicated VR arcades. So this, for example, is from IMAX in LA, and this is MK2 in France. So public VR is happening really, really quickly, and it's a great opportunity for not only developers to monetize, but also for small businesses to start up. The problem we're solving here is that most of the VR software today is like movies. It's for personal use, which means that you and I couldn't have 10 DVDs and start a cinema. You actually have to have a license for commercial use. So that's something we provide. So we have over 600 titles, and we have hundreds of locations active, and we're doing a pilot in 15 countries now. So if anyone wants to start a VR arcade, this is the time. Of course, I think that the reason that most people will come into contact with VR very soon is not just at home. It is in public places. When you go to IKEA, you're going to use VR to build your kitchen. When you go to BMW or Tesla, you're going to put on your headset and not only build your car in VR, but you will actually drive your car in VR. So it's going to be a much more immersive experience. Before you go to Hawaii on vacation, you're going to check out the hotel and your destination. So it's coming to your store, it's coming to your work, and it's also coming to our schools. One example I want to give is how VR is being used in marketing. So this is Nissan, and they're trying to give you a unique, very cool way of driving their awesome cars. So let's have a quick look. So if you're a Star Wars fan, buy Nissan. But VR is not just about commercial stuff. I think it was in a Spider-Man movie, someone said, with great power comes great responsibility. So we created something called VR for Impact. So earlier this year in Davos, we partnered up with the United Nations to create VR for Impact. So United Nations have these 17 sustainability goals, where basically problems we have to fix for our planet around poverty, climate change, equality, and if we don't do that, it's kind of game over 2030. So what we want to do is we want to bring together causes and developers to create experiences to drive awareness on what's happening in the world when it comes to climate change, poverty, and other issues. We had Earth Day just a couple of weeks back. And I want to give you one example on what we're doing and what we're looking for. So if you have some connections, please contact us. One of the grants recipients was Space VR. So what they did is that they have built this satellite, a virtual reality camera satellite. They have a place on SpaceX later this fall, and they're going to send it up into space. And the reason they're doing that is that when every astronaut comes back to Earth, they kind of changed because they got this unique perspective on our planet. They see that the fragile atmosphere layer could be easily destroyed and we're all dead right away. They see that there are no borders, so if it is the Trump administration or some problems in Europe, it doesn't really matter. We're all one people, we're all one planet. Doesn't matter color, doesn't matter religions. And I think it's that kind of experience, what they call the overview effect. So the idea with virtual reality is by sending this camera up, all of you could become astronauts. All of you could have the overview effect. And all of us together can realize that we're one people and we need to take care of our planet. So with that, let's create the future together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Wow, what an inspiring talk just before our startups. And now we're coming to see a number of exciting startups and judge them. I'm inviting Minal Hassan, Ben Sheikh, Cyril Ezerweiler, Matt Beach, Nika Banatos, and Roth Handerbach. I hope with my accent I didn't mess with the last names. Now, everyone with the blue tag, our investors, please join our investors-only tables. We'll need your help to judge the companies today. Please. Matt? Do we have Matt? Oh, yes. And Ross, please take your seat on this side. We have very quick pitch, elevator pitch, from exciting companies that I personally think help in using virtual reality in a pretty unusual place.
Hello. The company is called Mel Science. So those who have children, do you realize that they will have to learn in school much more than you had to learn? So how we can teach better? So we have a solution for science. It consists of two parts. The first is hands-on experiments you can do yourself, or they can do, kids can do. And the second is virtual reality. So they can put themselves inside directions, inside those experiments, and see all those molecules, atoms, what is happening there. So not memorize, but understand science, what is happening in the experiments. And combining together, that's the best way to teach science. So pretty healthy unit economy, fast-growing user base, with potential, so far mainly in the US, with potential to expansion worldwide. Yeah, that's it.
To name your company.
The company is Mel Science. We're just there. If you're interested in more details, we're raising money. Come there.
Good, good. 30 seconds elevator pitch. And now we're actually asking our judges, our traditional request, before you're going to judge other pitches, show that you could do also 30 seconds elevator pitch. So please, everyone, introduce yourself, your fund, and investment focus. Please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Minal Hassan. I launched my first venture fund a little under 2 years ago. It's a $183 million fund. It's based in Silicon Valley. I have a team in Singapore as well. I primarily invest in tech startups in the US and then some in Asia as well. Main focus is investing in tech companies that are going to create an impact on a global scale. Yeah, we've probably deployed about a third of the funds that we've raised so far, so around $60 million in the last year and a half or so. Oh, beep, beep. Okay, and my investments include Magic Leap, one of our AR/VR companies.
Hi, my name is Ben Shi. I'm with Icon Ventures. We're a early stage, Series B, C stage focused tech investing VC firm here in the Bay Area. We've got 6 funds, about $1 billion under management, actively investing. As I mentioned, we're kind of more Series B, C stage focused, but I'm trying to wear a Series A stage hat in helping these companies. Definitely looked a lot at AR, VR, MR type of technologies. Hopefully can contribute to that.
All right. My name is Cyril Bosweider. I am a general partner at a firm called SOSV. We have roughly $300 million under management. We've invested in particular in hardware. I'm also running a company called Hacks, where we've invested in over 220 hardware startups. And we also run another accelerator called IndieBio, and so we're one of the largest investors in life sciences. I've invested in VR and AR over the years. I was the first investor in a company called Leapmotion, as well as a few other companies we may chat about.
Thank you. Next, 30 seconds. We have problem with mics. Yes.
Hi, Matt Biggie. I'm a partner with Crosslink Capital. We've been around for about 25 years. We're currently investing out of our 7th fund. We're focused on seed and Series A investments, typically as little as $500,000, as much as $5 million initially, more over time. I tend to spend my time focused on industrial and enterprise infrastructure. My partners cover down on a variety of other industries ranging from AR, VR to marketplaces, fintech, and other fine areas of investment.
Hi, my name is Nico Bonatos. I'm a partner at General Catalyst Partners. We're in the business of partnering with the world's most ridiculously ambitious founders who want to build category-defining businesses, and we've been fortunate to have invested in companies like Airbnb, Snap, Stripe, Kayak, and many more.
Ross Engenbrock with Almost Capital. You might have heard this already a couple times. We're early Series A, kind of 1 to 3 million average check, B2B software. And a quick funny point here is I was an entrepreneur. I feel I still am. But about 4 years ago, I started a 3D image processing company. The CEO, my co-founder, is still running it. And Matt here was an advisor before Crosslink. And Nico here was a guy we pitched. And every entrepreneur can relate that you remember, like an elephant, every single pitch and who was nice and who wasn't, who was rude, who was courteous. Very courteous guy. So we're still friends.
Small word. Very, very small word. So let's just start from the companies, yes? Enough words. Let's put our future interesting companies on the stage. Let me invite 360 Musics intend to sell most music again as interactive application. Let's welcome 360 Musics.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Ray Latipov. I'm CEO of 360 Music S. I developed my first computer game in 1990 and sold license for it to Microsoft. My most known invention is the Virtuosphere. 2 of my patents cover the most of augmented reality applications. During the presentation, I'm going to show you how currently stagnant music industry could get a second wind with our new technology. Oh, sorry. The music industry has lost about 25% revenue from its maximum. The revenue were undermined by digital technologies. We developed a new type of product that could generate a new revenue stream to music industry. Our technology turns music tracks into interactive application. The positive feedback from potential customers is encouraging, but you need to test the prototype to get a personal feel on the potential for technology and market. Last decade, the same music has been sold several times. First on vinyl, then on cassette, CD, MP3, and right now by online subscription. And we have a good potential to rebrand music again. How is an average music track recorded? Usually, musicians record separately vocals, guitars, keyboard, drums into recording studio. Then, sound engineer mixes the tracks into stereo as a final product. And then, all of us could enjoy the music, regardless of media. Once mixed, the music tracks same on the vinyl, CD, or MP3, and has not interactivity for listener other than volume control. What do we do differently? How do we make the music tracks interactive? We use same tracks but don't mix them. We input tracks as a sound source within virtual space. As in any VR application, user able move within virtual space and listen surround music with its own unique way. On the next slide, you will see small video, but the best demo is the individual with headset. Please don't hesitate to contact me after the presentation for the real demo. The target market is the 3 billion smartphone users. Music apps are used almost daily by most, and we have a new product to offer to them. It is an attractive application based on the 3D music. A meaningful partnership with the musician is the key advantage for the marketing the application. The musician provides music tracks, and our company will turn them into interactive application. It is a win-win business model, as application will create a new revenue stream for musicians. As a rule, musicians have a lot of fans who willingly will download the application. The income will come by ads in free-to-play version and by paid features. We plan to launch market with first 5 applications during year. It looks like seed money will come by pop stars who are willing to be the first in line with the product. Our company looking for the $5 million Series A equity investment. The leaders of our team are myself, Ray Latipov, inventor. I took entrepreneurship course at Binghamton University. Eugene Sotnikov. Eugene created hundreds of mobile games and was able to market some of them to tops of the Google Play. Mark Plotkin, musician and music producer. As a professor in New York University, Mark frequently invites pop stars for the meeting with students. Thank you for your attention. I now welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, 360 Music. Question from our judges and from our jury. Any questions?
What's the plan for acquiring a lot of users and making this truly mainstream? Tell us a little bit about distribution, user acquisition, customer acquisition, stuff like that.
You mean distribution? For example, you're a pop star and we created together the application. Tomorrow we will just tweet about new application or take information to the Facebook, and your fans will download the application. And if they will need, they could pay also for the additional paid features. The partnership with musicians is the key, especially for the distribution. It's a good question. Thank you.
Ben?
Question on the side. So when I hear 360 music, I actually naturally think of concerts, because musicians, as far as I know, still do really well in concerts as a source of revenue. You know, we're talking about the collapse of the music market. Have you thought about concerts as a very natural application for AR and VR?
Yes, the concert, it's a very good application, especially right now, people trying to do panoramic video on the concert, and you could be immersed there. But our technology, it's give a little bit more flexibility. You're able to move, come closer to your idol, come closer to the guitar, and if you like the drums, to the drums. And even in future will be possible, for example, eliminate drums, and you will sit and play drums with Deep Purple, and then give the new tracks with your drums to your wife or your children. There are a lot of flexibility and interactivity with this new type of application.
Hi, thank you. Lilia Sherman, Golden Seeds and J Angels. Can you please articulate a little more specifically who exactly the users of these applications would be? Is there a particular profile or other characteristic?
Yeah. I believe it's all of us. All of us fans of some type of music. Some of people like rap, some pop, and rock music. For example, if I will turn rock music, probably the rock fans will be the first who will download the application. But we even tried to do classic chamber music in such type of application, and it's also great. It means most of people who like music could be potential customers for such type of interactive music application.
Hi there.
Last question.
I'm concerned about how close this is to Avid Pro Tools, which is a track-by-track production tool used in professional studios. And it takes inputs from the real world. You can direct tracks to other types of devices on the outside world. What exactly is the product? Is it just the link between AR and a track player?
It's a good question, and I will just divide it for the two sides. Studio, music recording studio side, and our production, virtual reality. In the music studio, it could be same as it was before. As a rule, they record separately all tracks, and then sound engineer mix. We just don't mix them and we put it into virtual reality. Right now, we use just regular Unity engine, but all of engine, for example, Unreal, also have inside 3D sound engines. The production is pretty simple. More complicated, it's input sophisticated features. For example, panoramic video. We have about 10 different options, just basic 3D application with 3D music. And it's like regular computer game, but it's much, much easier.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, 360 Musics.
Thank you. And please don't hesitate, contact me after the presentation. I have real demo for you.
Now we have NG Codec, delivering the future of video. Please welcome NG Codec. Can you put, yeah. Is it yours?
Where's the clicker? Yep. Good afternoon. I'm super happy to be here. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Pied Piper. Actually, it's NG Codec, but we are doing next generation video compression, and we're applying it to the VR and AR space, which we believe will be the next computing platform post-mobile. So I think all of you probably have seen these videos from Magic Leap. They show the vision of the future, the fact that we're going to be wearing goggles and we're going to have merged reality. It's a pretty amazing experience. The problem is, it's impossible to deliver it today. Today, you need a server rack to deliver this type of computing. It's in supercomputing. All of the rendering of the graphics, the particles of the water, blending it, it just can't run on your device. And so our approach is to keep that where it should be, in the cloud, and stream it using our unique compression technology to the consumer. So everyone knows the VR AR market is going to be big, and all the big players have hundreds, maybe thousands of people working on it. But it's got some real problems. And these problems are that today's approach just doesn't work. If we take mobile, everything has to run locally. This means that you have a crappy graphic experience. It's 100 times less than what the desktop can do, and you get only an hour of battery life. And Moore's Law will help, but guess what? Moore's Law helps the desktop. The desktop has great performance. It looks good, but you've got this ugly cable, and more importantly, you've got this $1,000 PC that nobody wants. So we think there must be a better way. How can we solve this? And so we've been working on unique technology for many years now that can do exactly that. And of course, we're not alone. There are other analysts out there that are basically predicting that unless something changes, the VR and AR market is not going to deliver its potential. We know a better way, and I'm going to show you how it works now. So our approach is to take that computing and put it in the cloud. And whilst it's in the cloud, we can then stream it with ultra low latency to the consumer. And so our technology provides uniquely 200-to-1 compression with no perceived additional latency. And that's unique, and we're the only people that can do that. In fact, we've been partly funded by the National Science Foundation. And so the HMD will detect the motion, it will get sent to the cloud will render the next graphics, it will get encoded with our technology and streamed back to the HMD. And all of this has to happen in around a frame or so. Very, very challenging. We're unique in being able to do this. There are other encoders. If you have an NVIDIA or Intel GPU in your platform, there's an encoder in there, but it was never designed for this use case. It might be able to do cloud gaming, but it has far too higher latency, maybe 60 milliseconds, 20 times higher. You'd get motion sick. It's impossible. Whereas we can demo this today. Also, the bit rate would be way too high to make it economical. We have a number of patents already granted and pending, and we've been working at this from previous companies for over 10 years. One of the other things that you do need, though, is a low latency network. And of course, trying to do this over legacy copper isn't going to work. Trying to do this over many hops of the internet isn't going to work. And that's why our go-to-market is to use telecom providers that today have edge computing and have fiber optics that can deliver ultra-low latency. We have demos available that do either wireless or wired at just 20 megabits per second with no perceived latency on the HTC Vive and the Optimus Rift. And if you don't believe it's possible, I'd invite you to come and see us in Sunnyvale. We can show you these demos today. 5G will also be a huge opportunity. I believe this is the killer application for 5G. Our business model is very simple. The business model involves, it's a SaaS model. We run our technology in the cloud, and we want to get charged each time it's used, ideally $1 an hour. And we believe we can first engage with enterprises, and we have good traction, and then later on with consumers, leveraging our relationship with telecom service providers, people like AT&T or SoftBank or NTT Docomo or Verizon. It's a $1 billion opportunity. Finally, our team. I myself spent 12 years at Arm. I ran mobile. Arm has now shipped over 100 billion units and was bought by SoftBank last year for $31 billion. Our CTO is one of the world's video experts. He's been defining and creating video standards for 20 years. He chaired one of the working groups. And Adam, our VP of engineering, has been running engineering teams. Oh, and by the way, Richard Hendricks isn't actually on our board. He's from Pied Piper. So thank you very much. That's my last slide. We're looking to raise a 10 million Series A. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Quick question from our judges. Yes, please, now.
So here's the thing. I mean, just based on the laws of physics, there's inevitably going to be some latency.
You're
okay.
correct.
Now, the difference in my mind between AR, VR, and any other field where you're using something that's to go, where you're using any kind of cloud-based technology, is that in AR, VR, it is incredibly sensitive to latency. So even a tiny latency,
Yes.
1 or 2 frames, which might be 30 to 40 milliseconds, is going to cause nausea and headaches.
100% agree.
If you could explain to me how you're going to handle that, that would be great.
Yeah, so we do compression technology that uses what's called motion estimation. So we use redundancy in the frames, but we don't use the whole frame. We break the frame into slices. And so our theoretical minimum latency, we can't quite achieve that today, is 3 milliseconds. A frame at 90 frames a second is about 11 milliseconds for the whole frame. We have demos working today at 1 frame. And I'd invite you to come and play with them and use them. And because our fundamental limitation is 2 rows of coding units, that translates to about 3 milliseconds. If you're under 20, most people can't perceive that latency. But 100% agree. Once you get more than that, I myself get motion sickness.
More question. Yes.
Yep. So I'm curious, did you port that technology from something that you were doing before, or it's always been aimed at VR? And we'd love to hear about why you identified VR, if that's the case.
Yeah. We founded the company 4 years ago on the new video standard called H.265, HEVC. In a previous life, we had done ultra-low latency, like one frame with H.264. We initially were targeting general markets, but more recently, we've been narrowing and focusing. And with video standards, the decoding is standard. The encoding is proprietary. Every vendor makes different trade-offs, different optimizations. We have done all that we can using all of our know-how and have now filed 8 patents on ultra-low latency.
Questions from jury?
Did you use inside out?
So our technology is compression. So we are agnostic to how the tracking is done, inside out, etc. We would love to leverage the inside out because we think ultimately to make this a billion-dollar market replacing smartphones, there can't be infrastructure. So ultimately, yes, there will be inside out. But our technology is the piece that allows the computing to move to the data center. It's the compression and decompression. So we don't actually care how the tracking is done.
Last question.
Competition?
Today, we're the only company that is able to demonstrate this with an HTC and Optimus Rift at 200 to 1 compression with just 1 frame of latency. Other people are trying to use the built-in encoders, as I mentioned. Those were never designed for this, so they cannot do that. So we think right now, a lot of people don't believe what we're doing is possible. They think it's impossible. And so we show the demos, and that then, I think, opens their eyes to this is really real. But I want to be clear, we need support of service providers. This is not going to work on an arbitrary point on the internet to an arbitrary consumer. We have to work through service providers in the short term to make sure that, first of all, we don't have huge hops on the internet, we're at the edge, and secondly, the path to the consumer is low latency and doesn't introduce lag. Because as the lady said, as soon as you start to add a bit of latency, it breaks up.
So that would be your customer, service provider.
Yeah, in our B2B...
The telcos.
Exactly. In our B2B to B2C, we sell the technology to the telecom providers, and then they sell it to the consumers.
So one different kind of question on a different line. Is your demo done on a software emulator or on your FPGA, and when are you going to get to an ASIC?
It's FPGA today. You can't do this in software. And we don't believe we need to go to ASIC. We don't want to do semiconductors. That's a different market. It's a SaaS model. We were the launch partner with Amazon that has now deployed F1 instances in the cloud. I was asked to give a launch at Amazon's event last November. And so we would leverage FPGAs that are becoming available in the data center.
Thank you. Thank you, NG Codec.
Thank you very much.
And now I invite NView Medical, a real-time 4D scanner to make surgery safer, faster, and consistently accurate. Please welcome NView.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Christian Atria. I am founder and CEO of NView Medical. At NView, we're making surgeries safer, faster, and consistently accurate. And accuracy is a major challenge in many high-volume surgical procedures. If we take spine, for example, every year in the US, there's more than 500,000 surgical procedures where screws are placed in the patient's spine. The rate of readmissions is 7%. This is high. That means that patients that go for one surgery have to go back to a surgery because it was not done correctly. The cost of these readmissions in the US only is more than $1 billion per year. A major challenge in the surgical procedures is the accurate placement of the screws in the patient's spine. And this happens because surgeons are typically doing this surgical procedure based on 2D imaging. So a screw that may appear correctly placed during surgery is then discovered in a postoperative CT scan that it has been incorrectly placed, and it's easy to see the screw on the right here is incorrectly placed, is interfering with the patient's spinal canal. It's easy to see because it's 3D, and trust me, you don't want to be that patient. Our solution is called Insta3D. So what do? We're bringing 3D imaging into the operating room. We do that with a novel scanner that is able to provide 3D information during the operation, and it does that with an open geometry. So the open geometry allows us to have imaging concurrently with the surgical operation. And then we have a software component that takes this information, mixes it with prior information based on physics and machine learning so that we can provide real-time imaging during the operation in 3D. Here's our working prototype and how it works. As a surgery is happening, we're creating the image of the patient in real time, and you can see that on the bottom, and then we're updating this image in 3D in fractions of a second. So we're based on X-ray technology, but because we're using prior information and machine learning, we're actually reducing the amount of radiation that the system uses. We are shortening the surgical procedure by half an hour for a 2.5-hour procedure because we're guiding the surgeons step by step during the surgical procedure. And we are increasing the accuracy of the surgery because we're providing 3D imaging where it's needed in the operating room. Our bottom line is we want to make the hospital successful and we want to make the hospital save money. With this technology, they will save $2 million per year. This is a market of surgical and interventional imaging. It's an established market. There is more than $3 billion in yearly revenues, but we are going to disrupt this market. The market leaders are comfortably selling 2D imaging systems. New entrants have come with basically scanners for the operating room, but they do that. It's not only a costly solution. In order to get a 3D scan today, basically the imaging takes more than 5 minutes. The surgical workflow is interrupted for 10 minutes just to take one snapshot. Our solution provides the best of both worlds: continuous imaging, guidance, and we're providing 3D in real time. We are the only 3D guided surgical imaging technology out there. This is the team. We're a team that comes from the industry. Myself, I have worked in startups, in established companies. I have run and acquired startup in computer-aided surgery for the market leader, which is GE Healthcare, and our chief operating officer, our chief technology officer also come from the industry, so we know how to execute and we know how to launch this type of product. We have a partnership strategy. So far, we have been very successful in leveraging non-dilutive funding from granting agencies like the National Science Foundation, more than $1.8 million in federal grants, but also from the state of Utah, where we're based, and we have a pipeline of grants with NIH that is in process. We have partnered with leading clinical institutions, like Johns Hopkins, for example. We're working with their orthopedic department, we're working with their robotics group, and we're having projects where we're doing mixed visualization between optical and X-ray imaging. And then for go-to-market strategy, we're going to rely on strong partnerships in specific clinical segments. Companies like NuVasive, for example, we want to partner with them and have a common go-to-market strategy so that we can have a strong impact on each clinical segment. At this point, we have done most of our R&D. We have 2 patents that are pending. We have a working prototype, and we have done our FDA homework, so we know what's next.
Last slide, please.
Yes. We are going to do clinical validation, a Series A in 2018, and then going to go for a scaling in different clinical applications. In summary, we're addressing clear clinical needs that matter. We have patent-pending technology that will disrupt a large market, and we are a team that knows how to execute. Thank you.
Thank you, medical. Question from our judges.
Okay. So I wanted to understand how much training time is there going to be for doctors? Do you anticipate that the error rate's going to go up before it goes down? And also, how do you quantify the accuracy improvement in the surgeries?
Okay, there's 3 questions, I think. So in terms of training,
just the training, yeah.
Yeah.
Training.
In terms of training, the beauty of our system is perfectly intuitive. Right now, the surgeons need to go through a long training if they want to use 3D because they need to mix it with very complex technologies. This is very intuitive. You just place, you just push a button basically as you're doing the surgery, and then you see it on the screen. There's nothing that needs to be done differently than what they would do in a typical procedure. So it's much more intuitive than any of the modern 3D technologies that are out there for the operating room.
Any question from judges? No? Yes, please.
I understand that it's only on the image acquisition. How about the display? The display is on 2D?
So we are really focusing on the acquisition and the creation of the image in 3D. Obviously, we can use all types of displays. The standard is going to be a monitor, but obviously we can mix this with other technologies, virtual reality. So this is just then the output of our image creation, correct?
Can you talk a bit about your exit strategy? Who would likely be interested?
You know, I think any of the players in the industry, from the imaging industry, but also adjacencies like devices, implant companies, for example, would be interested. We're building the company for the long run. We want to be successful. We want to hit it big, and obviously we're going to be open to look at shorter-term exit strategy if there are good opportunities.
Can you tell us about the cost structure, the business model, what you're going to change there?
Yeah, so the business model is going to start pretty much like an equipment sale, but actually we're building a platform on top of which we want to build specific clinical applications that are going to be software modules that we can sell on top of our applications. So in our last slide, we showed that we want to go into different clinical applications. This is going to be done based on software modules that we can sell. And by 2021, we want 50% of our revenue to be through a recurrent service and software upgrades.
Any questions from judges? Questions from jury?
I have another one. So first of all, I applaud what you're doing. I think if it works, that's always a great thing. So I wanted to comment on that first. I wanted to ask, and I'm not an expert in this space, how does the third-party payer figure into this, if at all?
So this is an established market, so there is already a payment structure for different type of procedures. Certain procedures, the imaging component doesn't have a specific component because it gets bundled with the same codes technically. New technologies though have codes sometimes to improve. For example, intraoperative 3D imaging has a code, so it gets additional money into the procedure to adopt this type of technologies.
From a regulatory standpoint, is this considered a diagnostic, or is this deeper than that?
So this is interventional imaging. We have actually done already a pre-submission with FDA. This is a process when you go and talk early on, and you define together what is the path. So we have very specific requirements from the FDA. We know exactly what we need to do in terms of requirements, technical requirements for the product to be successful. So based on that is actually a class 2 device, which is a 510K, which is basically on paper a 3-month process, but in reality is a 6-month process.
Okay, thank you, NVU Medical.
Right.
Thank you. And our next company is Spray Printer. Spray Printer is an innovative handheld wireless printer that has declared war on boring blank walls. Run the timer.
Which one?
This follows this. Oh, there. Guys, your time is running. Time to start your pitch. We have magician.
Hi, I'm Richard. I'm Chief Evangelist at Spray Printer. We bring together the brightest minds in industry to completely change the way how we think about and create our visual environment. I'm happy to introduce you Spray Printer, wireless, smart, handheld printer that works with spray paint. The idea is very simple. You choose what you want to print from our mobile application. You can always upload your own images or download our ready-made designs. You mount the smartphone to a tripod, and with your own free hand movement, one color at a time, deliver your image of choice to any vertical surface. For people with artistic talent in their hand, Spray Printer is a perfect tool to take their creativity to a completely new level. For people like myself, artistically challenged, spray printer gives a whole new power of speech. We started a year and a half ago in Tartu, in Estonia, with a crazy idea to deliver a bridge between digital art and a human hand. But we didn't really know who actually would like to use and how this kind of technology. So we had some assumptions, and we were right. Last year, we executed 2 global successful crowdfunding campaigns. The most successful Indiegogo campaign from Estonia, yes. Now, we received pre-orders from all around the world, and we built the first 500 units of minimum viable products in our office back in Estonia. It has been fun to see how people actually now use this kind of technology, and we have learned a lot. The first main lesson is that spray printer has the power of hackability. Now, you take the same smart handheld device connected to a wall climbing system, and you get images like this by one man, one day, to this wall. 3 cans of spray paint. This is revolutionary in every possible aspect. 1/3 of our clients today have signed up to become one of the first professional spray printer operators. And we also have already signed up new enthusiasts, actually over 2,000 enthusiasts from all around the world, to also join the club. But right now, we just are working with the prototypes. But we connect spray printer users with boring walls. We make money helping our users make money. We have already helped tens of companies. And one example is Tallinn Airport. Estonians have always been very proud of the fact that Skype came from Estonia. But after exit to Microsoft, Skype started to suck. So, therefore, Tallinn Airport needed a refreshment, and our hackers went and did it. Now it's time for Estonians to be proud of new things. Spray printer is a unique technology with endless applications. Basically, every industry that creates our visual environment is now affected. We have an excellent team. The founder of Global Maker Movement is in our advisory board, and we have Jason Kalkanis as our first investor from Silicon Valley. I'm here to raise a seed round. Meanwhile, our hackers are making the world much more beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, spray printer. Okay, time for questions. Question feedback.
This is like Instagram for the real world. It's going to make everybody feel like an unbelievable painter. What is your plan for actually acquiring customers, and like what price point do you have in mind?
Because we have only built the first batch of minimum viable products, we are not able to globally sell yet. So we are approaching these customers right now who are the most valuable for us. These customers who take this printer and start looking for new opportunities, what to do with this. So we last weekend participated Maker Fair in Bay Area, and we see that the earliest adopters for us are the makers.
Okay, next question. Question from jury. Any question from, yes? Any question from jury? Judges? Thank you. Thank you, spray printer. Okay, and while we're waiting, we have a few new investors joining our jury. Please introduce yourself quickly.
Oh, I'm not an investor.
You're not an investor. Okay. Okay. Now it's my pleasure to invite TriFit, transformative innovation. Innovation enables the global proliferation of anything, anywhere, high conversation rate and user satisfaction, footwear retail. Footwear.
Thank you, Stas. Hello, everyone. My name is Vagan,
and I'm a founder and CEO of TriFit. Let me start with a question. Do you guys know your shoe size? Do you? Do you? I don't, because it's sometimes 10, sometimes 10 and a half, or even 11. I'm asking this question because our feet are three-dimensional and highly individual. Traditional shoe size is just a number that cannot identify the best fitting 3D shoes without trying them on. But even if you try the shoes on in the fitting room, it doesn't mean it will be the same in motion. Because when we put our bodies in motion, the forces significantly change the geometry of the foot, causing pain and even illnesses. According to New Balance, about 60% of all people here in this room are wearing improperly fitting shoes right now. No wonder why online conversion rate drops down so dramatically, from about 60% in store to about 2% in online, blocking global proliferation of online footwear retail. We are here to change the way people shop shoes online and in store. With our 3D Fit scanner and the mobile app, we start by scanning and creating a 3D model of your fit. Then we digitally simulate all varieties of shoppers' activities, such as running, walking, or jumping, and generate a personalized digital 3D shoe last for these activities. And finally, we compare the simulated shoe last with the last of the brand's footwear collection and identify the best fitting shoes for you. We use fit rate, a weighted average of TriFit proprietary multi-point 3D match for foot identification. In just a few seconds, the mobile app shows the list of the best fitting shoes for you. And now you can try on different sizes if you like. In order to provide free and stationary fit scanning for any time, anywhere online shopping, we develop a revenue-sharing collaboration with global fitness clubs. Currently, we're discussing a collaboration with a major fitness club chain in providing our service to over 4 million members. And currently, we are piloting our patent-pending technology with Adidas, Econica, New Balance, and are in active business development with Nike, Puma, and Clarks, and a few more fashion brands. And these brands demand technologies like TriFit. Because Nike, for instance, committed to investors to increase online sales by 600% by 2020, from $700 million to $5 billion. Imagine. How is that possible? It's not an easy task considering competition. However, increasing the online conversion rate only by 12%, Nike would generate $5 billion using the existing user base. 12% conversion rate increase is achievable because during our pilot project with a major sportswear brand, about 80% of participants stated that they would have fit confidence for online purchasing if TriFit service was available. Our business model is based on licensing our technology to the brands, per scanner, per store, and commission on generated online and mobile sales. You can see my profile. I'm a serial entrepreneur with over 17 years of experience in different countries. And I have a brilliant team with years of relevant experience in similar industries. Our company was registered last year in Ireland, and we're already winners of several startup competitions. Right now, we are raising 1.5 million euros to manufacture and deploy over 200 scanners across the country and for further sales and marketing and R&D. With this money, we will generate
we will acquire over 1 million of unique human feet and will generate over 500,000 in sales. So join us now and let's change the online footwear retail together.
Thank you, TriFit. Jury questions. Questions from, yes.
So I have like a few thoughts, which I'll just throw out, and you can pick which one you want to address. So like, you're doing custom measurement, but it's in standard shoes. So I just wonder, like, you know, it's still not really a customized shoe. Like, will you scan every single shoe brand? Because obviously different shoe brands fit differently, but even within a specific brand, like for example, within Nike, depending on which model I buy, I have a different size. So I don't know, like that's one thing that I want to know about. And then the second thing is women buy shoes differently. So we don't buy shoes based on fit. We buy shoes, yeah. We buy shoes based on the brand, how it looks with our outfit, all that other stuff. And then if we're gonna go like work out, like I don't know, for me at least, I know which sneakers I'm gonna use, so I just keep buying the same ones, you know? So how do you kind of, especially for women, I'm just interested in kind of how this would be of interest to them.
Thank you for this question. Well, we acquire shoe lasts from brands, basically. Adidas and New Balance, they're providing us digital shoe lasts, so we use it in digital form. For those customers who don't have digital shoe lasts, we scan shoe lasts in China or in other countries where the manufacturing is located. This is the first question. The second question for women. About 60 or 70% of those participants who are participating in our pilot projects with major brands, they're women. And actually, these stats that we have, about 80% of all these participants stated that they would have fit confidence for online purchasing if TriFit services were available. It means that they would have fit confidence, which actually means that the conversion will increase. Of course, women buy shoes not only by fit, they see what the design is and everything. So you still can do that, but we will advise you what the best fit for you. So you can forget about the size. You just can choose among those models that we find good for you, the best fitting footwear for you.
You mentioned those pilots. Can you just explain a little bit about what the pilot is and define what a successful pilot would be?
Well, yes. We are piloting with Adidas and New Balance, and the pilot is like a blind test. So they have a certain amount of participants. Normally they're employees. And what they do is they give them a pair of shoes. They don't see the size. So they put it on and they say their feedback, if it fits them well or not. And then they repeat this procedure several times until they find the best fitting shoes. Women, they don't look at the size because normally the reaction is different. So sometimes they say, oh, it's too large for me or something like this. So it's a blind test. And then they compare these results with our results, with our recommendations.
So the success of a pilot would be more people?
The KPIs would be, yeah, I understand. The KPIs.
I mean, are you also including the conventional method of measuring a shoe in current day? Or?
Yes, any shoes, sportswear. The key step would be identify how accurately we identify the fit. That's normally the first step they normally want to test. The second test would normally be how the conversion rate increase in store and online, what the customer satisfaction is, what the user satisfaction is. Because nobody buys shoes for standing in the fitting room, right? We're buying shoes for motion. But when we put our body in motion, for instance, when we run, when our foot hits the ground, it expands by about 15% in width and about by half of an inch in length. So it's actually normally the next size would be like 6 millimeters longer. So if it is half of an inch, it's almost 2 sizes. So we simulate this motion. With technology, it's called TriFit in motion. So we mathematically simulate all these activities, and then we find the best fitting shoes for you in motion, for those sports, for those activities that you like.
Thank you, TriFit. Thank you. And now we have 0K, next generation human-machine interface for AR, VR. Turnkey room scale solution for any VR platform, ultra high fidelity hands presence. Please welcome 0K.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Lowe, and I'm founder and CEO of 0Key. 0Key is developing technologies to bring virtual reality to mainstream consumers. We all know virtual reality and augmented reality are the next big things. But today, virtual reality is too expensive, too bulky, and too gadgety for mainstream adoption. These are some of the products in the market today. You may recognize them as the HTC Vive, the Oculus Rift, and the Samsung Gear VR. At one end of the spectrum, we have a premium VR experience, but it's very bulky and expensive, often costing $1,500 or more just for an entry-level system. At the other end of the spectrum, the Samsung Gear VR costs only $130, but has no room scale capability. Room scale is the capability to track your head and your hands in a virtual environment, and therefore be able to interact with virtual objects. It's the cornerstone of a great VR experience. Our vision at 0Key is to make virtual reality less virtual. What we mean by that is to make it so mainstream consumers can see themselves using this product for everyday tasks. And this is how we're going to do it. We've developed core technology to bring room scale to mobile VR platforms. It's ultra portable. Our entire room scale solution fits within the existing form factor of mobile VR headsets. And it's ultra low cost. Like every consumer electronics product needs to be, it's very affordable. Of course, intellectual property is a cornerstone of our business. We spent a lot of time and effort patenting our technology. We already have 3 granted patents, with 5 still pending. One of the keys to our technology is the size of our tracker. The tracker is what actually tracks your head and your hands and any other body parts or objects in virtual reality. Our tracker is less than 1/5 the size of the Vive and the Oculus trackers. This opens the door for a whole world of possible VR applications and other technologies that could enable things that aren't possible until now. One example is virtual reality gloves. Today, virtual reality gloves are rather bulky and unwieldy. You wouldn't want to use them right now. But with our proprietary technology, with our room scale solution, you can enable devices like this with sleek and beautiful designs that are much more user-friendly. With our positioning technology, you have 360-degree room scale tracking and in a room up to 30 feet by 30 feet. Right now, in the VR market, 77% of the market is focused on mobile. Even champions of the desktop, like John Carmack, are switching to mobile VR. And that's where our competitive advantage is the strongest. We have a very low price point, we are very small, and we have very low battery consumption. Our core technology is already prototyped, it's already demonstrable, and you can see it today. 6 months ago, we were focused on bringing this technology to market ourselves. But within the last 6 months, we've established strong relationships with some of the most major mobile phone manufacturers in the world. And we're now focusing on licensing and NRE deals with these companies. I'll talk a bit about the team. Myself, I'm a second-time founder. I've been a software developer since I was 8 years old. It's in my blood. My co-founder and COO of the company is a previous entrepreneur. He's had successful exits from several startups totaling over $100 million in exits. We self-funded our company to this point with $1.5 million in our own capital, and we have built an experienced consumer electronics engineering team. We have guys from several great companies such as Fujitsu, Nortel, and Lockheed Martin. We have strong field expertise. Our company is headquartered in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and in this area, we're known as something of a hotspot for positioning technologies. We have strong support in a number of academic areas from the local university, as well as in a wealth of engineering talent that focus on this area. Currently, we have 8 staff, 7 of whom are engineers and designers and programmers. We're raising $5 million to accelerate our commercialization phase of this technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Zero Key. Question from judges. Ben.
So you didn't really say much about how it works. Like, how are you detecting the actual gestures? How does it compare to? I think Cyril mentioned he was an investor in Leap Motion. So how is that as a competitor, or if that makes sense?
Yeah. So a lot of how it works is proprietary, but we rely on ultrasonics, and the beacons within. We have little trackers in there. Those do range measurements and whatnot. It's a little technical, but our fundamental technology is ultrasonic based.
Yeah, so how does this integrate into current VR products?
Great question. So we support OpenVR, but one of the main things we're looking at now is partnering with some of the bigger companies that plug it in right at from the chip down level. So our modules and whatnot already interface with a number of common interfaces, so you can get the positioning information into, like for example, a Gear VR or a mobile headset quite easily. The biggest advantage going that way, partnering with some of these larger companies, is that they have control over the whole ecosystem. So they would have the ability to integrate it in that sense. But we do support on the desktop platform, OpenVR as well.
Any questions? From jury? Jury, any question from jury? Yes.
What's your manufacturing and operational model and price points?
Sorry, I couldn't quite.
What's your operational cost model?
Are you asking what our burn rate is, pretty much?
What is your operation cost? Bill of
Oh,
material.
sorry, yes. Yeah. So our BOM cost is quite low. I can't disclose exactly what it is, but our retail price for one of those trackers would be less than $5 each, and for the whole kit would be less than $40 at retail.
Sorry,
Yes,
I guess I'm still confused, because if you're doing gestures and you're saying you're trackers, are you doing trackers at every joint?
So we do one tracker per hand, but the gestures are just one embodiment of our core technology.
Okay.
Right now we're focusing on licensing the core room scale technology.
Okay.
But yeah, for the hand tracking, the gestures, all those other products that are now possible, you would have one tracker per hand and then other technologies to do the angle detection on your.
Okay, but then for the head tracker, you're not inside out, I assume. So you still need the cameras around the room?
So we're hybrid. So there are versions of our system that are inside out. For example, if you use a motion controller similar to the Daydream, we can actually do some sort of positioning without beacons in the environment. But for full room scale, like what you'd get with the HTC Vive or something, you want to have multiple beacons in the environment, and then you get to the outside in. But our feelings on the inside out versus outside in is that our technology is portable enough, and there's no setup, you don't have to permanently install it, that we could probably coexist with inside out solutions. We might have an advantage in the accuracy versus the inside out solutions.
Okay, no more questions?
Are you selling licensing trackers, or are you selling headsets?
We're licensing and selling the trackers.
Okay.
Yeah.
No question? Yes, please.
Hi. What sticks out to me is the work done by a guy 20 years ago named Jaron Lanier, who did a lot of original work in AI and having a device called a data glove. Have you researched him or seen what he's done?
Not in particular. We're quite familiar with a lot of the technologies in the industry. As I said, our team comes from a really positioning-centric academic area, so we know the state of the art really well.
Okay, thank you, Zero Key.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, dear judges, in a few minutes, I will ask you to tell me what's the most interesting or exciting company out of the 6. So you could discuss at this time we use for few elevator speeches, not just. Okay, 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Max. I would like to present you MaxiTube project. MaxiTube is electrical
robotized tube logistics system for express delivery for the city. We have solution for the further problem. No traffic jam. Last mile delivery. Using pipe and electrical drive, we deliver stuff and meals from district's hub to fridge customer. Just only your fridge, my pipe, and warehouse. No truck, no shop, no hypermarket. It's a social, good program for seniors and disabled people. It's a great environment program for return materials. Thank you very much. You can find me in the hall.
Thank you. Exactly.
Hello, my name is Conrad Carney. I'm with Zucker. We are a mobile ad tech firm, and we're raising our Series A for $15 million to expand our market footprint. Our platform is for small and medium-sized businesses, and we incorporate gamification to help them attract, acquire, engage, and reward consumers via their mobile devices. The problem we're solving is getting the SMBs to transition their traditional advertising dollars to mobile in unprecedented numbers, as well as expanding the engagement factor. Our core team has over 11 years of working together in the SMB market, and we've also had successful exits as well as IPOs. Our business model is a monthly recurring revenue stream that allows the businesses to be able to incorporate the gamification to increase. Our lifetime value of a customer is $6,231 with cost of acquisition of less than $400. And we're looking to, oh, thank you.
Next one.
Hello, my name is Roman. I'm a founder of IoT Hub, and this is my startup. So we have a portfolio. We are based in Ukraine, and this is it allows startups to build products, technology products with high quality and very small, extremely small cash burn. And we have a portfolio. We've invested, three of us invested $500,000 to build 10 startups, IoT startups portfolio. And we are looking for partners here, advisors and advisors to build a IoT Hub venture fund. And we have projects like solar gaps, smart solar blinds that actually generate electricity. And Mashable mentioned that this is a new generation of distributed producers. And even if you do not have a roof, as Musk do, you have a windows. And we are looking for partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now any feedback and any exciting company you, maybe one or two company you could name that was most interesting for you. Ben, Rose, who's going first? Yeah.
So I was particularly impressed with Enview, the medical device. There's a lot of interesting things that we saw, but they just had a more, frankly, more succinct and better description of what they were trying to do, what the status of the company was, and their path forward in terms of use of proceeds and what they would accomplish with the financing. It's a huge market. Regulatory stuff is always a pain with medical devices, but they have a team that's been through it before.
Any feedback?
I'd love to follow a spray printer. I think it's just a novel, kind of different idea. NG Codec, I think I need to get the big brains behind that, and I think it's all about a demo for that one. So glad you're in Sunnyvale, but that'd be interesting.
Thank you. Minal? Any feedback?
Yeah, I mean, Enview did a great job of articulating the product and the vision. NG Codec, if I see a demo and it works, then for sure. Yeah, I liked spray printer as well. I mean, honestly, I liked everything. Yeah, I would say I'd probably go with Enview as the winner in my mind.
Okay, Ben?
So I formed an opinion, and then I looked at my scores, and I realized that my scores didn't quite match. And the reason is this. So the top score for me was NG Codec, but that was because I couldn't decide whether to give it a 1 or a 10 for technology, because I don't know, you guys are out there. I just don't know. So a demo will figure that out. But score-wise, you guys came out ahead. And if it works, which I think we're all hopeful that it would, that will be pretty amazing. Number 2 was NV Medical as well. I just thought that for this team, for this company, the number of dependencies that you had in terms of what the ecosystem needed to provide was a lot smaller. I felt like you had a fixed set of customers, a high price point for your product potentially, and if you can overcome a certain fixed set of hurdles, you could get to market and be getting going. So I thought that was pretty impressive.
Okay, thank you. Let's thank our judges, let's thank our jury, our companies, and all audience. And we continue with our program. Dear judges, please step this way. We have photo session.
We continue with our last fireside chat. Raise your hands, those who have kids. All right, okay, good. So while we're changing stage, I'm going to make introduction. We're pleased to have here Vikas Gupta, who is the founder and CEO of Wonder Workshop and brain behind Dash and Dot robots. What they do, they teach kids 6 and up to code. Vikas was a pioneer in virtual currency. His company was acquired by Google. He's done a few other businesses, but then when his daughter was born, he realized that schools lack science and technology education, and he started working in this direction. And so now his bots are in more than 4,000 elementary schools, endorsed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the company was a winner of the 2016 Design Award. Our moderator is Manu Kumar, founding partner at K9 Ventures. Welcome.
All right, thank you, Anna. So yes, as Anna mentioned, my name is Manu Kumar, and I'm the founder of K9 Ventures. We do pre-seed and seed investing here in the Bay Area. And some of the companies I've invested in include Lyft and Twilio, Lucidchart, eShares, Auth0, and Osmo. But today I'm here to talk with Vikas. And Vikas, as Anna mentioned, is the co-founder and CEO of Wonder Workshop. And Wonder Workshop makes toy robots. They're very cutely named Dash and Dot. And Dash and Dot encourage kids to learn how to program and code while having fun at the same time. Since we only have about 15 minutes here, I'm not going to get into details of their product, and I'd encourage you to actually check out Vikas's website at makewonder.com. And there you'll actually be able to see what the product actually looks like, and that'll give you a good sense of how cute these robots are. And so I'm going to start by just asking Vikas, what's your founding story? How did you get here? What caused you to actually start Wonder Workshop? And just give us a little background on yourself and how you got here.
Yep, thanks, Manu. So we started the company in 2012. As Manu and Anna mentioned, I'm the founder and the CEO. Before this, I had no background in the education space or robotics. And I got on this path primarily because I was spending a lot of time with my daughter. Previously to this, I was running consumer payments at Google. And when my daughter was born, I decided to leave my job and actually spend more time with her. And the specific thing that captivated me was that we're putting very, very advanced devices, technology devices, or iPads and so on in the hands of our kids. And these are far more powerful than the devices we grew up with. And the question I was asking myself every day was, will this become as creative a tool for these kids to grow up with as the PCs were, or will they end up becoming more of a consumer with these devices around them? And eventually it led to asking myself, how will children learn to code on an iPad? And as I was starting to investigate more, what I found from research at places like MIT and Tufts was there are a lot of tools for the kids middle school and older. The gap exists in the elementary schools, and there is research which show that kids can learn effectively the programming concepts as young as 5 or 6 years old. What they need is the right tool. And to me, that pointed out both a possible impact I could have with the work I do, and two, a possible market opportunity where if you could actually build the right tool for elementary school kids, there are 25 million kids in the US that we could service. And that became the right starting point for what became now Wonder Workshop.
So I think you spent some time at Amazon where you're working on payments, and then after Amazon, you actually started a company, Jambool, which was acquired by Google.
Yep.
Then you're working on payments at Google after that, and then you left Google in 2012 to start Wonder Workshop. And so how many people in your company right now? Just give us some idea of like what stage are you at?
So we are 50 people in our company. In terms of funding, we've raised 2 rounds of financing. As a business, we've grown 3 to 4x year over year. And the thing that we're really proud of is we've now shipped more than 300,000 robots to customers around the world. We not only ship these robots to customers, we also help them find success. We host a robotics competition once a year, where last year's competition brought 20,000 children from 52 different countries to compete. And the other thing we do is these competitions have equal number of boys and girls participating, and those are things that we're very proud of. So that's kind of where we are. They're used in more than 12,000 elementary schools all over the world, more than 9,000 of them in the US. And it's starting to grow at a very rapid pace now as computer science has picked up momentum in so many different parts of the world.
So you're not a normal company. You're a very unusual type of company, right? Like when I think about your company, you're a hardware company, you're a robotics company, you're a toy company, you're an education company, you're an entertainment company, right? So that's not the usual Silicon Valley sauce. So tell us about like just what's been the journey to kind of get here, both in terms of fundraising, in terms of recruiting. Just like, what are the differences you've seen?
I think in some way this has been, I would say, the 4 years of enormous amount of learning for me. Because as you mentioned, I was doing nothing related to robotics or education before this. I was a payments guy, so to say. And as you also mentioned, it's not a typical, you don't see companies like us in Silicon Valley, where we're building robotics, robots, we're building it for children. Very few companies do you find in Silicon Valley building products for kids. It's hardware that we're shipping to retail, consumer retail, that's again very much of a rarity. And on top of that, we're also building distribution channel to schools and growing that part of the market. So doing all of them together then becomes a very, very anomalous as a company. And the challenges we've seen, I think, is that when we look and talk to companies or talk to other people, there are very few kind of other companies or people that we can learn from directly. And so a lot of learning we've had to do kind of on the job, if you will. For example, distributing into schools is, most people shy away from it because those sales cycles tend to be very long. And the only company that has succeeded in it at the groundswell are either very large companies like Scholastic and others, or people at very small scale. So for us to kind of go from non-existent to very large, there weren't a lot of stories for us to follow and figure out. So we trusted intuition in many ways. Working with customers a lot more closely has been a key part of our success. And lastly, I think trying to figure out the whole notion of growing a consumer hardware business where you have very high seasonality, especially in a toy business, it's even more extreme. So kind of handling that has a huge impact on how we handle cash and forecasting and so on. So that's been also a huge part of the growing up that we've had to do over the last few years.
I've seen some of the companies in my portfolio which have a consumer hardware product where almost like 60% of their revenue might come in Q4.
Yeah.
And that's a very, very high seasonality indeed. You also mentioned hardware, and I've invested in a lot of hardware companies and seen a lot of horror stories in hardware companies. Do you have any interesting horror stories on hardware that you can share with us?
Yeah, I mean, there are lots and lots. I think we've now are in a third year of third Christmas that we would be getting into this year. And the one horror story probably that comes to mind is one from last year in the middle of the year, July or June. We had made no changes to our robots. The same hardware was shipping to customers. But all of a sudden, we were seeing reports of very large number of failures in the market, which is people will buy the robots, they'll turn them on, and very soon after that, the robots will stop working. And we couldn't figure out why. So one of the first things was we had to stop production immediately. We had to bring all the robots back from the market, from our retailers. We had shipped them out to a bunch of retail stores, to Amazon, people buying from our website. So we had to bring them all back. And then we had to very quickly figure out how to diagnose it. And turns out the issue was in a piece of software we had written 2 years before then, which somehow hadn't activated this bug on the robots until then. And when it did, we were already at a much larger scale than we were 2 years before. So handling that at scale became a very big issue. I would say full credit to the team. We could solve the problem and get back on our feet within a matter of 2 weeks. But we also knew getting into it that if we don't solve it quickly enough, this could easily mean the death knell in the company.
Now, you mentioned retail. You have products that are going into retail. So that makes me think about just figuring out all the channels that you have to use, right? So you've mentioned getting into schools. You've mentioned going into retail. So tell us about just kind of like, how did you even get into retail? What was your first retail channel? How did you get there, and what was that like?
Yeah, our first retail channel was online. I would say our website, and continues to be our biggest channel, partly because coming from payments and e-commerce and Amazon, knowing where the world is headed, we always wanted that to be a key part of a channel. But putting that aside, Amazon was the first one we went online with, went live with. And then before going into any retail channel, we wanted to be live with Apple stores, largely because we felt that would be the right brand association to put out step of the door, and that would influence other retailers. So which is what actually happened. And that one was more, I would say, fortuitous, because as it happens, one of the schools the robots being used in, the kids who were using it, their dad ran the PR, or was a part of the PR organization at Apple, and next day we were at Apple pitching because they loved the robots. So that's how Apple happened, I would say, serendipitously. And then following that, we got in touch with retailers at different trade shows and some through manufacturer rep firms, and over time built relationships. We are now in Toys R Us, Target, Barnes & Noble, and they're all kind of scaling and growing, but as we all know, retail's seeing a big shift, continues to, where Amazon outperforms just about everyone. And on the school side, for the longest time, we weren't focused on trying to sell top-down into schools through channel. We were more focused on how can we help every teacher find success. So for the first year and a half, most of the people buying our robots were teachers buying directly, which is buying from 1 robot to 5 robots for their classrooms. And eventually, as they found more success, the word spread from them to districts and superintendents, and more districts and schools started buying the robots. And now we see sales happen across the board, and we have pretty large distributors that we work with who have resellers in every single state that we sell through, catalogs and so on. And then we also have enough of a purchase order handling process that schools can actually place orders directly with us, which happens to be the largest part of our school business.
I mean, so that's the two interesting things that you mentioned. Like first, that you're able to get traction in schools from teachers, and that's a very interesting nugget to me, that the teachers are the ones who are taking the initiative in order to bring the right technology into the classrooms, and then the districts and the superintendents and all that stuff kind of follow. So that's an interesting observation for me. And also that I think you mentioned to me before that once your product gets into schools, then it ends up getting additional traction in the consumer space with parents after that. So could you talk a little bit about that as well?
Yeah. So what we see when we do post-purchase surveys with customers, we find that 20 to 30% of customers report that they bought the robots because the children were using them in the classrooms, and that's where they observed it. And to us, this has worked as a really good virtuous cycle, where as we market to teachers and have them adopt the product, the value of the robot sells itself to the parents, who then want to go on and find purchase. So our focus always has been enabling our customers to be successful on a platform, whether it's teachers or children or parents. And that really helps drive this word of mouth. One of the other things with the robots is we knew from very early days that as much as we can sell the robots by putting it on a shelf, it doesn't sell as well as if you actually experience a robot. And that's one of the big differentiators, which is if you have user robots in a school environment, you see the full value of where it can take you. And that becomes a very key selling point to anyone who's experienced it.
And talking about experiences, like what's kind of the most fun or unique experience that you've seen and been surprised by, like of how kids have been using Dash and Dot?
Yeah. There are lots and lots, and I think there are two nuggets maybe I can point. One very small instance where it happened in our office where, so our robots can be programmed to very easily by children 7 or 8 years old. So the robots can be programmed by a child to follow a voice. So as you speak, the robot will follow you around. So we had two different children testing with the robots in their office. One child had programmed it to play random sounds and move around in a random motion. And the other child had programmed it to follow the voice. So as it happened, the two robots came close to each other, and one robot started following the other robot around all over the office. And just seeing that laughter and joy with these two kids serendipitously discovered that was phenomenal. And the other one, I think that we're very proud to kind of see this happen. There's a community in Ohio, a small town, rural town, total population of 900, where that entire community got together to fund enough robots so that every single child in that town in elementary schools is on a robotics competition. And the reason they do this is because they see that this is what helps their children grow up to have the kind of jobs that they probably won't have today.
Sounds good, because I think we're going to be out of town very soon, but I'm sure if anybody has questions, we can take them offline, but I want to make sure that we keep things on schedule for Anna and Stas as well. All right? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you, Vikas. Okay, all right. Now we have... Now we have social impact panel of judges and companies. Please remove the chairs. And I would like to call on stage Galina Fedorova, who is the CEO of Goodler. It's a platform for agencies working in the humanitarian aid and the development, sustainable development. Goodler sponsors our next panel, and so Galina will say a few words about this panel.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to be here, and I'd like to take this chance to promote a Goodler Foundation-sponsored Social Impact Youth Summit that will take place in November 4th and 5th here in Silicon Valley. Those who are interested, come to see me. If you have connections with youth, you'd like to sponsor a youth event. But today I'd like to introduce to you Social Impact Panel, which will be moderated by, I'm very excited to introduce to you Catherine Cheney. She is the West Coast correspondent for DevEx. And those of you who don't know that publication, it's the largest media platform for global development. And welcome, Catherine.
Hey, everybody. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation. And quickly, I'll say, when I tell people I work for DevEx and we cover development in Silicon Valley, they either think I mean software development, web development, or fundraising. But I mean global development. And actually, I think the most exciting way to put it is my job is to write about the role of Silicon Valley in solving big problems like the Sustainable Development Goals. So we're going to be talking about some of that today. And actually, rather than having each of our panelists introduce themselves, I think we're going to dive right into the discussion, because we only have about 15 minutes to discuss before we hear from these great startups and entrepreneurs. So we're going to dive right in and allow our panelists to introduce themselves as they comment on the first question. So as I sit down, I want to ask you guys, what is your criteria when it comes to mission-driven investment? And I'll throw this out there. In so many forums, there's this discussion of, is it a trade-off or a false choice between financial return and social impact? So to the extent that you can weigh in on, do you see it as a trade-off or a false choice? And what do you look for when you invest?
So we're a little different because we are focused on a specific outcome. So whether that outcome makes us money or not was not important till a few years ago when we actually started revising our business model and started thinking about it as an entrepreneurship package rather than just a mission-driven investment. We now look at, in terms of criteria, we now look at making sure there's sustainability in in whatever we're investing in. Do I have time to go into a little deeper into what we do?
Yeah, I'd love each of you to actually touch on that initially. That's great.
I wasn't too sure about
Yeah.
that. So we're a public charity, but we started 6 years ago as a private foundation. And when we were a private foundation, the way we invested is very different. Over the years, we took data from the market and our impact scores and how we were impacting lives, and took the hard decision of converting ourselves into a public charity. Not only because we thought that this is a mission of working with women and girls, making sure that their intellectual, social, and economic aspirations are met and nurtured through the life cycle of their growth, whether they're in school or in college or when they go to work or want to start their own businesses. The whole methodology of lifelong inclusion management led us to really look at the fact that every impact that we make or every outreach that we make is actually responded to in terms of a return. And the return could be economic or not economic, but we like to measure it in terms of future economic growth. So we actually introduced this entire measurement of evolving our programs and the impact that they make in terms of how in the future can they create money.
Great. Even if not.
Even if not.
Initially.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alicia Yaffa. I'm an angel investor. And although there is a continuum between, say, philanthropy on one side all the way to the venture model, but I would say nowadays there are a lot of investments that can be made that have a social impact, and so about half my investments do. And so, you know, I just look at it that way. I like to have a social impact in whatever I invest in to as much as I can.
And could I quickly add a follow-on to that? So when you say about half of your investments have social impact, when we're talking criteria, what would you define as social impact in terms of what you're looking for?
Well, it just depends what you're interested in investing in. So I invest in various kinds of areas. I don't invest just in one area. I invest in whatever I like, and that gives me a lot of flexibility. So some of my investments are in ed tech, and that has a social impact, and also can make money. And in other areas, I have some investments in some products that have a safety aspect. So it protecting, you know, well, in particular, one has to do with protecting drunk people when they go out drinking at night, which is a demographic of, you know, 17 to 35-year-olds. So, you know, that has a social impact. So it depends how you define social impact, of course, but there are a lot of areas that do.
Yeah. So we'll migrate to this side of the stage. Sorry, didn't mean to do the boys and girls division here. But for this side of the stage, can you introduce who you are, what you invest in, and through that answer, kind of how you define social impact and what's your social impact mission-driven investment criteria?
Sure. My name is Louis Comoli, and I'm with an organization called Nest. We support enterprises that help to bring good jobs in vulnerable communities in developing countries. And so the way we function is we basically have 3 facilities available to entrepreneurs to access. The first one is a technical assistance facility to help increase their mentoring and business coaching. The second one is actually a grants facility. A lot of these social entrepreneurs, when they get started, they're not quite ready for investment capital. And the third one is a lending facility, which provides obviously loans to companies that are a little bit more advanced. Our criteria for investment and selection of the companies are, I would say, 3. First, you have to be based in an emerging market country where we have operations, which are at the moment is Latin America and Central and Eastern Europe. Second is jobs creation. So we focus exclusively on enterprises that do job creation in very vulnerable communities. We don't invest in any particular sectors. We think job creation can happen in sustainable agriculture, tourism, IT, where there's a lot of job opportunities. And the third one is you have to be serving, as an entrepreneur, an at-risk community. And it's very subjective. Defining it is difficult, but for us, we think about it in terms of 4 target groups. You should be an entrepreneur that either serve vulnerable young people, vulnerable women, ethnic minorities. This is one of the groups that we see around the world that suffer from some of the most horrendous job situations. And finally, people with disabilities. So if you serve one of those 4 groups, then you can sort of meet our criteria.
I'm glad you brought that up. I think a couple interesting things worth noting. One is we talk a lot about social entrepreneurship and impact investing, and sometimes people make the argument that job creation in these markets, no matter the business, is a win, right, for these markets. And also the point you made on what many will just call human capital, which is so overlooked, I think, in this sector. So it's good to know you focus on it.
Hi, my name is Eyal Bilgray, and I invest on behalf of family offices and foundations and other institutional investors, trying to achieve both financial and impact returns. And regarding the first questions of how do we define impact investing or sustainable investing, I would like to refer to the audience, and many institutional investors are looking at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as a guideline of what impact investors are seeking. There are 17 goals. Not all of them are investable, but to name a few, they include end poverty, end hunger, ensure healthy lives, improve quality education and learning opportunities, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation, achieve affordable, reliable and modern energy, sustainable economic growth, resilient infrastructure, reduce inequality among all countries, make cities and human settlement more sustainable and resilient, ensure sustainable consumption and production pattern, of course to combat climate change and to conserve the sustainability use of ocean, seas and marine resource. So as you can see, it's a wide range of outcomes that investors can seek, and we see plenty of investment opportunities out there. And in terms of whether there's a trade-off, if you think about these goals, these are thematic investments, you know, where the world economy is heading. And simply put it, you know, if we believe that the world is going to advance toward a low carbon type economy, if we believe that affordability and social issues are going to prevail in the next 50 to 100 years, these would present good investment opportunities. So we don't see this as necessarily a trade-off, but rather as an investment style.
Yeah, it's good to hear that so many sectors are starting to look to the SDGs as a framework, whether it's corporations looking at how to do good around the SDGs to investors looking at them as a framework. So glad you mentioned it.
Sure. Well, first off, thanks to Goodler for sponsoring this and Catherine for hosting us. My name is Ben Law. I'm an early stage investor and technology investment banker here in the Silicon Valley. I'm also a former entrepreneur, and I've had the good fortune of working with entrepreneurs and their companies on over $30 billion of transaction value, including multiple IPOs and mergers and acquisitions. In terms of my own portfolio, it spans from here in the Silicon Valley to as far as Cameroon. And when I think about investments myself, I'm really focused on the triple bottom line. So not only investments that maximize or have the potential of maximizing financial returns, but also have the potentially greater benefit of having some sort of societal or environmental impact as well. And there are many ways of doing all three of those things simultaneously. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive. And I'm sure we'll talk about that more, but Some of the ways you can do that are by just creating jobs. It's as simple as that, and each of you guys do that just by starting your own companies. But there are also other ways to touch potentially vulnerable communities as well, in terms of creating opportunities that serve potential health needs of vulnerable communities, or potentially ways that educate populations that otherwise would not have the opportunity to be educated, thereby creating and improving people's quality of life. So there are many ways to have an impact with your own companies, and our hope, I think, collectively here is that you guys aspire to not only develop excellent companies that will provide returns for yourselves, as well as your investors, but also potentially have the greater impact of having some sort of societal environmental impact as well.
Great, thank you. So we don't have a ton of time, but what I would love to get to from each of you, and take it how you'd like, but I think it's really important, the more complex the problem, and mission-driven investment being a complex arena. I know you all work on very different areas of focus and geographies, but the more complex the problem, the more important it is that we look at what's working and point to examples that others can leave and go, hey, I want to take a look at that, because you know what, I thought I wasn't interested, but this seems to be working. So here's one challenge that I see, and I'm particularly curious for your thoughts on this. I think in Silicon Valley, there's a lot of excitement around the SDGs and some of these areas like financial inclusion, for example, how fintech can accelerate financial inclusion. But a lot of the entrepreneurs are actually based here, focused on these faraway markets, but based here. So one of the challenges in this space is supporting entrepreneurs working closer to the problems they're trying to solve. That's a challenge. Take any challenge you'd like in this sector, something that people perceive as, yeah, it's a messy sector, I don't want to get involved because of X, and what's your counterpoint as to, actually it works, and here's my experience on why you should get involved in this space. Do you want to start? Ladies first. Sure.
Always. So our work has primarily been with women for over 6 years. We have impacted, we haven't put millions of women in a room and taught them things and made them financially inclusive. But what we've done is we have taken them on one at a time, and that's why we have a very cohesive alumni network. What did not work for us was to treat inclusion of women in the workplace, inclusion of women in financial and economic opportunities as an economic problem. What really worked for us was to treat it as a socio-economic problem. And whether we take women here in the Valley, and we work with a lot of women here in the Valley pretty intimately, or we take women in Cameroon or South Africa or as far as Zambia, we've done Mozambique, parts of Asia, Pakistan, wherever we go, I think the basic problem that really prevents them from being financially inclusive in their own societies, in their own economics, are pretty much the same. And we just felt that the whole idea of putting women in a room and teaching them skill set wasn't really going to do it, because they would take the skill set home and then they would fall out of the workforce again. So what did not work for us was to treat it as a mass economic problem, but treating it as a socio-economic problem where we use their specific intellectual skills to really come out of it, and creating social structures around them, working and creating communities that get impacted with every success that we had, has led us, we've actually taken communities out of that entire cycle of getting out of the workforce because of that. Thanks.
Other thoughts on what works in this sector that you've found?
Well, I'm not a public charity, so I guess everybody's got a different viewpoint. I think, when I look at an investment, even one that I think might have social impact, I'm looking at, does it have a chance of succeeding, and does it have a reasonable return, likelihood, risk-adjusted return? So when I think of my philanthropy as an individual, then I can look at that and see how much impact is that philanthropy having? So that's the case, where I'm, sort of investing in a philanthropy, in a charity, or where I give a donation. And yes, I want that to have as much impact as possible. And I'm free to figure out what my values are and where I want to invest my money. And that's how I look at it. When you donate money, you are investing and promoting whatever values and social impact you want to have. And you should make sure that it is creating that impact that you want. And you could do that by, being kind of specific about what you'd like the charity to do and getting maybe a grant proposal. And even if you're an individual, you can research organizations and get proposals and then decide what you want to give money to, what charity, and then you can do follow-ups to see, what have you done with my money, what impact have you made, and then decide if you give again. So I kind of look at it, I look at my social impact primarily as I give to philanthropy, but I do highlight the word impact, because if it's not, then you're not accomplishing your goal.
Thank you. And sorry to make you guys go rapid fire. We have to welcome up our startups very shortly. As our entrepreneurs pitch, we'll have 5 minutes to chime in, and I hope we can fit in anything you can't fit in now then. But rapid fire, what's working?
Yeah, quickly in 30 seconds. I think one of the areas that I'm particularly passionate about, and I have a portfolio company in, is the education technology space, and I have one in Africa specifically. But I think where a lot of you guys potentially have opportunity is by leveraging your companies and your existing capabilities to have a greater impact. So for example, yesterday, we heard from a company, I believe, called Find Solution AI, and they created an adaptive learning system primarily targeted towards, traditional students and helping them generally become even better in areas that they're trying to improve. Now, I think accidentally, to a certain degree, the entrepreneur stumbled upon the fact that she could also impact students with learning challenges simultaneously. Yeah. And I think the message there is you guys are developing incredibly powerful solutions to solve global problems already. And if you guys think about ways where you can direct, potentially complement what you guys are already doing to ways that have an impact on other societies potentially without, redirecting resources that are fundamental to your growth, you can, just with what you already have a greater impact on some community or society or environment. And it just requires a little bit additional thought in terms of what you guys can do with your existing capabilities and what communities you can target that would otherwise not have the ability to do so.
Bravo to that.
Just a quick comment. Similar to traditional venture capital, impact investments work well when it's in scale. Meaning when you focus on just something very small, very niche, tend not to work well. If you think about large solution and trying to solve these large problems, it works better both from an impact and investment returns.
Yeah, what's working well? I think stories are really important because this is a new space, and we have to be able to demonstrate that there are successes on the ground. So just a story of when you bring good capital to underserved communities, it can be truly catalytic. So we've invested in a company in Latin America that works with subsistence farmers who live above 10,000 feet, and they grow potatoes, and they're extremely poor. That company works with these communities to export commodities to Asia. And how do they do that? Just good capital, risky capital, looking for impact. And there's 1,500 families now involved in that business. So just stories like that, I think, demonstrate that this works. You need to take risks. You also need to know the communities locally, and then it can be replicated.
Well, excited to hear more insights in the feedback for our entrepreneurs. But I will just say, I think it's a great point that was made earlier about maybe someday it's not necessarily a separate social impact track, but that mainstream through all of this tech, we're thinking about social impact and who we can impact with the tech. So please join me in thanking our panelists. And now we'll welcome our startups.
Thank you everyone for great discussion. Now it's time to invite our companies. Do you have one? Oh yes, you have a microphone. Okay, I have mine, so I feel much better. And we're talking about social impact investment. And I like to remind again about investments that made by Goodler Foundation to bring companies here, to train them, and put up front of this great panel. So let's applaud Goodler Foundation. Goodler Foundation, please show yourself. Okay, and now my pleasure to invite the first company, MyShake. MyShake is a global seismic network that puts earthquake early warning in the palm of your hands. Pretty important here in California. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Qing Kai from UC Berkeley. Today, I'm presenting MyShake, a product that can turn your smartphone into an earthquake detector and give you seconds of warning before the earthquake. You may ask, are several seconds warning enough before an earthquake? Well, let me give you a few examples. Imagine you are a patient in the hospital doing an eye surgery. Imagine that you are a passenger on this flight about to landing. Imagine that you are a construction worker working on this construction site. A few seconds will make a difference between life and death. In order to provide this a few seconds faster and more accurate, we need a lot of sensors to monitor the earthquakes. But that translates into cost. High cost is the current problem. Today, we are introducing MyShake that using crowdsourcing way from your smartphone to detect earthquakes. How it works? Well, everyone has a smartphone. By downloading MyShake, it can monitoring the earthquake. Using our patent pending technology, it actually can distinguish which one is earthquake, which movement is human activity. And when it detects earthquakes, it sends data to the server, and we will aggregate the results from multiple phones. To give you a sense how it works, this video shows you how our product works.
Each time he saw a China shop.
This teacher has MyShake installed on her phone. And now you can see an earthquake starts.
Earthquake, duck cover and hold on. Strong shaking expected.
Duck cover and hold.
Earthquake, duck cover.
With a few seconds, this teacher can guide the students to prepare for this earthquake and avoid injury and death during these large events. Just think about it. This will protect our relatives, friends, and our kids. But why MyShake? Well, we released this app last year. Within 1 year, we already covered the whole world with the largest and densest network. You can see this map showing you the downloads from MyShake. Within this year, we got 250,000 people downloads, and we have 40,000 phones actively using MyShake every day. And on a typical day, 10,000 phones streaming data to us. Within this year, we recorded more than 500 earthquakes globally. And our competition is mainly from two countries, Japan and Mexico. They have the nationwide operational earthquake warning system that funded by the government that using traditional seismic stations. But this map showing you the earthquake hazards, with warmer color means higher earthquake hazards. You can see a lot of these places can't afford this type of earthquake warning system. That MyShake will solve this problem. Our business model is that we provide earthquake warning messages to commercial users, governments, that they can stop the trains, like turn off some of the machinery and guide the rescue team to after the earthquake. And in return, we charge them use fees. And on the other side, users download MyShake for free and also get the alert for free. In return, they contributing data to us to detect the earthquakes. And this is our team. They are sitting there. This is a combination of university and industry. Richard is the professor at UC Berkeley, director of UC Berkeley Seismology Lab. He's the leading pioneer of earthquake warning study. And Lou Schreier is the vice president of Deutsche Telekom Silicon Valley Innovation Center that oversees all the product. And I am a PhD candidate right now driving my Shake technology, specialized in machine learning and seismology. And we are asking for $2 million, and we already got half of that committed from Moore Foundation. We use this money to develop an iOS version and IoT platform that integrates different kinds of sensors and continue to discover our customer and growing our network. I will finish with this tragedy picture here. This is an event occurred in Mediterranean region 365 AD. This family here, the husband tries to protect the wife, and the wife tries to protect her child. We saw so many of these tragedy pictures in the past earthquakes, and we hope that my Shake will give few seconds warning that save lives, save the society. And today you are sitting here, one of the most seismic active area in the world. I believe that you want these few seconds with my Shake. Thank you so much.
Yes. Questions? Please, judges, any questions, feedback?
Yes, so two questions. One is, what is the technology since the earthquake hasn't occurred yet and you're predicting it? So how does that work? And the second one is, can you talk a little bit about how you're going to, more specifically, how about you're going to make money from this? Sure.
Yeah, that's all good questions. For the technology, so this is our expertise. We worked in the earthquake warning area for the last decades. The technology is that when the earthquake occurs, if we have sensors close to the epicenter, detect it, and then we can take advantage that the earthquake waves travels at the speed of sound, and the electronic signal travels at the speed of light, and there's a time difference between the signal arrive at your location and the seismic waves. So the longer distance you're away from epicenter, you will get more early warning time.
But you still have sensors, so it's a sensor that's detecting it, and then it's just propagating it out to the users on the phone?
That's right. So the sensors inside the smartphones that you use every day when you change the orientation of the phone, it can sense which direction it is. This is basically sensing the movement. And we use the sensors to detect the movement of the earthquake. The earthquake waves will propagate from the epicenter and then further and further, and more users will detect it. And for the business model, how we make money, we think that right now, issuing this warning to the commercial users, like large companies, they try to protect some sensitive machinery, or like the government emergency institutions, they want to guide the rescue teams and so on. This will be one of the source of profit. Yeah.
Good presentation, thank you. Two questions. I guess I'll ask them sequentially. First one, with regards to the business model, why would a government entity pay for something like this if they could just download the app themselves and monitor it like anyone else?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. So with like the government entity, so we can provide them more advanced warnings. These advanced warnings means that you have priority to get the warnings during the earthquake and more specific information about the earthquake, like the shaking intensity at different locations and other features.
Very good. Okay, that makes sense. Second question is, if I saw the numbers correctly, you've had about 250,000 downloads.
Yes.
And 10,000 users are actively streaming data to you currently.
Yes.
How do you hope to increase that ratio?
Sorry?
How do you hope to increase that ratio? How do you get it so that more downloads convert to active streams?
That's actually really a good question. So we released the app last year, but to be honest, right now we are not sending earthquake alerts yet. We just promised the users in the future we'll send them. Currently, we are collecting data and improve our model. So we think that these earthquake warning messages will be the huge incentive for the users to download, because everyone wants to get the few seconds warning before the earthquake and then to save lives. So this is one of the things. And the other things right now in the app, we also provide the information of earthquakes, past earthquakes, and how you prepare the earthquakes before, after, and during the earthquake. And also, we think that we can also give the users some link to how you, where you can buy the earthquake product and so on. Yeah, thanks.
So I have a quick question. Does the patent that you filed belong to UC Berkeley?
Yes, right now it is.
It is. And what's the role that Deutsche Telekom plays here?
Sorry?
What's the role that Deutsche Telekom plays here?
Oh, yes. Deutsche Telekom Silicon Valley Innovation Center is our collaborator right now, working on this project, oversees or implement the whole system. This is a combination of university and industry. We are the experts of earthquakes, earthquake science, but Deutsche Telekom is the experts of the telecom and also implement the whole system.
Okay, so so you would only go with one telecom company because of this, or do you have plans to work with other telecom companies because your model is so phone-based?
Currently, Deutsche Telekom is our collaborator, but we welcome to all the others.
Yeah, quick question. So does the user have to have location mapping turned on, and how much battery usage does it take?
Yeah, that's also a very good question. So the app is running in the background, and the user have the right to turn on the location and turn off the location. With the location turned on, we gathering more valuable information. But without location turning on, you can also set some fix the location to get the warning for that location. So in terms of the battery, we worked really hard with Deutsche Telekom Silicon Valley Innovation Center to optimize the app that not draining the battery for the users.
You said you can get notification even if you don't have location mapping turned on?
If you are just saying fix the location at this place, you get you get the alert for this location instead of if you dynamically changing your location. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Thanks. OVID's mobile diagnostic solution for affordable and accessible primary vision care to anyone, anywhere. Please welcome OVID's.
Okay. Hi, my name is Felix Kim, the CEO and founder of OVID's. At OVID's, we have developed a affordable and accessible vision care solution. Just imagine for a second what it would be like to have vision like this. Living in a world like this, you probably can go and see a doctor. And in the first place, to be honest, I'll be surprised if you didn't do something earlier. So 4.5 billion people around the world are affected by poor vision. And surprisingly, 80% of these cases are preventable. And not surprisingly, 90% of these people live in underserved countries. And this is a global loss. So why is this happening? Not surprisingly, again, most of these countries don't have enough eye doctors. And the conventional vision care solution require physical clinics with costly and bulky instruments. In order to diagnose and cure just the people who lost their vision already require $28 billion investment. In other words, this is just bridging the gap temporarily. So now it's kind of obvious that we need some kind of a sustainable and scalable solution. So over the last 3 years, with extensive R&D and product development, we came up with a solution, the Eye Profiler. It's a handheld, compact, inexpensive, and accurate, and easy to use, and more comprehensive eye diagnostic device we have developed over the last 3 years. So what you see here is all different types of eye error that's inside your eye. And with the currently bulky devices, you are only able to measure these three information, which are nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism. But with our device, you can measure all of this quantitative data of your eye within a matter of seconds. So here's the demo. I actually brought a real product. I can show you a demo if you need it later. But we find the pupil, and once it's aligned, it automatically captures 5 times, and it shows the simple numbers on the UI, and all the detailed information is saved in the device. And this data goes to our cloud for telemedicine purposes. And all of this information is sorted and categorized by our biometric algorithm. And the biggest problem in public health in third world country is saving and tracking patients' medical history. And this is another reason, compelling reason why our partnering NGOs are eager to use our software. So now anyone can take this device to their villages or schools to treat undiscovered patients. We are actually getting support and grants from COICA CTS program, which is part of Gates Foundation initiative. So today we have raised $1.5 million, and we've done extensive 6 clinical tests around the world, and we are FDA free now, and we are protecting our technology under US patent and PCT. And we are actually conducting closed beta with our paying partnering NGO. So where are we going from here? So first focus is selling our solution to our partnering NGOs, government, startups, even local optical shops, so that they can deliver their service more effectively and cost efficiently. And even for micro entrepreneur and local, so that they can provide services for their village people. And in the long term, once we have enough market penetration, this can become an API business where we, the medical device provider wanting to enter these emerging markets can easily piggyback on our platform and ecosystem. So just looking at the selling our solution to this first focus, we are expecting to generate roughly $30 million in revenue in the next 5 years. But most of all, we believe that we can reach more than 60 million underserved population. So Obits is the game changer in this market. Today, the available solutions only address either affordability or portability of the hardware issues. Obits take a unique position where we can provide full, effective telemedicine solution that is sustainable and scalable. So here is our team with devoted and seasoned entrepreneur in IT, high tech and medical, and also pioneering scientists in the industry. So we believe the world should not suffer from a visual impairment that are preventable. And we believe someday we can bring the world where we fundamentally eradicate the causes of these visual impairments. And we can see from what Google and Microsoft are doing since last year, it's already happening. Obits believe, at Obits, we believe the data and the solution that only Obits can bring to the table can make a significant and positive impact to this global effort. Your vision is our vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Patience. Yeah.
Yes, congratulations, great presentation.
Thank
Can you explain how you get the device into the hands of people? Like, explains that the distribution strategy so it gets to very remote areas where people need this.
Right, right. So I kind of mentioned that we are working with our partnering NGOs, and first, the reason is these NGOs and startups are providing telemedicine in the developing markets already. So they have their method doing it. They bring this vision chart and post it on a wall and ask people to go down by line. It takes the time, and they need to hire each time like 3 people or 4 people to do that process. So it's time consuming. It's pretty pricey to do all this, and the data is not accurate. So what we're trying to do is, rather than our employee going out and try to build from the ground up, we are actually trying to leverage the infrastructure these NGOs and governments are doing already. So we are replacing their current tool with our hardware. So through our hardware sales and software sales, they can replace it and make it more effective. So that's our channel. And then that's one of the reasons why working with the Gates Foundation initiative is another good source, because we have partners to deploy our units.
And do you need to be qualified to use the device? And what happens after there is a diagnostic?
So there are 2 things. So, well, three aspects. The first aspect is there are the activity going on to find out where are most needed for this treatment. So people has to first screen different regions. So that's the one purpose they can take this unit and do something. And there is another vision screening activities going on where they just do a simple, give you a simple treatment. So they make a measurement, and based on that, they give you a drug or eye drop or ask you to do some other activity. So then we can use this. But the third part is where we want to do more complex treatment, like surgery. That's where we come in telemedicine, that all of the data goes to our central hospital. So so technicians themselves can diagnose this and tell them to come back to hospital, but there are levels where they cannot make the judgment. So this data being diagnosed and reviewed by central hospital doctors and ask them to, hey, you have to bring this patient back next week. So that's kind of solution segment that we're going after.
First off, really impressed with the team you guys have assembled.
Thank you.
My biggest concern has to do with how much money you guys are asking for and what you're hoping to accomplish with that. Given the hardware business nature of it, what is your manufacturing process and how can you actually deliver 500 units and accomplish 1,500 sales with only $1 million? So just maybe quickly walk us through where you're manufacturing the process, margins, et cetera.
Yeah, so in terms of margin, we can kind of talk more specific in private. So actually, there are another $1.5 million grant we are expecting to receive in the next portion, next few months, and in the next year or so. But at the moment, we have well, it's $1 million will be spent on setting up the manufacturing line, but it's not going to be expensive. Most of the parts are off the shelf, except for the specific portion that we have to this custom made. So we believe that it's going to be about $500,000 to set it up, and getting kind of the regulatory job that we still have to have in place. So other than that, we can also manufacture using the grant, which we are sure that we're going to be having in our bank.
So sorry, I know we don't have a lot of time for you to explain this, but I didn't quite get the technology that you were using to do this. And my second question is about what region are you going to hit first? Because I think your business plan is based on volumes, right?
Yes, and because we were in the collect. But can you repeat the question, please?
The first question is, how does the technology work?
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the next question was?
The next question is, are you going to go regional with this, or are you going to just go wherever it takes you? Are you going to focus on a certain region that you know that?
Okay, so the technology-wise, let me make it quick. So the reason is totally different technology we're using with the conventional device. So conventional devices, when you sit in front of the device, it takes the time to, they move lenses to optimize the signal that lands on the sensor. That's why you have to sit there for 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and it only gives you a small number of data. But our data is just send the light into your eye, and we receive the light coming back from your eye, and we make our own optics to make it some special pattern, and then our algorithm calculates how that pattern deviates from the where it should be. So I try to make it quick, but that's kind of the concept. So that's how we make it quick. And in terms of the market, we are starting off from Vietnam and Cambodia. That's where our partnering NGO who are paying us for a solution, but that's for closed beta. We have partners who are wanting our device in Ethiopia and India, and we have pretty good network there. And once we finish this closed beta, we can start expanding through our channel partners.
Thank you. Thank you, Ovid.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
And now we have Region Village, which is a Tesla of eco-villages, redefining tech-integrated real estate development at the nexus of food, water, energy, and waste at the neighborhood scale. Let's welcome Region Villages.
Thank you so much. I'm James Ehrlich. I'm founder of Regen Villages. I'm an entrepreneur in residence at Stanford University Center for Design Research. I'm a senior fellow at NASA Ames Opus Novum Consortium of Science and Technologists, and I'm a White House State Department appointee to a joint task force at the nexus of food, water, energy, and waste. We are redefining residential real estate development at the nexus of food, water, energy, and waste. That is the Tesla of eco-villages, Regen Villages. We have raised 650,000 euros so far in our seed round, And now we are in a 10 million euro Series A round, which is in deep due diligence with some very big companies. Regen Villages is addressing some very big problems around the planet. NASA, for instance, a few years ago, some of my colleagues devised a mathematical equation that predicts civilization collapse, not as a can, but a will. And around especially housing, around inequality around housing and food. So what we're doing with Regen Villages is quite simple. We are putting together food, water, energy, and waste systems and building greenfield properties. We are building neighborhoods. We're building houses, we're selling homes, we're renting homes, and then we have a managed service annuity stream. We also have patent pending technology in the range of neighborhood operating system and a biogeneration waste digester. Regen Villages is bringing together families in a way that they haven't been brought together in a very long time. So we look at how we can redefine how families can live in community. And in the aggregate, these reduce burdens on local governments, regional governments, national governments, insurance companies, and banks. Overall, you don't have to be a farmer, you don't have to be an engineer to live in Regen Villages. You buy a house, you rent a house, and then we manage those services for you with an association fee. However, we have a blockchain-enabled app that we're developing, so you can volunteer in the neighborhood, and then your monthly association fee can thus be reduced. We've brought together world-class partners as a platform, and we talk to all those different platforms through our neighborhood operating system. Because we're born out of Stanford, we also use university research to lever fast-track permitting so we can build at scale these neighborhoods around the world. We have a team that is requisite knowledge in scaling real estate developments around the world, asset management, finance, and tech. We went viral a year ago. We've had about 24 million hits to our website, about 40,000 emails from all around the world. We have 4,200 families that have already signed up for the first 300 homes that we're breaking ground in 1 month in Almere, Netherlands, 25 minutes east of Amsterdam. Now, this is very interesting because we're building on arable farmland. We're putting 300 families on certified organic farmland to prove that we can produce more organic food, clean water, mitigated waste, and clean energy than if you just left that land for organic production or for conservation. We plan to do 77,000 homes in the next 8 years in 22 countries. And it sounds ambitious, but the truth is it enough? And we know that we can do it, and we know that we can make a lot of money from this. In the aggregate, by 2024, our terminal value shows that we can have about 14.5 billion euro in revenues. Welcome home to Regen Villages, the future of neighborhoods. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Regen Villages.
So I see that this is a low density habitat type solution.
It's actually mid-density, yeah, because we're done the math, and basically we're able to get a couple thousand families on about 40 hectares.
And you think that as a sustainable solution, mid-density is a good solution, and the people would want to live in such an environment?
Yeah, it's a really great question, and the truth of the matter is that right now, as I'm talking here on this stage, real estate developers are paving over farmland all around the world. That sprawl is happening. And what we want to do is get there first and build it the right way. And there's a business there. We've already proving that.
Sounds great. Congratulations. A couple of questions. First, you showed us a slide that had, I guess it's numbered by units by country.
Mm-hmm.
Why focus on so many countries and not just decide we'll just do it in the US for the next 5 years? And my second question is, association fees, that's really difficult to manage. It's costly. How do you mitigate running something so costly on just association fees?
Well, we don't just run on association fees. We also make revenue because we control the land. We're buying the land, we're selling the homes, we're renting the homes. We're a real estate development company, and the management fees are an annuity stream. Yeah, so basically that's the first question you had, I'm sorry, was? Why not focus on one? Well, that's a really great question as well. But basically, we've reached out to a lot of different governments around the world. I've traveled all around the world in the last 4 years, plus had delegations come to campus at Stanford. And so we know that there's a huge demand, and we can put the requisite teams together to build these neighborhoods around the world.
Please.
Just to piggyback on the question about countries, and I know you said 22 and I couldn't catch all of them, but can you talk about why you've gone with certain markets as your target markets, and are there any where it wouldn't work? Have you had any inbound interest and it's not something you're going to pursue?
Well, right now we're focused on North Europe because it's a cold weather climate context, and then after that we plan to do the arid regions, and then between that we think we can do the temperates pretty quickly.
So could you explain a little bit about the technology play here? What exactly is the technology you're going to use?
Yeah, so essentially we're talking to all the different platforms with open APIs, and then we have a series of algorithms that will learn from what those systems are doing, and then regen villages in similar climate zones can talk to each other and improve autonomously. That's the Tesla model.
So it looks like you're trying to save the world here.
That's something my dad would say.
Well, I mean, I think it's an interesting presentation. Are you thinking, like, why not start in Africa, for example, where they really have a water problem, for example?
Yeah. Well, I understand one thing. I'm an Elon fanboy, okay? Which is that you start, in a situation where it becomes aspirational. People want it, they've heard about it, and then as we develop to the developing economies, people have some understanding of it, and then they want to live like this. If the developing economies right now around the world want what we have right now, the planet is going to die in terms of subdivision development, car culture, waste producing, energy sucking homes. So we want to get there and show them the right way to do it, but we feel the best way to do that is the moniker of new middle class wealth. And that's start with North Europe, the US, and then spread from there.
It's a beautiful vision.
Wait, 1 second. More questions?
Perfect. Again, beautiful vision. Very aspirational. I guess my question is mostly related to your long-term goals. Are you hoping to go public as a REIT? How, 10, 15, 20 years from now, how do investors, obviously there are annuities, potentially dividends associated with this, but how do you anticipate investors getting a return?
So it's a great question. We're talking right now to sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, surplus funds around the world. There's something about $3.5 to $5 trillion US that wants to move precipitously from oil and gas into what? So they're looking for asset-backed impact real estate that has some of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals answered, and also that has a knowledge transfer. We've got a business plan that fits that perfectly.
Great, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое.
There is the next company I could relate personally. There is a person in history of 20th century, Sir Winston Churchill, who I personally respect probably more than anybody else, who famous for saying a lot of things in very short sentences. And he once said that there is no better investment than putting milk into baby. So now let me welcome my milk.
This one? Hello, I'm Dr. Ravit Schechter, and in my milk laboratory, we are transforming breastfeeding in infant care with just a few drops of human milk. There is clearly a strong movement to breastfeeding with Global Pro-Breastfeeding campaign, ACT, Right, and Encouragement. These movements are backed by governmental health recommendation for breastfeeding over a year as the gold standard for infant postnatal care. But, as me and my partner, Dr. Sharona Ramati, learned while we were breastfeeding our newborn, breastfeeding does not always come easy. Mothers are struggling with uncertainty and difficulty. The healthcare providers are lacking means and problems are misdiagnosed and mistreated, and mothers are left alone to search online. In US, more than 3 million women initiate breastfeeding yearly, and more than 45% of babies are nutritionally dependent on human milk for the first 3 months of life, but 60% of mothers stop breastfeeding earlier than desired due to insufficient milk supply, breast pain, or problems related to the baby weight gain. The beauty of Mother Nature is that human milk is a dynamic, complex bioactive fluid whose composition is changing to the baby need. The same feature makes human milk as a powerful diagnostic tool, reflecting each mother and infant diet. Leveraging on that, we built MyMilk as a personal diagnostic platform and information system to optimize breastfeeding based on unique human milk tests. So how it works? Mother orders a test online. A sampling kit is sent to mother home. She collects a small volume of milk and with a push of a button returns the milk sample for analysis. Few days later, report is available in her secured account. MyMilk report include personal actionable insight generated by MyMilk algorithm by applying scientifically based general rule on personal maternal and infant information. MyMilk breast milk diagnostic target the main breastfeeding-related complication. Ayala, a first-time mom, was concerned about her milk supply. Using MyMilk diagnostic, we monitor and we identified abnormal marker in her milk and thereby successfully help her to balance her breastfeeding practice early on. Eleanor was complaining about extreme deep breast pain. Using MyMilk diagnostic, we characterized her infection, isolated the causing pathogen, and guided treatment. Tal is a vegetarian mom who was concerned about her milk nutritional value. Using MyMilk nutritional profiling, we monitor the level of key breast milk vitamin in her milk, and which are crucial for infant growth and development. Based on the result, Tal started to take specific vitamin supplement and started to take better care of her diet, both for the benefit of her own and her baby health. Our early customers successfully target the concern and complication and continue breastfeeding for a long period. MyMilk is a B2C model target today first-time breastfeeding mother which are social media active and e-commerce enthusiastic. MyMilk model is a freemium with a free data-driven insight and advanced breast milk diagnostics with multiple tests per woman. MyMilk platform also target the mother healthcare provider and specifically lactation consultant, enabling online consultation. Potential addressable market for the breast milk diagnostic is over $500 million in the US alone, with very few players in this emerging field. MyMilk has an advantage level over her current player, with very multiple level of intellectual properties. Our CEO, Ari Melamoud, is an experienced executive with more than 21 years of intellectual property, international business and marketing. Dr. Sharon Aramati and myself are life science PhD and the founder of non-for-profit organization for the establishment of the first human milk bank in Israel. Our products are available as beta, and we are raising round A for penetrating the US market through California. Breastfeeding diagnostic is a new emerging field in the $7 billion market of maternal and infant screening tests. MyMilk product is in perfectly fit with regrowing trend in healthcare, consumerization, bringing healthcare directly to the patient, personalization for differential targeted healthcare, and a huge global pro-breastfeeding campaign. The same manner that pregnancy testing and DNA tests have become the norm, MyMilk diagnostic will be the standard of care for any breastfeeding mother. MyMilk is here to lead this revolution in infant care. Thank you.
Thank you, MyMilk. Questions?
Hi. Hi. Could you explain a little bit more about the technology? How does the technology work?
Sure. So all our tests are laboratory-developed tests, which mean that the process is done in medical laboratory, and we use various technology from immunoluminescence to chromatography and many other tools. Our technology includes multiple layers of intellectual property. We develop also the pre-analytic and the post-analytic. The pre-analytic is the preservation of the human milk for delay analysis within the laboratory as is done in clinical practice. And also the post-analytic is to define the reference value within the population, what is normal and what is clinical use.
So every time a woman has to get her breast milk tested, she has to send it through to the lab.
Yes, so MyMilk developed also point of care and home device and other aspect, but the laboratory developed test, the first technology already available as a clinical setting is based on human milk sending back to a central medical laboratory. It can be a central medical one in a certain geography. You don't need to have a lot of laboratory because we developed the technology of transfer the sample for central laboratory, and we extend the time that the analyte can be preserved.
So it is basically your target market is going to be women that have access to labs near them.
Yeah, so it's actually it's one of the field in medicine that developed country is lagging behind developing country. So it's a real problem also in US and all over Europe, and therefore we build the first solution to target this population.
So I'm going to show my ignorance here, because first of all, there's a lot of this that I just don't understand. In the West, when you have a baby, there's a lactation consultant already at the hospital trying to make sure that you can successfully start breastfeeding. So usually you don't go home until you've started that process. So first, I don't understand, sometimes it doesn't work, and then women just don't do it, or it's painful, and then they use bottled milk. But that's not like the worst thing. Of course, it's better to breastfeed, but I guess I just don't understand that aspect of it. And also, we've been taught that the breast milk is the most natural. It has all the good stuff from the mother. So I don't see why somebody would send, right after having a baby, would go through the pain or the suffering, or I don't know, whatever, just the time maybe to send in a sample. I don't get what that's for at all. So could you elucidate?
Sure, I can. We hear it a lot, and actually we are working closely with the healthcare provider. So also pregnancy is a natural thing, but today we have tool to monitor pregnancy in order to intervene early and to prevent complication. So the same thing, breastfeeding is a natural thing, but we have complication. And in fact, 80% of women start and initiate breastfeeding, but only 1 to 5 stand with the recommendation. And they stop breastfeeding because they have problem, because they have complication, because they do not have enough milk, and because they do have pain, and because of a problem with the baby weight gain. All of these problems are a problem that can be monitored by the healthcare and to be guided and intervened in the therapeutic window in order to help the mother to successfully stand with the breastfeeding.
So you're saying in the in the test of the milk, you could determine if they're missing a vitamin, and that has to do with the pain? I'm not sure the connection.
No. We have different, okay, maybe it was not clear. We have different tests done to different diagnosis of different complications, like you have in the blood, a different test that is done for different complications. So we are not doing vitamin in pain. In pain, we are identified the inflammation, the causing of the pain, whether it's bacteria or a fungal, and guide the treatment accordingly. The vitamin we are monitoring in cases of, to identify the quality of the milk. And in cases of insufficient milk supply, we monitor biomarker that identify the process of the maturation of the breast to produce the milk. So it's different diagnostics.
Thank you. Thank you, my milk. Best investment, put milk into baby. NIMP, build safer communities by providing hardware and software that enable people to send an emergency alert to closest responder. Welcome, NIMP.
Whoops. Sorry. Hello, my name is Kathy, and I want to tell you a story. It happened 17 years ago in a big Russian city. It was a beautiful morning. I just took my kid to her classes, and on my way back home, a very good-looking young man I've never met before attacked me with a hunting knife. He stabbed me 9 times. I was in serious trouble, and no one knew about that. Like, covered with blood, like in horror movie character, I watched my body falling apart. Only it wasn't a movie, and I was in extreme danger and totally helpless. What could I do? I did one thing though. I took an inhale and cried for help, and that call saved my life. Sounds terrifying, right? I know, man, but surprisingly, there are a lot of good things came out of that unfortunate development, and the best one is here with me. This beauty is called NIM, and it's the ring with a panic button. It's paired with your smartphone, and you wear it every day like a fabulous piece of jewelry because it looks gorgeous, but when you find yourself in trouble, you just press the button and it sends out messages with your exact GPS location. Where? To your friends, family, emergency services, and members of NIM community who happen to be nearby, so they together can help you out. It is sizable, and it comes in 2 colors, black and white, and this is the only device you can activate by just one hand. Even if someone holds both of your hands, you can still use it. So you think we make safety wearables, right? No, we don't. What then? Imagine that there is something that recognizes the threat before you even notice it and sends immediate help to take you out of it. Imagine that you don't have to worry about your loved ones anymore, because you will always know if they are in trouble and always confident that the help will be provided. That's actually what we're doing. We've been creating the platform that anticipates emergencies using big data and artificial intelligence to provide the fastest and the most relevant help to those in trouble. And we've done so much already. Last year, we ran a successful crowdfunding campaign and raised $300,000 US, and media went crazy. Journalists just loved the product, and we had 10,000 articles in 20 languages. Now we have 3,000 pre-orders, and we're shipping the first batch of NIM rings to our first customers in July. We have a strong pipeline of new devices, though. This is not the only device we're working on. And we will introduce the device that will be completely independent from your smartphone. Yes, everything will be there in the ring, so our engineers already done all the job. The application beta is almost ready for testing, and it has some remarkable features. For example, it streams live audio from the emergency scene to the response team so they can understand what's going on and help more efficiently. Next step for us is the launch in Los Angeles. We run a couple of pilot projects with university campuses and private schools. And we will sign in top celebrities to promote NIM in the area because it's gorgeous. People just love wearing it. I would actually wear it if it doesn't do anything because it complements my style. And I'm so proud to be the part of the project that benefits society on so many levels, but also creates huge business opportunities for us and for those who joins us. Money comes from the subscription to platform services, hardware margins, And third-party revenue share. What does it mean? It means that we want your fitness trackers and your Apple Watches to be integrated in our platform so you can use NIM to send emergency alerts in future. Thank you very much. And we're raising round A and looking for 3 M's, and we will use funds for make this world safer. And I think this is hell of a reason to invest. Thank you very much, and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. Time for questions.
Great
Ladies
idea. I think it's a great idea. It's something that's needed. Can you tell us a little bit about your competition? Because I understand I go to CES every year, and there's always a lot of companies that are in this space. So can you differentiate the product, please?
Right. There are a lot of good projects in the sector, and we treat them not as competitors, but more than partners, because we've built a platform, and we will integrate all the devices to our platform. So it could be others. Also, we started with the ring because this form factor helps you when your hands are somehow restricted from movement. There will be others, and as I said, in future there probably you won't need any wearables at all to send an emergency signal. So what we do is we want to shorten the time between the call for help and the help provided. And we can use anything for doing this. Today, wearables. Tomorrow, we'll see. We will use any available technology to do this. But our vision is the platform with all the public services, all the parties, all the responders integrated to help them to send and receive alerts.
We have a question from jury.
You talked about everything else, great presentation. Who is your team? And
yeah, I'm a co-founder, and of course there are other people who contributed to the project. There are 15 of us. We're based here in California. The team is international. A lot of skills covered in the team from previous experience, technical, communications, marketing. The CEO of the company, Leo Bereshansky, is a serial entrepreneur. So, the third partner of ours, they've been friends with Leo for 12 years. So they've done a lot of stuff together, I believe. And I understand that we're not stars, not Silicon Valley stars, and probably no one knows who we are, but we've done already so much, and we're very confident that we will deliver our vision, because we've been working on the project for 2 years already, and came from just an idea to a completely working system. It will be fully operational really soon, and we're pretty confident that we will do that.
Yes.
I have 2 quick clarification questions. Great presentation. One is you mentioned using big data and AI to predict emergencies, and I just wanted more clarification on how that works. And then 2, any light you could shed on cost.
Okay. I will probably start with the second question. The retail price for NIM Ring is $129 so far, and as I said, there is a subscription. There are 5 safety circles in the platform. The first, friends, family, individuals, and community, is free. So you just buy the device. The app is free, and by the way, you can send and receive alerts using the application. It's completely free. The second one is public emergency services, and we set our monitoring stations to engage senders of our alerts with 911 dispatch centers, and there is a moderate subscription for them, and then private security services, and then maybe in future there will be self-piloted or self-driven devices, so you can just call for the drone with insulin, for example, if you have health problems. And as artificial intelligence and big data, we will collect all the information about what happened, when, where, how many people responded, how people behave in extreme situation, under an extreme stress. And there will be a lot of data to analyze not only users' behavior, but also the environment around dangerous situations. And that set of data will be sufficient to predict certain situations. And if you go through the statistics of criminal assaults or transport accidents or health issues, you will always see the pattern. There is always a pattern. There is always the set of parameters. So by collecting and analyzing those parameters, we will predict emergencies.
One more quick question from Yael.
So do you see this product as more of a high-end type product, or do you plan to?
Yael, closer.
Oh, do you see this product as more of a high-end, $200 type product, or did you also look at another version that will be for the more affordable market?
Thank you very much. Very good questions. We started with this ring, and it stands in the intersection of fashion, lifestyle, safety and security, and something that people would wear every day, like a complementary thing to their styles. And of course, we understand that the situation with public safety in some regions, in some countries, are really dangerous, and people there can't afford a ring for $100. Of course, there is a device in our pipeline more affordable than that. We will introduce it when the time comes, but the US market is the focus for us so far, and we want to set the system to see how it works, to smooth it, and then go to other markets.
Thank you. Thank you, Nim.
Thank you.
And now, I would like to invite Konta, mobile commerce platform for emerging countries. Please welcome Konta.
Happy Towel Day, everyone. My name is Natalie, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Konta. I'm here to tell you about Grace. If I could switch to the next slide. Sorry? Oh.
Big green.
Grace is 39 years old, and she has a fruit stand not far from where I live in Nairobi. And she moved there to save up to open her store to sell fruits and vegetables and other products. But with the rate things are going now, the overhead of a store would require her to save for about 20 years. What she holds in her hands, if you'll see, is a very powerful device, more powerful than the one that took the first person to space. And just like Grace, there will be 1 billion people in Africa soon who are going to have a mobile device. And thanks to financial inclusion efforts, there soon will be 1 billion people who have access for financial tools for the very first time. And let's do the math. More people having a mobile phone and more people getting access to financial tools for the very first time means that more people are going to take their stores online. And they need a way to do this. So going back to Grace, she has this mobile device, but that's her only device. She doesn't have a computer or a laptop back at home. And she has a data plan that averages at about 250 megabytes a month. That's less than what you're going to spend today, probably. And those are her tools to run her online store. Konta has developed a platform to enable vendors from emerging markets to open a full-service online store from an entry-level device using very minimal data consumption. Let me tell you how it works. It's a storefront, and it's integrated with services like delivery, translation, designers, and mobile payments. Not credit card or PayPal, but local tools like M-Pesa. As we use a very basic Android version, it operates on over 99% of all Android devices out there, and it has a completely offline mode as well. It's available as an Android app,
as a Facebook Messenger bot, and as a progressive web app. And Grace opens her store, adds her items, and now we can go and buy from Grace. What she gets in additional to tools to run her store and to reach more users is a credit history alternative. This is a bankless world. When you want to apply for microfinancing or microcredit in a world like this, you need to provide a document like your mobile carrier transcripts, for example. Imagine how powerful would it be to provide a real reflection on how well you're doing financially. And then having it work offline and the localization, that is translation to Swahili and the use of local tools and being offline, makes it available for people in the most rural areas. And that's real financial inclusion. Let's look at the market. The mobile contribution to GDP in Africa is projected to pass 200 billion in just a few years. E-commerce is projected to be 75 billion. Naturally, this means that there is a competition in this field, and while some companies do things that are more similar or less similar, nobody puts a strong focus on consuming little data, and that's our strength point. So we decided to start in Kenya because there's a really good adoption rate of technology in Africa. And almost everyone have a mobile phone, and more than half of the people have a smartphone. And Nairobi is one of the biggest tech hubs. That was a good decision, and our first month, we're doing really well. This is the number of our users. It's growing, it's steady, and people come and open the store because they need this. And that's why we want to expand more. We want to go to additional markets. We want to go outside of Africa. We want to offer an API for stores to just integrate themselves into our platform. We want to integrate more tools into our platform, and we want to partner with local companies, and that's why we're raising our seed round. My co-founder and I, we both studied in computer engineering in the Technion in Israel, and then we proceeded to have careers as developers, and we both are technical co-founders. Additionally, I have a background in the mobile industry, and I'm a community manager in the Google developer groups. Africa is just the beginning. We're looking at additional emerging markets where the infrastructure is not there yet, but the mobile phones are already there. And we're on a mission to bring the mobile market to the most of the great emerging countries, biting into this multi-billion industry and becoming the way to sell online. As we step into the era of automation, we want to make sure that Grace and people like that and like her have the way to sell online. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Luke.
Good job. Thank you for being here. I have a couple of questions. First is, can you explain what are the benefits to Grace of downloading this app? Does it lower her cost? Does it give her access to better produce? Is it about better customer retention? Can you just give us kind of what is the value proposition for her?
Absolutely. First of all, she doesn't even have to download the app. She can use the progressive web app, which allows her to use with almost no data the service. And the way she chooses to interact with the platform allows her to reach more clients, not just sell on the street. And she can make the service better for them because she can have maybe somebody do the proofreading for her, design. Then she can also have delivery people sending it further away. She can make campaigns, and then she can sell to people that she would never reach otherwise. And she can save up and open a store faster. Then she can also manage her stock with the tools that she has.
In my experience, email marketing is pretty difficult in parts of Africa. How do you guys capture clients cost effectively, and what is your strategy to scale that across different markets as well?
Your question is what is our strategy to get sellers basically use our platform?
Customer acquisition, exactly.
That's a great question. I've been asking it in Google I/O last week. Many people on the different teams of the Google services like the Play Store, because the traditional marketing
recommended methods not always work there. And what I found that works best is going door to door, telling this to the sellers, and convincing them that once they have this, they recommend it to their clients, they grow their client base, and they keep the clients with them. They keep their clients coming back because they're happier. And doing this with a bigger team is better, is faster growth. And that's actually the reason we're raising.
Yes, please.
So I see you lived in Kenya for some time, I guess. You studied there. Have you thought of the legal implications of having a setup like this? Are you developing here? Can you explain a little bit more about the technology infrastructure that you're engaging to do this?
Could you clarify the question?
The technology infrastructure. Are you hosted on Amazon?
Sorry?
Are you hosted on Amazon?
We're not hosted on Amazon. I'm
Where are
actually
you?
a big person, not I'm
Where are
anti-cloud.
you
We have our
hosted?
own servers.
Where are you hosted?
They're hosted
Your own
in Germany.
service
Yeah.
in Germany.
Yeah.
And your market is Africa. And now you want to grow outside of Africa,
Yes.
having done Kenya. What about the rest of Africa?
We would love to grow to the rest of Africa and also to other continents like Latin America and Asia.
But do you understand the two aspects to it? There's a technology infrastructure aspect to it, and of course, you should know that there is the legal aspect of it because of where your services are placed, the taxation laws come in place, and you will outbid yourself in terms of price once you have to pay the taxes that you will. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is, of course, customer acquisition, and then the basic fulfillment. If today this lady is selling on your store, there is somebody who's delivering it. The entire back-end warehousing, the entire back-end delivery mechanism, how are you going to manage it across countries?
That's the integrating different services. So for now, we're integrated with the local service companies. And as we grow, we want to collaborate with more companies who do this themselves. We want to create this ecosystem that gives the different services, not necessarily provide ourselves, all of them, just like Amazon partners with delivery companies.
So you must look into the taxation side of how you structure it because you might be attracting tax that will hit you later.
Absolutely.
And will make this completely unviable in terms of pricing.
We'll definitely have legal team as we grow, of course.
You need to because your servers are in Germany right now.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any question? Thank you, Konta. Thank you. Thank you all our companies. It was great lineup of companies trying to fix our world for better. Now I would like to ask our judges if you could give some feedback to tell maybe one or two companies that you like the most. Ladies first.
Well, let's see. I won't pick a favorite necessarily, but just what I find really interesting and just in terms of trends. So I'll say the equation that we just heard from Kanta in terms of more mobile devices, meaning that people are moving from offline to online, is spot on, and yet that means there's going to be tons of competition in that space. So I guess one of the reasons I might have a hard time assessing some of these is when we're evaluating whether the idea is unique, I wasn't quite clear on the competitive landscape for a lot of these ideas. And with Kanta in particular, interesting model, good opportunity for that kind of model, and a lot of people are trying that model out. So it'd be helpful to get a sense of the landscape analysis the entrepreneurs did before they decided they were bringing a unique model.
Okay, thank you. Mira. Yes.
So,
any feedback or any company you like especially?
Specifically, I'll just pick up, I'll give a one line for all of them.
Okay.
Each one of them actually. So Konta I feel is specifically should focus where they are because if they know that market well, they know that Kenya is not is an emerging market, but it is more developed than most emerging markets. Kenya is a great country and mobile penetration is very high. So if this is an m-commerce play, they should stick to Africa because of the numbers associated with it. and don't get confused about other things, but do your costing again. With NIMB, it's a very crowded space. I've seen many of these companies, so I think there needs to be some kind of a something else that compels somebody to invest with them, and I wasn't able to see that in the presentation that I made. With My Milk, there might be a FDA problem because giving diagnostics without a doctor consulting you might lead to some trouble, so that side of it needs to be looked into. With My Shake, I think the biggest thing I see with My Shake is that it's stuck to just one telco provider where their entire business model is telecom based. So maybe they need to rethink that go-to-market business model a little bit more. The company that I liked a lot was Ovitz. I would definitely like to see you guys again. I think there was clarity in purpose, there was clarity in go-to-market, there was clarity in the way the tech would work, and it's a very big problem to solve also. The Regan Villages, unless the tech play is stronger or more or evident, and that will take a very long time because it's a construction project. I think they need to rethink how they would do this, but I prefer that they approach the real estate funds like Starwood that could look at this pretty effectively.
Thank you. Alicia, one company that you like the most out of this?
I guess I liked Ovitz 2 the best.
Two also good.
Oh, okay. I liked Regen Villages, but they're trying to bite off a really big chunk, and I think that they should start, if they're trying to save the world, they should probably start in Africa, because I think the hotter countries are going to be a lot more affected by global warming, or they can go to Bangladesh. I heard Bangladesh will be completely flooded, and so if they're going to be able to create these like little micro communities that are somehow self-contained and can withstand anything. But I guess those are the two I think I like the best.
Thank you. One or two companies that you like the most?
Well, I'll give a couple of comments first, since this was a panel about impact. I just think kind of across the board, I would have liked to hear a little bit more about how these companies will measure their impact and what is the impact that they're creating in people's lives, whether it's environmental or reducing crime. I think that's just kind of a general comment. And then also the type of financing, I think, is important for these type of companies to clarify. Are you raising grants? Are you raising investment? In some of the presentations, we heard that we're raising a bit of both, but I think it's important to have clarity. Otherwise, I like Regen Villages too. It's a real estate play. I think given for those of us who live in the Bay Area, how important this is, I think this is likely to get a lot of investors and traction.
The two companies that I like most are Konta and Ovitz. I think from all of the companies that we've seen, these are the two true social impact companies that focused on solving and promoting social impact goals. I'm fascinated by Regen Villages, although I still need to think about how the vision fits with the whole trend of urbanization and density, and whether this type of solution can really work in the future.
Okay, thank you. Ben?
Yeah, just quickly, I think the most impactful investor pitches, at least to me, are the ones that tell the best stories. You know, how you guys discovered a problem, why you're passionate about that problem, why you want to devote a significant amount of your life towards finding a solution to that problem, and then paint us a picture of your vision. You know, what is your solution? Why is your team the best team to go forth and actually execute upon that vision? And the two companies to me that painted the most vivid picture to me, or told the best stories, were Nima and Regen Villages.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's thank our judges, our companies, our jury, and everyone for participation. Dear judges, you could leave score sheet on the table. We'll pick up of two. Please go this way. As the celebrities, we're waiting for photo session. Ladies, please, pitching, selecting, judging, and now we have some fun. You remember everyone got 300 Silicon Valley Open Doors dollars? Some of the companies collected this money. Now, companies that collect investment from Silicon Valley attendees, step forward and let's count who collects the most. It's our famous fantasy IPO. Let's find who actually win Silicon Valley Open Doors fantasy IPO. Yo, please count. No. Please be here. Another, what company collect most? Okay, how much do you have? Let's count. By the way, if you still have SVOD dollars, you could contribute to IPO. You could invest in the company. So, what company? What?
Bigger pan. Bigger pan?
Bigger pan. How many dollars you have? Please count. 13. Okay. We have 13. 3 Silicon Valley Open Doors dollars. What company you are with? Hey, what company? Oh, printer. Cool. So count how much you have. Another. Oh, I feel that we have a few finalists of the fantasy IPO. Guys, please count. Betty, teach them a little bit math so they could count.
I don't know. I didn't count.
Can you count, please? Okay, fantasy IPO, rules very simple. Every company chase after your dollar. They chasing, they hustler because they are entrepreneurs. They asking you to invest your money. So every company count how much money they manage to raise. By the way, if someone want to make picture next to our wall, you have to give your dollars to one of the companies of your choice. So, what companies do we have and how much money you have? Please.
Just 16. Just 16.
I need names. I need names of the companies. How many you have? By the way, you could create a syndicate. Two companies could put money together to beat another company. So try to syndicate.
I go with him.
Okay, I need names. Okay, we have Sprint printer on the left. We have ML Science on the right. So left side, how many dollars you collect?
8,500.
How much?
8,500.
8,500. Good. 100. Ah, guys, 185. So let's hustle more. The competition became very hot. Please, anyone have dollars, you contribute to winner. Okay.
How much money?
Please count. Wow, never in history of SVOD we have such close competition. On right side ML Science, on left side Sprint printer, 8,500. Who give more? Give your money to contribute your money to company you like. Wow, it's a so hot competition. Please, someone help to count. Okay, you counting on the right table, please. Count your money on this table. You counting on this table.
Do you have money?
145. Please put on the table to show.
145. Come over.
Please use this table to count. So we'll send judges to check who is the best. How much do you have? Okay, who you in? Oh, this is two investors who have a lot of. Are you investing or you competing? How much do you have? So please count. Let's check your math skills. Betty will help you.
Check in your pockets if you have
Send me a
money.
trainer.
Please
You guys bring your cash
vote
up
for
here
the
to
best
us.
company.
I don't know yet. We have very close
Send me a
competition.
trainer, guys. The easiest way to stay fit. Send me a trainer.
Beautiful.
Okay,
If you
guys.
bring your cash, we'll give you a free workout right here. 10-minute workout, 6-minute abs, 3-minute abs.
Free workout. Free workout. Get fit in 2 minutes. I promise.
Fantasy IPO, we have two very close winners. It's never in our history we have so close two companies coming almost head to head to the final
You guys
line.
bring up your
So
cash
please,
to send me a
everyone who
trainer
have
right here.
dollars,
We're collecting them.
invest in one of these two companies.
Send me a
Guys,
trainer.
you have no chances. They
Send me
have
a
too
trainer.
many.
Bring your cash.
So maybe you investor. You are afraid.
160.
So invest this company or this one.
160, probably 7.
How much you have?
You're doing really well. Bring your cash up.
167
Bring your
probably.
cash up.
167.
Okay, guys, how much you have?
113.
Okay, please, two companies, step to the stage. Let's do two companies.
У нас нет на две компании.
Я знаю, только одна получится. Okay, step forward, please. ML Science.
No science. MEL.
How much you have?
167 or 68.
168. You have?
114.
114. Okay, guys, you getting 1 minute pitch again. Pitch your company. So those guys probably the most coolest company from my son's perspective. They make blank ball with the paint automatically. Even me could be artist. I could paint the wall like an artist.
Thank you, Stas, for the pitch. Well, in addition for us to make you an artist, you can actually upload your images, download professional designs, and deliver images with your freehand movement to any vertical surface at any scale. You can move the printer with your own free hand, or you can connect it to a wall climbing robot. Basically, this is the ultimate freedom of our visual speech. Thank you very much. Spray printer has come to town.
Second company.
Thank you very much. And now we have a winner of our fantasy IPO company.
Mel Science. We are bringing real science to your home to let you play with your kids. Real chemical experiments. Plus, they can make lots of educational stuff in the virtual reality. So this is real science in your kitchen. And currently we are almost close around B. So just buy us, study chemistry with your kids, and let them grow smart and rich.
Yeah, chemicals.
Not only chemicals, why not? But they can develop their brains they can develop their brains by learning something real and doing something real. Not only online, but offline as well. Thank you, guys.
Good. And now it's time to start our ceremony.
All right, which one is working? I don't think I need this one. Okay, I would like to call all the companies that were pitching on stage during these 2 days.
So please,
on
I see,
stage
send me
now.
trainer. Just one founder. Я не помню. Сейчас я помню.
All companies that pitched on stage, please come on stage now.
Where is list of the companies? Oh, sorry. Got a beer. It's good. You already start celebrating. We have youngest, applause to youngest attendee. No, because... Guys, please. Oh, we need a bigger stage. Please, this way. Guys, please move. Guys, probably we need 2 lines. Please. Girls in the middle, boys, little bit, please.
Are you based here?
2 lines. Go other side. Please go other side.
I have ideas for you. Yeah, I know. I definitely have ideas for you because I interact with people every day. We'll talk about it. Nice.
Yeah. Just go on the other side. Okay. I believe we have everyone. Okay. Wow. We need much bigger space for next time. Okay.
So I'm not able to do
You told maybe you could. Fine.
Let's all applaud these companies. They worked so hard preparing for the pitches. They were on stage, worried, excited. Thank you guys. You are the winners. Jump!
No jumping. No jumping. No jumping, please. Fine.
All right.
We need microphones, please. We need microphones. Perfect.
Now we're going to announce winners. So we would like to call on stage. Нет.
Подождем.
Нету social.
Нет, мы начнем уже. So.
Видео. We'd like to call on stage Leonard Graver,
Leonard, please step forward.
partner at Greenberg Traurig.
What I do?
Present the Twitter award. Best tweet award.
Ladies and hello, ladies and gentlemen. So, thanks you everyone for coming. So I think this is we've been doing it for 12 years, and I think this is the best year so far. It's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So quickly, I'm a partner at GW. We are lawyers, and we represent startups and venture funds. And drum roll, the best tweet award goes to Galina Fedorova. Galina, come out here. A big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you.
No, photo on the middle. Не с первой начинай.
Oh, me too. Me too, thank you.
All right. Who's next? Can't see. I would like to call on stage Alex Stolar.
Alex.
So the second runner-up.
Это my third, okay.
It's no, it's third place.
Понял, second runner.
Step on the middle, step on the middle.
Okay.
All right, do you want to say a few words?
Sure. So I'm here on behalf of Aiken Gump. It's a major international law firm. We have offices in 20 different locations around the world, including Moscow, Shanghai, Beijing, every financial center. And so we're very happy to be here and very proud to announce this award to the second runner-up. And it is drumbeat NG Kodak.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anya. Okay, we'll find it later. Sorry. Oh, now photo. Sorry, guys. Technical. Thank you so much. Hey. Thank you.
Now I would like to call on stage Andy Tsao, Silicon Valley Bank.
Andy.
Thank you, Anna and Stas. I would also like to agree with Leonard that this is the best SVOD that we've had so far, which is absolutely fantastic. Silicon Valley Bank is the leading commercial bank focused on the tech and innovation sectors. We are the bank for the innovation economy here in the US and increasingly around the world. And as I said before, the things that we love about SVOD are that we have so many great entrepreneurs and investors from around the world that gather here, and that's really synergistic with our mission to help entrepreneurs and their investors to succeed worldwide. So first, let me take the opportunity to congratulate all the entrepreneurs. Great job. And now for the first runner-up in the pitch competition, Splacer.
Splacer. Everyone.
Thank you, Andy. Now, Fantasy IPO or the Audience Award. And I would like to call on stage Alex Lopachov, Sigler Gov.
So, Audience Award winner. Surprise, surprise, company called Mel Science.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Anya. Anya. And now,
And now we have a social startup award, and we don't have. Huh? We're still counting votes. Really?
Wow.
You'll tell us? Okay. It goes to United Nations for approval. Okay, hold on, guys. So any bets? Any bets? What do which
yeah.
company
Oh,
won?
Really, bets. What was the best social impact startup? What?
Region Village? Okay.
Orvitz.
Orvis?
I have a pretty good supporters over here. Hard to beat Russian and Israeli mafia at the same time. Okay, do we have?
My shake? Any other ideas? NIMB! Who votes for NIMB? Yay! No? Okay.
Spence.
Скажи. I would like to call on stage Michael Sandler, Epiphone Video.
And it's actually a very important prize because it's the first time in 13 years we create special section of social impact. We're very proud that this year we was able to do it. So,
the winner is Region Village.
Region Village. Region Village. Where is Region Village? Okay.
Region Village.
Okay, he already flying to Africa to build villages over there. Investor says that it has to be Africa, so he fly over there. Okay, and now, nема, tak nема. Okay.
Misha, take it.
Okay, and now our major
And now we're going to
award.
announce the winner of the pitch competition. And I would like to call on stage Daniel Stolerov, Almas Capital.
What an amazing moment. I feel energy flowing. Personas.
Personas.
Sadly, that's the end. But we're going to have another one next year around the same time, and we're going to make the announcement soon. So stay tuned with our conference. We're so happy to host you again next year. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, our
everyone.
sponsors.
Thank you.
Thank you, our volunteers. Thank you, our companies, our investors, our speakers.
And our
You
team.
made our conference successful. Thank you, everybody.
Our team and our family for support. Thank you, and see you next year, last week of May.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Аня, напиши мне адрес, я лавирую в следующей неделе, покажу все. Можем даже... А у детей когда начинаются каникулы? Ну вот в середине июня. У нас то же самое. Давай так, у меня вот сюда. У нас как раз на танце.
Bring it in, make a photo. All right, stay. Oh, by the way, now we have reception, wine, and good people around to meet and talk.
She's taking pictures of them.